systems will be done by the Florida National Guard, but I don't want to preclude the option that on systems coming in that we might provide additional training capabilities that maybe the Florida National Guard doesn't have. So they'll do the bulk of it.
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. And we, of course, do want to bring you up to speed on all of the top stories we are following on this Monday morning. So again, as you can see, we do have Nancy Pelosi making a surprise visit to Kyiv, Ukraine, one of our top stories today. While making that surprise visit in Ukraine, Pelosi said that she vows U.S. support for Ukraine until the fight is done. Also, today is day 68 of the war in Ukraine, where civilian evacuations are currently underway in the besieged city of Mariupol. So those evacuations did begin yesterday. They are expected to continue through today. Also, we have learned First Lady Jill Biden is expected to travel to Romania and Slovakia this week to meet with mothers and children who have fled their country due to the ongoing war. And we do know, according to the United Nations, at least 5.5 million refugees, mostly women and children, have fled to neighboring countries like Romania and Slovakia since the war began 68 days ago, back on February 24th. And another top story we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We do know the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial, week 4, is expected to get underway in Fairfax, Virginia. So that is expected to start at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we, of course, will bring you those live feeds from inside of the courtroom. But we do want to, of course, stick to the latest on the war in Ukraine that we want to show you here on Live Now from Fox. As we mentioned, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi making a surprise visit to Kyiv, Ukraine, over the weekend to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Again, she met with him over the weekend, meeting with several other U.S. lawmakers. We do know that she also made a surprise visit to Poland as well. The California Democrat led the House delegation to Kyiv to meet with Zelensky, thanking him and Ukraine for fighting, quote, a fight for everyone. The American lawmakers did, of course, assess Ukraine's needs for the next phase of the war. The speaker vowed Washington will stand with the war-torn nation until it defeats Russia. Pelosi so far has become the most senior American lawmaker to visit Ukraine since the Russian invasion began more than 2 months ago. So let's go ahead and listen to her full speech.
Supporting Ukraine. I'm honored to be joined by Chairman of the Rules Committee, Mr. McGovern, who is really Mr. McGovern, who is a champion in the Congress on food security, a very important issue in our discussion. Chair Meeks, Chair of the Affairs Committee, Chair Adam Schiff, Chair of the Intelligence Committee, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Chair of the Foreign Operations Subcommittee, which deals with the appropriation as well as loan guarantees, etc. Congressman Bill Keating, he's Chair of Eurasia and Environment on the Foreign Affairs Committee, as well as a member of the Armed Services Committee, and Congressman Jason Crow, member of Intelligence and Armed Services, and a veteran who has brought that experience to the discussion that is so valuable. Our delegation has the solemn opportunity and great honor to meet with the President of Ukraine yesterday. Our discussion centered around the subjects at hand, as you would suspect: security, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, and eventually rebuilding when victory is won. We are proud to convey to him a message of unity from the Congress of the United States, a message of appreciation from the American people for his leadership, and admiration to the people of Ukraine for their courage. And to continue their engagements in Poland, we will be thanking the Polish government for their hospitality, more than that, to refugees, and to learn from them what more needs to be done. What more needs to be done was the topic of our conversation with President Zelensky, and our colleagues will address those. It is with great sorrow that we come here, with great pride. We lead with a firmer understanding and more current understanding of what needs to be done, with a deeper appreciation of inspiration from those who are in this fight. And again, a resolve to move quickly to pass into legislation. We are already writing into legislation these initiatives that President Biden put forth. We're very proud of our President, of his experience as a member, as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, as senator of many years, and the Vice President of the United States and now President. He knows the challenges in the fight against democracy versus oppression, democracy versus autocracy, and he has unified. He's been a force for unity in Europe as well as in the United States. And with that, I'm very pleased to be open to
Well, thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here in Poland. I'm half Polish on my mother's side, and happy to be in Ukraine. Yesterday, my wife's family is half Ukrainian on her mother's side, so this is a special visit. And I just want to begin by saying that President Zelensky is an inspiration, and so are the people of Ukraine, and all of us stand with them. I want to thank Speaker Pelosi for leading, I think, the first official Kodel into Kyiv, and I'm grateful for her long-term commitment to human rights and to democracy and freedom. Look, Putin's brutal war is no longer only a war against the people of Ukraine. It is also a war against the world's most vulnerable. And Ukraine, as we all know, is basically the breadbasket of the world, right? Wheat, maize, sunflower oil, so many other things to countries all around the world, especially in Africa and in the Middle East. It provides important food to relief organizations, the United Nations World Food Program. And all of these organizations are dedicated to trying to prevent an increase in hunger, and yet this war, Putin's war, is exacerbating hunger all around the world. His deliberate targeting of food supplies has resulted in great pain inside Ukraine and around the world. Food prices have risen, energy prices have risen, and that in turn means that hunger is on the rise. What kind of person does that? In Ukraine, we talked with President Zelensky about the importance of providing assistance directly to Ukraine so that he has the ability and the flexibility to provide what is necessary to people in need, whether they are internally displaced, whether they are in the most conflicted areas, whether some families are in Ukraine and some are in Poland, whatever the situation, making sure they have the flexibility is important. And I think that's a message that we all agree with. We also will continue to fund our international relief organizations like the UN World Food Program and others. And we must find a way to help Ukrainians establish a humanitarian corridor that will allow them to ship food by sea to help the poorest people in the world, so they don't go hungry. You know, our dear friend, Chef Jose Andres, who is one of the leaders of World Central Kitchen, remarks all the time that food is love. And it's not a weapon of war. It is a fundamental human right for every single person on the planet. And I don't think Putin cares if he starves Ukraine or the world. He obviously has no regard for human suffering, but the rest of us should. And let me just finish with this. There is good and evil in the world, and we've seen the goodness in the Ukrainian people. We saw the goodness in President Zelensky and in so many others. And here in Poland, helping the refugees and helping provide peace of mind to people who are fleeing violence. We've seen the goodness in our own country with young school children raising money to help, make sure people are fed, who are fleeing the violence. But we've also seen the evil. Putin's war is evil. The war crimes, targeting maternity hospitals, the massacre of people. That is evil. And at the end of the day, we all believe that goodness will triumph over evil. So I was honored to be on this trip. And again, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi for her courage in leading it. Well, I'll turn it over to the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Gregory News.
I also want to start by just thanking the Speaker for leading this delegation. This is my second trip to Poland within a month. And it's just an indication of the dedication, the focus that we in the United States Congress, the unity that we bring, that we're going to stand by President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people. This is a time where history is recording what we do and what we don't. This is a time when we stand up for democracy, when we allow autocracy to reign the day. And meeting with President Zelensky, he gave us a message of thanks to the people of the United States of America, to President Joe Biden, to both parties, saying thank you for the unity. And that's the message that he talked and we talked about, the unity between the United States, our NATO allies, our EU allies, and our allies all across the world. But that was significant and important. And we also joined those, or asked those who have not yet come together to join us, to make sure that we understand that unity means strong sanctions. Unity means sanctions that will even show the world that we stand by right as opposed to evil. That it's not going to be easy. But if we stand in that unified manner, as we have been, good will overcome evil. And we talked about how on the Foreign Affairs Committee, he was pleased that we passed a number of bills recently, particularly seizure and assistance, and of course, lend and lease. We followed out immediately upon our arrival. And we've also indicated that the House Foreign Affairs Committee, we've dedicated several bills, passed several, moving forward to try to get them in front of the President to sign. And we will continue to focus on efforts to demonstrate and to illustrate our unity with the people of Ukraine, our unity within the United States Congress, and our unity with our allies. And I'd like to bring forward the chair of the Intelligence Committee, Chairman Adam Schiff.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for organizing this Codel to Kyiv. Like Mr. McGovern, I'm very honored to be here, as I have Polish roots as well. My mother's maiden name was Blevsky, and her grandparents are from Bialystok, so it's an honor to be with you. Last night we had a 3-hour meeting with President Zelensky and his leadership team. We discussed sanctions and how we could strengthen them. We discussed weapons and how we could increase the supply so Ukraine could defend itself against Russian aggression. We discussed economic assistance and food assistance, humanitarian assistance, and what more we could do and the rest of the world could do to support Ukraine. This is a struggle of freedom against tyranny, and in that struggle, Ukraine is on the front lines. The whole freedom-loving world has an interest in the outcome of this war and ensuring that Ukraine is victorious. And we are determined to do everything in our power to make it so. On the intelligence community, we are particularly proud of the role that good intelligence has played in supporting our Ukrainian allies. Good intelligence prior to the war in disclosing Putin's plans and ambitions, in stripping away the pretext and demonstrating the naked aggression of this war by Russia. That intelligence cooperation goes on. We are determined to make sure that we provide good, timely information to Ukraine to allow it to defend itself. We are in awe of what Ukraine has been able to achieve and the courage of the Ukrainian people. And we expressed our gratitude to President Zelensky for his personal courage and that of all of his countrymen. It is really extraordinary. We are proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, and we will until victory is won. Thank you. And now, it is my great pleasure to introduce Representative Jason Crow of Colorado, a member of the Armed Services Committee and a member of the Intelligence Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Schiff. Thank you, Speaker Pelosi, for bringing this group together and leading this congressional delegation to Ukraine and to Poland. It's a pleasure to be back in Poland. I was here just a couple of weeks ago as well, checking on my beloved 82nd Airborne Division, where I started my public service career not too many years ago. But the people of Poland have been incredible friends and neighbors, not just to Ukraine, but to the United States. And it is an alliance and a friendship that is stronger than ever before. Also, thank you to President Zelensky and the Ukrainians for hosting us and inviting us and having a wonderful discussion and exchange of ideas yesterday as well. I came here as a member of the Intelligence Committee and the Armed Services Committee and as a combat veteran myself with 3 areas of focus: weapons, weapons, and weapons. We have to make sure the Ukrainians have what they need to win. What we have seen in the last 2 months is their ferocity, their intense pride, their ability to fight, and their ability to win, if they have the support to do so. So we had an exchange of ideas with President Zelensky and his senior leadership team about how we can best do that. How do we continue to get the ammunition to them to fuel the weapons they already have? How do we change the nature of our support and give them new and more advanced weaponry to meet the next phase of this battle? And how do we train the Ukrainian military and soldiers to use those new systems while they are also simultaneously fighting? We came up with a great exchange of ideas, and I look forward to returning to Washington to work with my colleagues to put those into action. But one thing is really clear that this delegation wanted to send, but also President Biden has made very clear with his most recent aid package request. It is a historic request that we're going to push hard in the United States Congress to help pass. And it sends a very simple message. We are not interested in stalemates. We are not interested in going back to the status quo. The United States of America is in this to win. And we will stand with Ukraine until victory is won. Thank you. And now my pleasure to introduce my friend Barbara Lee from California.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Let me first thank our speaker for her tremendous leadership and for her courage and for bringing this delegation together on behalf of the American people. As you all have heard, we stand with the Ukrainian people until freedom is won, until this war is won. And in fact, as chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee on State and Foreign Operations, we want to make sure that we send a signal to the Ukrainian people that our U.S. tax dollars are going to ensure that democracy prevails and that Ukraine prevails, particularly Ukraine. And in that context, we now, as you heard, are looking at moving forward with regard to the $33 billion request, which the President has put forward to support our military and security assistance for the Ukrainian people, for humanitarian assistance, for the United Nations agencies, for our Treasury Department, all of those agencies within our federal government that are moving forward to support the Ukrainian people in this very devastating bloodbath of Putin. This is a moment in history. It's a defining moment, quite frankly, whether or not the world goes forward with our democratic principles or moves backwards, which is what Putin is attempting to do, but that's not going to happen. We're going to do everything we can do within our power, and fortunately, serving as the chair of this subcommittee, we have an opportunity to really drill down now with our partners in Ukraine and in Poland to make sure that the resources are targeted to ensuring that the light does outshine the darkness. And so I want to thank Speaker Pelosi once again. I want to thank all of our members and thank the Ukrainian people for showing us the strength and the resilience and what it means to fight, to make sure that freedom and that justice and that democracy prevails, and we are going to stay there until, as everyone has said and we have witnessed, that freedom is won. Thank you again, members. Next, let me bring forward now Mr. Keaton from Massachusetts, who serves on the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
I just want to thank Speaker Pelosi for leadership and once again making sure the world knows, as well as Ukraine knows and Poland knows, where the United States stand and importantly where they'll continue to stand. Yesterday on this side of the border, Councilman Lee and myself met with leaders with incredible courage. These were leaders who did not have military uniforms on. They were humanitarian leaders, international leaders, and leaders from Ukraine, who every single day are risking their lives to help other people. They detailed to us the horrors of the hidden and silent casualties that are actually numbering in the several millions right now, the greatest migration since World War II. Their stories were appalling about the brutality that they were facing, Ukrainian people were facing. They told us about the war crimes and how important it is that they have the ability and we have the ability in the U.S. to document these war crimes. They told us about 15 years, girls 15 to 24 years old, systematically being raped by Russian soldiers. They told us about how a critical area that doesn't get much attention is now becoming a crisis, and that's human trafficking, particularly of women, and how they're working to try and prevent, warn women of this, and how that is being exploited by other people as well. And as we're here in Poland, I want to tell you, it's not only the U.S. that's here standing strong, but the example and the work of the Polish government and the Polish people in this regard. 3 million people have come over just in several weeks. The doors, the households are open to them. Over 180,000 students are now in school already. These are students that are traumatized. And as we sat with these people, that groups like Ukraine, 5 a.m., other groups that are, again, risking their own lives every day, they impressed upon us with enormous acumen their knowledge of the military side, and saying their work will be meaningless unless we give them the support they need militarily. And they told us how important it was that we passed the $33 billion plan that was forwarded by President Biden. And We know that everyone standing here and Congress that on both sides of the aisle are ready to do just that. So I want to salute Polish contribution, very human contribution. I want to salute those brave people that we never see, who never don uniform, who risk their lives every day for their work. This is an unprecedented moment. And it's a moment where we're showing great strength and humanity and values. And the values of the West will win this. I just want to thank our delegation speaker for, once again, as we have since it started February 24th, making sure that the world doesn't question for a second the solidarity of the transatlantic bond that's there, that extends even beyond NATO, and that will continue into the future. So thank you all. Thank you all, colleagues.
Thank you, my colleagues. We're pleased to take a few questions. We're going to begin. You want me to make this pronunciation correct? Gazeta? Wyborcza?
Yes, right here.
So, Mrs. Pelosi, what comes to your attention the most during this visit? What comes to your attention the most?
What's come to my attention the most, well, one thing we did know is that the courage of the Ukrainian people was something so remarkable. I would say that our conversation with President Zelensky was no surprise, but not only his courage and his leadership, but his detailed knowledge of every subject we brought up into how the best way was to get food as a security measure, as an economic measure for the country, as a strategic measure as well. Was really his knowledge of detail was dazzling. And when it came to weapons, I think we would agree. He was conversing back and forth with Mr. Jason Crow, a veteran himself, a member of Intelligence and Armed Services, had very specific questions, and we made great progress because of that. When it came to sanctions, which Mr. Lewis's committee largely, he had very positive suggestions to make and understood the refinement here and there. Now, I don't want to say that we were surprised that we understood that. It was dazzling, both from one subject to the next, and including intelligence, which is a very important part of our discussion and how we go forward. So it was a remarkable master class of leadership on the part of President Zelensky, and that's the most recent. We'll look forward to continuing our conversations in Poland in gratitude to the Polish people and the Polish government for their more than hospitality to the Ukrainian people. Okay, here we go. I'm going to take this thing off. Okay. Myra?
Yes,
ma'am.
So I have a lot of questions, but we'll ask just a few. Okay, quick. Do you have any timeline on $300 billion and how fast it's going to be passed in Congress? Second, how do you feel? How do you feel about European cooperation with the European Union, specifically on sanctions? Do you think that the European Union is supposed to actually put the ban on oil and gas, and what the United States is prepared to do and help Europeans to act? And third, there's a lot of
have a certain number of questions.
Okay, there's a lot of threats, specifically of Russia using chemical and nuclear weapons. What do you think, if that will happen, what the United States and what NATO is supposed to do?
With all this, which is your preferred question?
It's a little short. They're all
Well,
short.
let me just start with the first one. It isn't $300 billion, it's $33 billion, which is an enormous amount of money. We are very proud of the $13.6 billion that we have sent, and we're just down to the last drop of that. So the leadership of the Appropriations Committee, which Congressman Lee is a leader, we are already writing the bill for the $33 billion for weapons, for security, for humanitarian assistance and for economic assistance. We are very proud that that is on top of what we have already done in terms of sanctions with stopping the purchase of Russian oil, stopping monetary relations with Russia. Mr. Leaks mentioned LiveNOW, which we passed this week, which the President will sign shortly, and as I call season freeze of assets, so that when they fall, they'll be used to rebuild Ukraine after victories. Again, let's see, someone else asked about If not, we'll come back to it, as well as any threats of a bully like Putin in terms of use of unconventional weaponry. With that, we'll go to Josh Underwood. That's so easy, I don't know what to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And my colleagues, any of you want to chime in on any of these questions, please?
Okay, I have a two-part question, but they're somewhat related to what you just heard. So the first has to do with the aid package specifically, so the sausage-making piece of this. There seems to be bipartisan agreement that it's needed, but it's already getting kind of wrapped up in various debate over the COVID relief and over immigration. And I guess, how do you make sure that it doesn't get bogged down in this typical inertia and particularly survival filibuster in the Senate over any of those issues? The other question has to do with rhetoric, and we're now sending far more in the way of weapons. Secretary Austin's comments the other day about degrading the Russian military, and where is the line? I guess we don't know. How far is the U.S. prepared to or can go to prevent provoking something far worse?
When you say provoking something far worse, you mean
a response from Russia to involving.
Let me speak for myself on the second part. Do not be bullied by bullies. If they make you threats, you cannot back down. That's my view of it. We're there for the fight, and you cannot fold for the. This is called legislating. That we have other proposals that may want to get on the engine that they know is in the administration, and we do have to pass our further legislation, and we will do all of it. Whether we do it together, which is my preference, we'll see. But they will not bog down the process. Barbara, did you want to speak to that?
Well, we're in the process, as the speaker said, of actually writing the bill right now. And the negotiations will take place, are taking place as we speak. But I think what's important is to recognize that the President has put forward the $33 billion, and so much of that is desperately needed now. We intend to, out of that, look at a little over $1.5 billion a month to help with the shortfall that the Ukrainian government is faced with. And so there are many components of this bill that require us to move very quickly. I mean, as the speaker said, we're negotiating, and that's how democracy works in America. And so we don't know what the outcome, but we certainly know that we're going to stand with the Ukrainian people.
And so, any other comments on bullies?
On that subject of bullies and your question about potential escalation, let's not forget here, Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine's defending itself. And Russia seems to be saying if the United States, if the rest of the world dares defend Ukraine against its aggression, that it will escalate. We're going to defend Ukraine. And there is a great deal, obviously, at stake for the Ukrainian people more than the other people, but there's a great deal at stake for everyone. If Putin can succeed in invading his neighbors and get away with it, what is to lead us to believe that it will stop in Ukraine? He has obviously demonstrated his designs with Georgia, with Moldova, perhaps with the Baltics and elsewhere. Here in Poland, obviously, there are the most paramount concerns. And so this is first and foremost about Ukraine, but it's not only about Ukraine. It is about a dictator in the Kremlin making war like it is World War II all over again, with a massive invasion of his neighbor, and he must be stopped. And we're prepared to provide Ukraine with all the support necessary to stop him and to win sport.
Well, no, You asked the question about whether or not what we're saying here is provocative. The reality is Putin has provoked all the things that we are talking about here today. As Adam Schiff pointed out, he's the one who illegally, in an unprovoked way, invaded Ukraine. And I think the better question is whether the world will hold him to account. Because he has crossed many lines. He has committed war crimes. He has targeted internment hospitals. He has engaged in mass killings, which we have now documented. And the United States and other countries around the world need to be supportive of preserving that evidence. And the question that should also be asked is whether the world will hold him to account for his war crimes. Because if we don't, the likelihood of him or somebody else doing the same thing increases. And so we want this war to end. We want the killing to stop. And again, the implications of this war, not just about what's happening to the people of Ukraine, as I pointed out, it's what's happening to the people of the world. I mean, he is exacerbating a hunger crisis on this planet. We all should be deeply concerned about that. And so, we need to hold him accountable once this is over with. I support the International Criminal Court holding him accountable. We ought to support them. But he's the one who provoked this. This is Putin's war, and what we are doing is we're standing up to a war.
Let me just, and that goes with what the unity piece is. What Putin did not count on was us being unified. And he's seeing unity now like he never dreamt would happen. He thought that he could divide us. He hasn't been able to do that. He's utilized his Russian propaganda all around the world with misinformation, with the guys with the goal to divide us. It has not happened, and it will not happen. So when we're talking about sanctions, and yes, we're going to increase some, and we're going to bring it together, not just one nation, but all of us collectively. And we will review, and that's what we talked about also, what thus far have been successful, and what we need to do to put more pressure on. So nothing is going to decrease. Everything is going to increase. Pressure from the outside, pressure from the inside. There is nowhere for him to go. We're going to continue till he surrenders.
Perhaps you, since you have spoken about this with the President and others, address the question about the unity of the NATO countries and what happens if Putin tries to do something unconventional in terms of weapons.
But I think, Madam Speaker, you said it all. If he does anything in regard to unconventional weapons, dealing with anything like chemical weapons or any kind of strategical nukes, all bets are off. The Speaker just said, we're not going to back down to a bullet. He's not going to be able to, sometimes bullies keep talking, but if they cross, he's going to know he's going to have to face the consequences. He needs to know that. There's no backsliding or backing up. That's not going to divide us. It will only bring us closer together to make sure that we repudiate him and stop his aggression.
If I could just mention our allies. The European Union is in the process of what I term the mother of all sanctions. They are in the process of blocking Russian imports of gas and oil, the most crippling thing that Russia could ever see. And they're doing it in a methodical way so that the price doesn't spike and Putin doesn't profit in the interim. So that shouldn't be criticized. That's just common sense. That's great sacrifice by our allies, among so many other things. It affects their lives, what they're doing every day. They're doing the same in the U.S. And so we're as strong as we could ever be, I think, at any time, historically. When we had two countries that never joined World War II engaging on the effort themselves, like Switzerland and Sweden. And we have two nations that might choose on their own accord to join NATO very shortly.
Next question is Martin.
Madam Speaker, currently there are almost 5,000 US soldiers new displaced,
Rzeszów. Can you imagine new NATO military bases would be established in eastern Poland, maybe in Baltic states?
Yeah, so before the invasion, there was about 80,000 U.S. military personnel stationed throughout Europe on a permanent and a rotational basis. We have plussed that up to about 105,000. So we have surged in an additional 25,000 forces. What we've seen from NATO is we've gone from 4 battle groups to now 8 battle groups. So a very firm commitment by NATO to increase the presence. What we're going to have to do back in Washington is figure out what does that enduring presence look like, both in terms of the overall troop number, but also the distribution of those forces. And what it's likely to look like is a breaking up of the larger force concentrations in smaller unit concentrations along the eastern flank. So pushing forces further east and having both permanent and semi-permanent rotational forces in places like Poland and the Baltic states and other places as well. So certainly a lot of discussion happening in Washington right now as to how we distribute those forces, what does a longer-term presence look like to meet Russian aggression, and what our allies would like as well.
Final question.
That would be Nastya.
Nastya, here. It's Nastya. My question is, how fast this will work? What it will mean for Ukraine, and maybe you can tell what kind of weapons it will.
So what was the first part of it?
How fast Lend-Lease
well, the president will pass the bill, and then I'll sign it when I go back Monday. It has to be processed, and that's when the president will sign it. But we're in the process of something stronger than Lend-Lease right now. We are not lending or leasing. We are giving support in a very strong way. And the Lend-Lease will not just be for Ukraine, but also for Eastern European countries through our system. So it will be as we see where it would be most effective. But we will be ready. We will be ready with it. And then with the next question, please.
Maybe you can tell what kind of weapons.
Oh, you must speak to the weapons.
So the nature of this war is evolving, right? What we've seen is it's looking like a different war now that's moving from the north to the south and the east. The terrain is different. It's much more open terrain, as we know. So longer range fires are going to be more important. Standoff, we call standoff within the military, is very important. So you're more likely to see long-range rocket fires, long-range artillery fires, the use of armored personnel carriers to move troops, tank formations, as opposed to the smaller ambushes and unconventional tactics that we saw in the early stages of this war. So the next phase of our support is starting to look like that too. You're starting to see artillery, longer range fires, more advanced drones, counter-artillery radar systems, things that will help the Ukrainians better engage at further distances to preserve their force, but also reach out further and hit the Russian forces, both while they're moving and while they're trying to dig into defensive positions as well. So that's a large part of what this new aid package is looking like, is that evolution into a new style of military assistance. At the same time as we are looking at what does a long-term support for the Ukrainian armed forces look like? What does a modernization look like? And how do we continue to train, much like we have since 2014, the leadership, the NCO Corps, the officer corps of the Ukrainian military to help them sustain this over the long run, but also meet their long-term security needs.
As I said at the beginning, we have a very distinguished delegation, as you can see, very knowledgeable in the issues that are of concern when it comes to Ukraine and how we can be most helpful from the standpoint of being unified with our NATO allies and others, as well as reflecting the enthusiasm of the American people. I'm very proud of our delegation. I think that the back and forth with the President was indicative of how ready we all are for this discussion on both sides of the table last evening. I myself want to just say that as I said, I was very proud of them. And then I want to just point your attention that in response to all of that we brought to the table, the President bestowed upon me, decorated me with the Order of Oka, the Duchess of the Third Degree. I accept this on behalf of the Congressional Democrats. It was a surprise, but I think it was a reflection of his appreciation for what the Congress has brought to the table. On a personal note, I was last in Poland right before COVID to visit Auschwitz with my colleagues in a bipartisan way for the 70th anniversary of liberation of Auschwitz, and had the chance to meet with the leadership of Poland at that time, and then with President Duda when actually at the anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge, victory of Battle of the Bulge. There are all kinds of ways that we come in contact with each other. I myself do not have any Polish ancestry, but I do have Polish relatives, Jankowski, my nieces, grandnieces, my in-laws, and the rest, and they take great pride in their Polish heritage. I'll just close by saying, at the beginning of our meeting yesterday, I said to the President Zelensky, Mr. President, at the beginning of our revolution, Thomas Paine wrote of the revolutionaries, the time has found us to declare independence, to fight a war, to win, to write our founding documents. We believe that the time has found the people of Ukraine as well, to preserve their democracy, to defend it, and to also in doing so preserve democracy for the rest of us as well. And so we salute him for his leadership, for his courage, and for the just overwhelming courage of the Ukrainian people. Thank you all very much.
Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, of course, bringing you top stories from across the country and around the world today. We do want to get you to some other news that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We actually want to show you some video of Johnny Depp. This is now week 4 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. If you didn't know, Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for $50 million over an op-ed that she wrote in the Washington Post back in 2018, where she detailed and described herself as a victim of domestic violence. Depp saying after that op-ed was published that it ruined his career. He was dropped from the Pirates of the Caribbean series. So again, week 4 of this trial expected to continue at 10 o'clock this morning inside of the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia. But we do want to get to a deeper conversation and a more in-depth look at what happened during week 3 of this trial and what we could expect to see in week 4.
Put them back on top, would restore their credibility, would give them their reputation back. They were horribly wrong, because I don't care who the jury finds for and whether it's $1 or $100 million. What has come out in this trial, the evidence that has been splashed across the media for the world to see, as far as I'm concerned, has humiliated both of them, has destroyed what little credibility they hope to have again, whether the jury comes back with $1 or $1 billion. Their reputations, other than doing C, D, or W-rated movies that go right to wherever, no, their reputations are done.
Well, we are taking a look at Johnny Depp inside of the courtroom today. Some saying they saw him eating gummy bears, and many of them seeing him burst out into laughter over some of the testimony, not only today, but from yesterday as well. What are your thoughts in watching this? We knew that this was going to be theatrical with 2 actors, and we haven't even heard from Amber Heard yet, but Johnny Depp taking the stand himself. What have been your thoughts of the theater inside of the courtroom in Virginia?
From a human standpoint, having lived through a pandemic, living through a war, the uncertainty of the health of our country, both physically, emotionally, and financially, this trial is a welcome respite. And it allows us to look inside the lives of the rich and famous and say, wow, my life may not be so bad. From a lawyering standpoint, from being an officer of the court and depending upon the credibility and the vitality and the respect and the decorum for our system of justice, this is horrifying. I am mortified to see how, again, the rich and the famous and the entitled can use our system and use taxpayers' dollars to walk into a courtroom in an effort to beat the crap out of one another. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The money would have been much better spent on therapy, because a courtroom is not a substitute for therapy. And to watch witnesses vaping and testifying from a car and the laughing and watching Ms. Heard suddenly change her demeanor from one of, this isn't so bad, to ready to burst out in tears, apparently at the direction of her lawyers. To me, it is everything that is wrong with just allowing anyone to walk into a courtroom and use the courtroom for his or her own devices when there are people who really, really need and are denied access to our system of justice. The two of them ought to be ashamed of themselves for what they have allowed to happen in that courtroom.
Well, we're going to get into kind of courtroom strategy, and because you have fought cases like this before, what you would coach your clients to do in this scenario. But I want to kind of get your thoughts on how Johnny Depp's legal team is doing, because they're probably nearing the end of their side here. They've called forth several different experts and witnesses. And as we outlined in the beginning, social media is blowing up, and a lot of people saying that they're in favor of Johnny Depp. If you stand outside of the courthouse, it's mostly supporters of Johnny Depp on this front. So from a legal standpoint, how do you think they're doing?
Well, if I had to say who's winning, and I use that term relatively because I think they're both losing, And I think they're both losers. And I don't mean that like you're a loser. I just mean that if their hope was to come out of this cleansed, as I said earlier, or their credibility at least somewhat restored. See, I was defamed. I think they both lost. But if I had to pick a winner right now, I think certainly Ms. Heard is appearing to have been a manipulative, somewhat conniving person. I think to the extent that her accusations are holding up to the light of day, I don't think so. Whether it is admissible evidence of her being controlling and manipulative and perhaps the instigator, or perhaps overblowing what's going on here, or something which may not be admissible, which is the fact that she's claiming that she used a makeup cover-up for her injuries, and the company has gone public to say, that's really interesting, since we didn't have that line of cosmetics out for a year after all of this allegedly happened. That certainly isn't helpful as far as her credibility goes, to the extent that the jury sees the way she's being coached by her lawyers, where she changes her demeanor. I think in that respect, I think Johnny Depp is probably coming out to be perhaps more sympathetic than Ms. Heard is being portrayed. How she does on the stand, we don't know yet. But right now, I would say, yeah, to the extent that you want to call someone doing better than the other, it's probably Mr. Depp.
Well, this is very interesting because that is part of the preparation process in going into a trial, is how you're going to react, facial expressions, what you're going to wear. You know, if you were the legal team, if you were representing Amber Heard, how would you kind of adjust that midway through this trial?
Well, the problem is, in a case like this, and let's take a step back. In a case like this, where both of them are saying, you have destroyed me, you have ruined my life, you have ruined my career. I was a successful actor before you came along, before you wrote this op-ed piece, before you sent your lawyers out to make sure I could never work in this town again. I don't think you need very much coaching beforehand to look upset, to look distraught. My God, that's your ex on the stand. Somebody you once pledged your eternal loyalty and love to. I don't really think anyone needs to whisper in your ear to say, hey, listen, you gotta look upset. So from that standpoint, the whole thing is a travesty. The theater lawyers, we are trained. We are the actors. We are the ones who are the directors and the producers. But that all gets done beforehand, not midway in the trial. If you're doing it midway, it's too late.
All right, well, with that being said, I want to get into just a couple of the specifics from the day. We were just listening into an ACLU representative. They say that they reached out to Amber Heard in 2019 about pledged annual installments that she said she was going to hand over, and they say that she was unable to do that due to financial hardships, which brings a different element, I feel like, into Amber Heard's case here, that maybe she was having some financial troubles. And then they ended up going on to say that Elon Musk went forward and made a $1 million donation here, bringing Elon Musk, who was allegedly dating Amber Heard at the time, into the storyline, which we just learned yesterday he will no longer be testifying in defense of Amber Heard here. But what does this do for Amber Heard's case?
The whole ACLU piece adds another layer, in my humble opinion, of the theater of the absurd. Because certainly the ACLU stood to benefit from someone as public as Amber Heard speaking out as a victim of domestic violence. Having said that, if in fact Mr. Depp may have made a contribution towards that, then it's almost as if Mr. Depp has paid for his own demise. Then you have the ACLU. Was the ACLU an unwilling, an unknowing dupe towards this fiasco, this lie perpetrated by Amber Heard? Or was the ACLU a willing participant, since they stood to reap the benefits both financially from Ms. Heard and certainly as far as public relations is concerned? So what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, there's a lot to consume and a lot to watch every day, in which everyone is watching. We are waiting for Amber Heard because she will be testifying, and there's two sides to every story. What are your expectations going into her testimony, her side, her strategy?
I would guess that she will put on a theatrical performance, much like Johnny Depp did. I could have sworn that when Mr. Depp was testifying, he was auditioning, and I was waiting for someone to go, cut, that's a wrap, thank you, good job, we'll be in touch. I expect the same from Ms. Heard. This is the two of them. As I said, if they thought they were trying to come out of this alive and for the better, they are killing each other. They are killing their careers, their reputations. They are killing their families. I for the life of me, how someone did not sit down with them and say, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Do you really want to do this? If we've ever seen an example of an operation being a success, but the patient died, because maybe one of them will get something out of this jury, but it's not going to restore them. It's not going to put them back to the place that they were before the two of them met each other.
All right, legal analyst Randy Zellin joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it, and we'll be waiting for the next testimony, and especially Amber Heard to take the stand.
Thank you. If
the chairs of the committee to be ready, because next week the distinguished leader in the Senate has said that they will be hopefully finishing the motions to instruct next week in the Senate, which will enable us to go to a conference. And we hope to do that as soon as possible. This Competes Act is so important because of chips, and semiconductors. You all know that. It takes 1,000 chips to make a car, 2,000 to make an electric car, for example. Many other products are dependent on the use of chips, and we have to be making them at home. Supply chain, that's $52 billion. In our bill, over $40 billion for supply chain issues and how we support manufacture here at home, bring it home, make it in America, and do so in a way that gives us independence, self-sufficiency. for our country so that we have our preeminence in the world in terms of manufacturing and therefore lowering cost. And a third part of that is education and research and apprenticeships that many more people can participate in how we go forward in this new independent, self-sufficient way for America, where we're not depending on the factors of production from other countries, which can be held up, whether we're talking COVID holding it up or you're talking Ukraine holding it up. For whatever reason, we cannot be dependent. And so this legislation is really transformative. Our goal is always to make sure people can survive, but we have to do better than that. We want them to succeed. In order for that to happen, we have to be transformative in how we have our public policy in order to work with the private sector, with the nonprofit sector, with the academic world and the rest, to involve many more people in our industrial base and again, in our education to get us to the place where we were preeminent decades ago. Other countries copied our model of research and academic excellence, and then our jobs went offshore because it was cheaper, and now we're knowing that that was very costly to go offshore. We need to come home. So with that, we have quite a full plate. Ukraine, price at the pump, all part of lowering cost, and again, competes to take us to a different place. Any questions?
Madam Speaker, quick question. What do you make of the recent recordings that showed that Mr.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 6 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to bring you up to speed with all of the top stories we are following today. It is now day 68 of the war in Ukraine. We have learned that evacuations are underway for civilians who are in the besieged city of Mariupol, which, if you have been following this war, you would know that this has been a huge battle there in the southern port city, a very important key spot for Russia to control. Also, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi vowing U.S. support for Ukraine until the fight is done. This comes after her surprise visit to Kyiv, Ukraine over the weekend. As you can see in that video, she and some members of the House delegation made the trip to the war-torn country to meet with President Zelensky to discuss everything that has been going on there. Also, we have learned that the First Lady, Jill Biden, will be traveling to Romania and Slovakia on Thursday to meet with Ukrainian refugees. The White House just announced this yesterday, and the First Lady is expected to meet with mothers and children who have fled their country due to the ongoing war, which, as we mentioned, now going on day 68. And according to the United Nations, nearly 5.5 million refugees, mostly women and children, have fled to neighboring countries since this war started back on February 24th. And another story we are following is it is now week 4 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. If you've been following this story, you know all of the details about this nitty-gritty sort of trial and airing of dirty laundry of their past relationship. Depp is suing his ex-wife for $50 million over accusations that her 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post about domestic abuse hurt his career. So again, just a few of the stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We do actually want to take you to a live feed that we have coming into our desk right now. We are going to take you to the European Union's Commission meeting that they are currently having right now. This is happening in Brussels, Belgium. So again, we do want to take you live out to this feed. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Qui porte sur les systèmes juridiques de l'Union européenne et que ce que se passerait si il y aurait des intentions ou des faits qui porteraient
there were intentions or facts which would be prejudicial to the implementation of European legislation. Well, Christian, I think you know the answer. The European Union is based on a legal foundation which is part of a legislative procedure built up by our institutions, us together with our co-legislators, the Council, which brings together the Member States, and the Parliaments. There are lengthy discussions, wide-ranging consultations, and that leads us to the decision-making process at the end. So at the end of all of that, our laws are adopted. And the laws then are to be implemented by the Member States. The Commission's role here is to help and accompany the Member States in their implementation of the community legislation. And the Court's role is to ensure correct interpretation and implementation of this European legislation. So, in general terms, that's the system by which the EU works. As I said, it's based on laws which are drafted and adopted by the Member States, which then implement them. Are there any other questions on this subject? I don't see any requests for the floor. Are there any questions on any other subjects for today? Mausi.
Your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Dana. I would like to ask a question about an audit report by European Court of Auditors last week on intellectual property rights in the European Union. You remember last week we discussed another EU agency, Frontex, and it concerns the European Agency for Intellectual Protection Rights Office. According to the audit report, the IPR rights are not well protected. The report focused on this office, especially its fee system, and it emerges from the report that the office has by now, let's say, assembled a surplus of more than 300 million euro. And according to the auditors, it's not illegal. And the question is now, what is going to happen with that big surplus, which is not very transparent? So I wonder if you could comment on the report and this issue. Thank you.
Mose, I will invite Sonia on the podium to provide you an answer to this question.
Good afternoon, Mose. Many thanks for your question on this very important topic, where the Commission is extremely active in various directions. We have taken note of the special report by the European Court of Auditors on the EU framework for intellectual property rights, which finds that the EU IP framework is quite solid and robust. And as you mentioned, the report identifies some shortcomings. And in general, I would like to underline that the Commission has already taken action to address most of those shortcomings in the action plan on intellectual property that we have adopted already in November 2020. On your specific question on the fees of the fees which are being charged by the European Union Office for Intellectual Property, I would like to mention that the Commission, that the structure and governance of the EU IPO are to a very large extent aligned with the 2012 Common Approach on Decentralized Agencies, With regard to the fees, the European Union Trademark Regulation, in its recital 39, establishes criteria for setting their levels. So those levels are being set centrally. The Commission will use the planned evaluation based on Article 210 of the Trademark Regulation, which will include assessment of the impact, effectiveness and efficiency of the Office and its working practices to gain additional insight and explore the possibility for further action in this area of accountability and, as you mentioned, of transparency.
Thank you very much, Sonia. I see that Mose has his hand up for a follow-up question, so let's take that first.
Yes, I have a small follow-up. I mean, I think it's very unusual for an agency, let's say, to collect so many fees. I mean, it seems to be excessive fee system they put in place. And it also emerges from the report that the members of this management board are the same members, European members of the Parliament. So that could mean that there is some kind of conflict of interest. Because after all, the Parliament, according to the audit, is supposed to supervise the agencies. And the question remains, what will happen with that big surplus? I mean, that is my question. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mose, for the follow-up question. On the element regarding the board of the agency, it's a decentralized agency, so at this moment I cannot comment on that. Regarding the surplus of the fees, an example of very efficient use of those fees that I could give you is the new proposed framework that the Commission put forward to the co-legislator in April this year, just a couple of weeks ago, on the new rules regarding geographical indication for industrial products and crafts. There, what we foresee is that the final registration of the geographical indication for those very valuable European products will be done at the EU IPO level, and there it will be free of charge. So in that respect, the fees that and the budget that the EU EIPO disposes of will be used to support the many valuable and qualitative EU regional products.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Are there any additional questions for Sonia on this subject? Not the case. Are there any questions for Sonia on the other subjects that she covers? I don't see that either, so thank you, Sonia. And we continue. If there are any other questions for us today, please let us know. So raise your hand. I do not see that, so thank you so much. Do not forget the press conference with Executive Vice President Vestager, which starts in about 10 minutes, so stay connected for that. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was the European Union Commission currently discussing the ongoing war in Ukraine, meeting in Brussels, Belgium. So that feed did end, but we are expecting some other live events throughout the morning that we, of course, will bring to you as soon as we get them. Also, we have learned that the First Lady, Jill Biden, is expected to travel to Europe later this week. She will be spending Mother's Day with women and children, refugees in Romania and Slovakia, again, as this war in Ukraine now enters day 68. It is 6:20 in the morning here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. It is just before 6:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we did just bring you a live briefing from Brussels, Belgium, with the European Union Commission talking about the ongoing war in Ukraine, which is now on day 68. Again, day 68 of this war in Ukraine. We do know at least 100 civilians have been evacuated from the Azovstal steel plant in the city of Mariupol, which is now mostly Russian controlled. And that plant was one of the last holdouts in that city as the Russian troops continue to try and take over. As we previously mentioned, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi made a surprise visit to Kyiv, Ukraine over the weekend. You see her there in that video meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Pelosi vowing that the U.S. will support Ukraine until the fight is over. Also, it is week 4 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. Again, week 4 of that trial happening in Fairfax, Virginia. We did hear from Johnny Depp about a week ago taking the stand about this defamation lawsuit where he is suing his ex-wife for $50 million over her 2018 op-ed about domestic abuse, which he says tarnished his career. And we have learned that First Lady Jill Biden will be traveling to Romania and Slovakia later this week to meet with Ukrainian refugees and spend Mother's Day with some of those refugees. So again, that is the latest coming from the White House. And we do want to bring you some video that we have here of some of those civilian evacuations, again, happening in the city of Mariupol. The United Nations and International Committee of the Red Cross have begun evacuating those civilians over the weekend. The operation is scheduled to continue through today. Civilians have been arriving in the village of Bezimene in an area under the control of Russian-backed separatists. A few thousand civilians and Ukrainian fighters have been holed up in the sprawling Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. Officials there say about 100,000 people are still in the city. Russian forces have been pounding the port city for about 2 months since this war started, and the bombardment has turned Mariupol into a wasteland with thousands of people trying to survive without water, sanitation, or food. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has this story.
A group of civilians safely evacuated Sunday from a steelworks in Mariupol. Some had been hiding out there for the last 2 months, as the southern port city endured a near constant siege from Russian forces.
I can't believe 2 months of darkness.
The UN and the Red Cross helping to coordinate the long-awaited rescue operation. Ukraine says previous evacuation attempts were derailed by Russian shelling. Around 100,000 people remain in the city, where Russia has declared victory. The steelworks is the last remaining holdout for Ukrainian forces, the only area not occupied by the Russians. Amid the fighting, a surprise visitor Sunday in the capital. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi traveling to Kyiv to meet with Ukraine's president, while pledging the U.S.'s continued support in the form of funding, heavy weapons, and economic sanctions on Moscow.
This shows that the United States today is a leader in strong support for Ukraine during the war against the aggression of the Russian Federation. And I want to thank you for that, for supporting Ukraine to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity.
You're on a frontier of freedom, and that your fight is a fight for everyone. And so our commitment is to be there for you until the fight is done.
Pelosi is the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit Ukraine since the start of the war. The Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State were here last week. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you for that report. And President Volodymyr Zelensky addressing his country on Facebook last night, saying that given the complexities of the process of those evacuations, those 100 evacuees should arrive in Zaporizhia sometime this morning. Let's listen in to his address.
Українки, наші захисники, наші захисниці сьогодні нам нарешті вдалося розпочати евакуацію людей з Азовсталі. Після багатьох тижнів переговорів, після багатьох спроб, різних зустрічей людей, дзвінків, країн, пропозицій нарешті. Не було жодного дня, щоб вони пробували знайти таке рішення, яке забезпечить порятунок наших людей. Сьогодні вперше за всі дні війни запрацював цей життєво необхідний коридор. Вперше було 2 доби. 2 доби припинення вогню на цій території вдалося вивезти вже більше 100 цивільних, жінок, дітей, перш за все, які рятувалися від бойових дій саме там, саме на Азовсталі. Враховуючи всі складнощі процесу, перші евакуйовані прибудуть в Запоріжжя завтра вранці. Дай Бог, щоб все це не зірвалося, там їх зустріне наша команда. Сподіваюся, що завтра також будуть дотримані всі необхідні умови, щоб продовжити вивезення людей з Маріуполя. Плануємо розпочати о 8 ранку. Також я вдячний усім, хто брав участь у підготовці порятунку людей і хто забезпечує цей гуманітарний коридор. Вдячний кожному і кожній, хто домовлявся. Ірині Верещук, як координатору цього процесу, вдячний нашій розвідці, нашій команді, Давіду безпосередньо, Андрію безпосередньо, а також партнерам, які долучилися і все ж таки змогли допомогти, зокрема з ООН, Міжнародний Червоний Хрест. Також дуже дякую. Будемо і надалі робити все, щоб евакуювати наших людей з Азовсталі, з Маріуполя в цілому. Організація таких гуманітарних коридорів – це один з елементів переговорного процесу, який триває. Він дуже складний, тим не менше. Але як би складно не було, вдалося врятувати більше 350 тисяч людей з районів бойових дій. Обговорив ключові питання допомоги нашій державі зі спікеркою Палати представників Конгресу США Ненсі Пелосі, яка відвідала Київ разом з делегацією Конгресу. Ми вдячні усім партнерам, хто надсилає світу і Росії такі важливі сигнали, потужні підтримки України, відвідуючи нашу столицю в цих умовах і в такий складний час. Провели з пані Пелосі 4 години, дуже предметні переговори, як то кажуть, багатоаспектні, зокрема про оборонне постачання, макрофінансову допомогу, санкційну політику, політичну взаємодію зі Сполученими Штатами Америки. Подякував за відродження історичної програми Ленд-Лізу, яка одного разу вже допомогла захисту свободи в Європі, тож може зробити це вдруге. Обговорили конкретні напрямки, як може працювати Ленд-Ліз, щоб якнайбільше посилити нашу державу, допомогти в боротьбі за свободу. Також подякував і за підготовку великого пакету допомоги Україні – 33 мільярди доларів США, дай Бог. Обговорили, яким чином може посилити санкції проти Росії так, щоб найбільш ефективно спонукати її до припинення війни, щоб обмежити будь-які можливості Росії обходити вже застосовані та майбутні санкції. Відчув підтримку наших ініціатив. За вагомий особистий внесок у зміцнення нашої взаємодії та особисту щиру участь в захисті свободи нагородив пані Пелосі орденом княгині Ольги. Сьогодні російські війська продовжили нанесення ударів по території нашої держави. Те, що вони обирають собі за мішені, вкотре доводить, що війна проти України для російської армії – це війна на винищення. Били по складах агропідприємств, зруйнували склад із зерном, обстріляли також і склад з добривами, продовжили бити по житловим кварталам на Харківщині, на Донбасі тощо. Підтягують сили на південь країни, щоб пробувати атакувати наші міста і громади на Дніпропетровщині, що може бути стратегічним успіхом Росії в цій війні. Чесно, не знаю. Зруйновані життя людей, спалене або вкрадене майно Росії нічого не дасть. Тільки буде збільшувати токсичність російської держави і кількість тих у світі, хто працюватиме на ізоляцію Росії. Збройні сили України відповідають загарбникам на всі їхні удари і будуть відповідати далі, поки окупанти не залишать нашу землю. Я вдячний усім нашим захисникам, усім нашим захисницям, кожній, хто захищає державу і з 24 лютого, і з 2014 року. Тільки за 67 днів повномасштабної війни вже 140 3 нашим воїнам присвоєно звання Герой України. Понад 10 600 захисників-захисниць відзначені державними нагородами України. Вічна слава усім, хто став на захист держав. Вічна пам'ять усім, хто віддав життя за Україну.
And that was the latest coming in from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, of course, who has been speaking to his country, giving those virtual updates on Facebook and Telegram, as well as Twitter, throughout the 68 days of this war in Ukraine. We do want to show you some new footage into our desk released by the Azov Battalion, showing a tank firing at close range at a building near the Azovstal Steelworks plant in Mariupol, where members of the regiment continue to hold out against Russian forces. This is that video that, again, we were just mentioning. Later in the video, though, people in civilian clothing can be seen outside of the building. The Azov Battalion said 16 civilians had been hiding in the basement and that Russian forces had removed them from the destroyed building. So again, this video was released by that far-right paramilitary group, which has been absorbed into the Ukrainian National Guard, showing the tank marked with the letter Z, which is a symbol widely used to distinguish Russian military firing at that building. And new satellite images by Maxar Technologies depict vast devastation across the southern city of Mariupol, and crowds of people outside of 2 supermarkets where they were trying to collect supplies. Maxar said that the images were taken a few days ago, back on April 29th, and along with the images of the supermarkets, Maxar released shots of the Azovstal steel plant, the city's destroyed drama theater, which, as we know, Russian forces bombed, the Mariupol railway station, the port of the city, and a cemetery to the east of the city as well that had been heavily damaged as Russian forces continue to attack that city. And as we mentioned previously, and as you heard from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, some Ukrainians in a steel plant under siege are freed while key leaders meet in Kyiv. Buses brought a group of people, believed to be at least 20 out of that steel plant, with hundreds of others still trying to outlast Russian attacks. The plant is considered a last defensive stronghold. Thousands of others are still trapped in Mariupol with little food, water, and electricity as organizations continue to negotiate for more releases. And as we said, those evacuations are currently underway. It's unclear exactly how many people will be able to be freed and get out safely. But so far, according to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, that count is currently at 100. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi praised the courage of the Ukrainian people in remarks she made during a visit to Poland over the weekend. Earlier, the California Democrat led a House delegation to Kyiv, which was a surprise visit to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky, thanking him and Ukraine for fighting, quote, a fight for everyone. The American lawmakers assessed Ukraine's needs for the next phase of the war. The speaker vowed that Washington will stand with the war-torn nation until it defeats Russia. Pelosi has become the most senior American lawmaker to visit Ukraine since Russia's invasion began more than 2 months ago. And her visit to the capital city comes just a few days after Russian forces bombed an apartment building in Kyiv, Ukraine, where the UN General Secretary was meeting. And over in the western part of Ukraine, actress Angelina Jolie, who is a special envoy for the UN Refugee Agency, was in the Ukrainian city of Lviv to speak with refugees at the city's main train station, as well as workers who were supporting evacuees. This video was released by Ukrainian Railways, which said Jolie met with doctors, psychologists, and railway staff at the Lviv station, which has become a major evacuation hub for hundreds of thousands of people who are fleeing the conflict in other parts of the country. And earlier over the weekend, Jolie was filmed to people outside of that station. And First Lady Jill Biden will be spending Mother's Day meeting with Ukrainian mothers and children who have fled for their lives after Russian President Vladimir Putin started this war in Ukraine. The May 8th meeting will be taking place in Slovakia, which is one of 2 Eastern European countries that the First Lady plans to visit during her 5-day trip. She is expected to depart later this week on Thursday. And her trip is going to show some solidarity with Ukraine. Romania and Slovakia share borders with Ukraine, which has spent the past 2 months fighting off Russia's military invasion. And according to the UN Refugee Agency, nearly 5.5 million Ukrainians, mostly women and children, have fled Ukraine in the 68 days since this war began. According to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, many have resettled in those neighboring countries that the First Lady will be visiting coming up later this week, and the trip will be her second solo foreign trip. Back in July, she went to Japan to attend the opening ceremony of the Olympics. And Ukraine's military released this video showing what they said were strikes on Russian munitions stockpiles in eastern Ukraine. Storyful, which is where we got this video, confirmed that this footage, which is published on the Facebook account of Ukraine's 53 Mechanized Brigade, was taken near the village of Yarovika in the Donetsk region. Now, this area sits in Ukraine's eastern Donbas region, where Russia has poured military assets after withdrawing from other parts of the country. And the Russian military says that it has struck at weapons and munitions supplied to Ukraine by the U.S. and other European countries. The Russian Defense Ministry released this video showing high-precision Onyx missiles striking a military airfield near the Ukrainian city of Odessa. The video released also shows a missile being launched from the Black Sea coast, as well as Russian helicopters hitting Ukrainian military facilities. The release of this video comes again after Ukraine accused Russia of destroying a newly constructed runway at the main airport in Odessa. And some other video that we want to show you. Ukrainian officials said 7 people were wounded, including 3 kids, when Russian shelling struck residential buildings in a town east of Ukraine's Donetsk region over the weekend. This video was released by the region police, showing major damage to this apartment building and a large blast crater just outside of it. Police said that the building, at least 6 homes and 1 non-residential building, were damaged in the attack by what they said was an air-to-surface missile. The 3 children injured by the strike were ages 5, 6, and 7 years old. Ukraine's State Emergency Service said the strike was reported at about 8:47 Saturday morning, and among the 4 injured were adults, a 49-year-old man who sustained a brain injury and who is being treated at an intensive care hospital. And we do want to get to another story that we first broke to you here on Live Now from Fox. Just a few days ago, a U.S. Marine, a former U.S. Marine who was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. This is that photo of him right there. A 22-year-old American and former Marine named Willie Joseph Cancel was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian forces last week. That's a photo of him in his uniform and with his wife as well. She did tell our partners over at Fox News that he was working as a corrections officer and decided to volunteer and help Ukraine fight their battle against Russia. His death does come as reports say heavier fighting continues in the Donbas region. And our own Andrew Kraft spoke with an expert about this situation and goes a little bit more in depth about Cancel, who again was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian forces last week.
And joining us here on Live Now from Fox is Washington Post reporter Dan Lamothe to discuss all the developments in the war in Ukraine, especially, Dan, this one that we got today. Really tragic news. A former U.S. Marine was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian fighters in the war there. What do we know about Willie Joseph Cancel? When do we know when he got to Ukraine? How long has he been there? What are the circumstances surrounding his death?
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery. that's still kind of around this story. What we know so far is that he went in earlier this year, shortly after the invasion began. His family initially thought he was working for a contractor. That is still unclear if that's the case. There's belief that he may have joined a militia instead. He served briefly in the Marine Corps for a few years. His career actually ended with a court-martial, so sort of washed out of the Marine Corps, and then with a baby decided to go to Ukraine early this year after seeing the images in Ukraine. And sadly, you know, it has ended with his loss.
Yeah, and he was only 22 years old. It remains to be seen, you know, when or if his body will be repatriated back to the United States. He was from Tennessee, I believe. But so right now, what is the White House saying? What is the Pentagon saying, especially when it comes to Americans who feel compelled to go help the Ukrainian war effort?
Yeah, I think we really heard two main messages out of them today. One is that both the president himself and the Pentagon more broadly expressed condolences to the family. They noted that he was a new father. They noted that he was a recent husband, and you know, kind of just on a more humanitarian level, on a more human to human level, acknowledged the loss. More broadly, their message has been very much the same, and they repeated it today, which is that they don't want to see Americans going to Ukraine to take on these kinds of assignments. That the danger is great, that the U.S. government cannot support anyone who takes on the assignment, and you know, and the subtext on that is when it comes to things like repatriation, this is a challenge. You know, recovering remains when you don't have the American military there to do it, you know, has a great complexity to it. That is also something that we saw back in the campaign against the Islamic State. There were a number of Americans there that went to northern Syria in particular. And I remember talking to several of those families after they lost their loved ones. You know, there was a great challenge in you know, just reclaiming the remains so that they could be buried on American soil.
You know, Dan, and I'm sure you've spoken to maybe some of these Americans who have gone up to take up the fight in Ukraine. What is their, I guess, MO? What is their impetus? What compels them to do this?
Yeah, I've written quite a bit on it, and I guess it's important to acknowledge that there are many different motivations here. You know, broadly, I have talked to veterans who, for one reason or another, weren't able to enlist in the U.S. military, in medical conditions, or you know, some sort of prior criminal conviction, something that would rule them out. So they seek this either to, you know, look for a way to contribute sort of to society, or to, you know, kind of scratch the itch and test themselves in that manner. You know, you see others who did serve honorably, did have a lengthy military career, and are looking for ways to continue that even after they're in uniform. You know, in the case of this young man, you know, his Marine Corps career was brief. He had some service in South Korea. He had a sea service medal, so the expectation is he would have been on ship for a time. No combat experience that I'm aware of. And then his career ended relatively briefly. I mean, he was in the Marine Corps less than 4 years, and then was court-martialed, sentenced to a 5-month confinement, and a bad conduct discharge. You know, shortly after leaving the Marine Corps, he resurfaces in Ukraine.
Wow. Dan, let's move and talk about the U.S. role in the war overall. We've heard so many kind of comments, especially from the Russian side, that the U.S. is essentially fighting what they say is a proxy war. You've heard many defense officials say that is not the case, but we got the announcement from President Biden. He wants to commit $33 billion more pending Congress's approval long-term to the Ukrainian effort. What do you make of the U.S. role so far? At the outset, did you think the commitment would be this involved?
I anticipated at the outset that the commitment would be this involved for as long as it lasted. And I think the major change is that, you know, the early expectation is that the Ukrainian government would only last a handful of days. Kyiv would fall rapidly, and that then you'd transition into some sort of an insurgency, really, where you'd have Ukrainians that were still, you know, attacking Russian forces in Ukraine, but you wouldn't have a standing Ukrainian government. At this point, you still have President Zelensky. You still have a Ukrainian military. It's still intact. It's still inflicting losses on the Russians every day. To continue to do that, for the Ukrainians to continue to do that, they need vast quantities of weapons and even basic things like small arms ammunition, artillery rounds. A lot of headlines go into sort of the higher end systems, the artillery, the drones, other things like that. But I mean, really, it's just a vast quantity of ammo to fire at the Russians. It's fundamentally underlying a lot of this.
Yeah, and Dan, I thought the U.S. training aspect for Ukrainians is something also that's quite interesting. And early on, they were very mum, U.S. defense officials, about what this training looks like, where it's taking place. We know some of it is taking place in Germany. We know the UK is involved in this as well. Their training taking place in Poland. Can you offer an insight into who's being trained, where they're being trained, how many fighters are being trained?
Yeah, I mean, we're learning more as we go, especially this week in that regard. And I think part of it is you're dealing with numerous countries that are involved. And until those other countries are willing to acknowledge that they have a place in this fight for their own security purposes, the United States has withheld that information. At this point, they are acknowledging that Germany is a hub for this training. There's several different things going on all at once. One is several dozen at a time are going from Ukraine into third country locations, Germany being one of them, and learning these systems. For the most part, they're selecting Ukrainians that have some familiarity with broadly artillery, for the sake of argument. So the idea is take an artilleryman in the Ukrainian military and then teach him the difference rather than starting him from scratch. So the training is typically a week or so, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, depending on the system. And the same thing applies to these armored personnel carriers. You're going to see similar things with drone training. And the idea is that you got to do this rapidly. And then the Ukrainians that receive this training, the military would call it a train the trainer effort. They need to go back and then teach other Ukrainians what they learned.
I see. I was struck by some comments that Defense Secretary Austin made yesterday, meeting with his Canadian counterpart, just about the latest round of military shipments to Ukraine. He said President Biden signed that $800 million tranche on a Thursday, and the howitzers started showing up in Ukraine on that Saturday. The rapidity of these shipments to the battlefield is quite stunning.
Yeah, and to me that it shows that the American logistics system, the U.S. Army and others, this is something they specialize in. So when they know, the announcement comes on a Thursday, but the Army probably knew this was coming a couple of days prior, so they can prepare this equipment, stage this equipment, and get this equipment and moving as soon as the order is signed. So, and then the second piece of it is it goes into a place like Poland or somewhere else on the border. The Ukrainians have to come and pick it up. And to date, we have not heard of any reports that seem credible of the Russians able to successfully target those weapons shipments once the Ukrainians take receipt of it and move it into the country.
Yeah.
So long as the Russians are not able to do that, these weapons are going to continue to flow in day by day by day.
Wow. Dan, from the 30,000-foot view, and you cover this so closely, but to some of us who don't, I've kind of caught on that the conventional wisdom or kind of the preconceived notions about the viability of Ukraine's effort, it seemed to suggest at the beginning that Kyiv would fall in a matter of hours and days, that Zelensky would have to go into exile somewhere, that the Russian force was just no match. 2 months into this, that has been completely turned on its head. And you're hearing so much optimism from U.S. officials that Ukraine can win this thing.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things there. Most significantly, perhaps, is that what Russia has for a military, what the United States thought they had, what allies thought they had, even what the Ukrainians to some degree thought they had, simply isn't true. It's simply not real. The Russians have struggled every single day of this conflict with very basic things. Getting food, getting fuel, getting water to their people. So that kind of, that's a foundational aspect of any conflict. And without it, forces crack and fall apart as soon as they're under duress.
Yeah.
On top of that, as this has extended, the Ukrainians continue to pile up casualties on the Russian side. So that becomes a significant factor. And now, once you add in additional high-end systems and new things that the Ukrainians didn't have and now they do, the Ukrainian military becomes, one, more experienced day by day, and two, they have more things in their arsenal that they can throw at the Russians. Yeah. So, I mean, really, the Russians, the anticipation was Russia would have a ton of momentum once they launched this. They got some foundational things wrong from the jump. And then after that, Ukraine was able to be more nimble, adjust more quickly. They're very creative military, clearly. And as a result, you've seen Russia really struggle on really almost every front.
Yeah, and the latest figure from Ukraine's Ministry of Defense, 23,000 Russian casualties. That is a stunning figure. Dan, last question, though, going into the weekend, into next week, what questions do you still have that you want answered, and what will you be monitoring?
I think we're into a spot now where, one, there's a handful of systems the Ukrainians have requested that we haven't seen surface yet in these packages that the president has signed. One thing in particular they're looking for is some sort of multiple rocket launch system. The Marine Corps and the Army use what they call HIMARS. It basically launches rockets rapidly off the back of a pickup truck, for lack of a better way to put it. That comes in really handy when you're trying to target an adversary's artillery. It's also extremely precise. So that's one question. Do you see something like that surface later on? Long term, I think we're into a period where the rhetoric has shifted. You're starting to see the Americans talk about the Ukrainians being able to win. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the expectation, the predictions are largely that this is going to be a long, protracted, bloody mess in the eastern part of the country. So can you keep momentum up? Can you keep enthusiasm up? Can you keep funding up? And can you continue to have the support of numerous allies to send in weapons, to manufacture weapons, and move them at a clip fast enough to keep Ukraine in the fight?
All right, we'll leave it at that. Dan Lamothe from the Washington Post. We'll talk to you again. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
And as always, a big thanks to our own LiveNow's Andrew Kraft, bringing us some more in-depth conversations about the evolving war in Ukraine. We are going to take you on a brief tour of some of our live shots that we have here today. This is a live look at Chicago, Illinois, right there on your screen. We also have a look at Nashville, beautiful sunrise there, Nashville, Tennessee. And as we usually bring you the skyline of New York City and also the White House as well. And as we reported to you earlier this morning, we have learned that the First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden, will be heading to Europe later this week. She's expected to depart on Thursday to meet with refugees, women and children, spend her Mother's Day with those women and children refugees who have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries. We do know that the First Lady is expected to be in Europe for at least 5 days. And the United Nations says at least 5.5 million refugees have fled Ukraine since the war started. So as soon as we get a little bit more information about the First Lady's trip, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. It is just before 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is just before 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and you can see this beautiful sunrise in St. Augustine, Florida, just a few hours from our Live Now studios in Orlando. We also have a live shot of New Orleans, Louisiana there, the sun rising there across the city skyline as well. And as we usually bring to you here on Live Now from Fox, the White House, the shot that we always have access to. And we do want to get to some other news that we are following here on Live Now from Fox.
He was in the Marine Corps less than 4 years.
And bring you this other video that we have right now. Is it an Orwellian overreach or a legitimate attempt to combat disinformation? Well, the Department of Homeland Security's new disinformation czar is defending her work, just as new questions rise about the role of Twitter under billionaire Elon Musk. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more this morning from Washington.
The creation of this disinformation board really was something of a surprise, and it comes as the nation is embroiled in a debate over censorship.
Disinfo, and we really should take note.
This is the nation's new disinformation czar, Nina Jankowicz, singing about her area of expertise last year, and she refers to herself as the Mary Poppins of disinformation. Well, just last week, the Department of Homeland Security announced her hiring, and the blowback has been swift.
This is Orwellian. This is a ministry of truth.
Critics say Jankowicz is a partisan who has a history of spreading false information herself about everything from face masks to Hunter Biden. And she has gone after free speech proponents, like billionaire Elon Musk, under fire from some Democrats over his looming acquisition of Twitter. And Musk called the board discomforting. And there are questions about the board's role and its authority.
There's no question, Brett, that we could have done a better job in communicating what it does.
The Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, who ultimately oversees the board, defended it.
We address disinformation that presents a security threat to the homeland. Disinformation from Russia, from China, from Iran, from the cartels.
It's not something that's clearly unlawful, but how they describe this board raises serious constitutional questions.
DHS says American citizens will not be monitored. As for Jankowicz, in a Facebook statement, she defended herself, writing, "Apparently the people shouting about my alleged disrespect for American values while flagrantly denying me the same rights do not see the irony of their actions." And the bottom line here is that Jankowicz has the support of the White House, which has called her an expert in her field. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. On that very same topic, we want to kind of stay on this topic, Title 42. The Department of Homeland Security is under fire in Washington as foreign officials warn that migration could surge if Title 42 is lifted later this month. Fox News correspondent David Spunt is at the White House with more on how the administration is managing the crisis.
A difficult few days for President Biden, who continues to take incoming criticism about the economy, whether it's higher prices at the local grocery store and at the gas pump, also the immigration crisis plaguing our southern border, specifically Title 42. It's expected to end later this month. Title 42 was put in place to expel migrants in a quick manner, citing the COVID pandemic. The president is under pressure from the left to lift Title 42. Meanwhile, Republicans want the president to keep it in place. The same for vulnerable Democrats like Senator Mark Kelly in Arizona. The administration is also under fire for a new disinformation governance board aimed at stopping disinformation. Some critics have called it Orwellian. The executive director of the board, Nina Jankowicz, is being criticized for downplaying the Hunter Biden laptop story back in 2020. Hunter Biden, the president's son, is now under federal investigation, even though he's not been charged with a crime, and the laptop is in FBI custody. Here is Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on Fox News Sunday.
There's no question, Brett, that we could have done a better job in communicating what it does. And let me share with you what this Department of Homeland Security does and has been doing for years, throughout the past administration included. We address disinformation that presents a security threat to the homeland.
On Sunday, the president traveled to Minnesota to pay respects to the late Vice President, Walter Mondale, who died last year. At the White House, David Spunt, Fox News.
David, thank you for that report. We do want to switch gears and talk about the investigation into whether former President Donald Trump illegally tried to pressure Georgia officials to overturn Joe Biden's presidential election victory. Fulton County's district attorney is requesting a special grand jury for the investigation, and the selection of that panel actually begins today. So we do know that Trump's call with Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and his attorney back in November of 2020 will perhaps be the most significant piece of evidence in this investigation into attempted interference with the 2020 election. During that call, Trump told Raffensperger, quote, "All I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have because we won the state." So again, this is the latest information coming out of the 2020 election, and apparently, again, that grand jury selection expected to begin later today in Fulton County, Georgia. We do know that the sheriff's office is preparing for crowds not only inside but outside of the courthouse in Atlanta. They're going to be shutting down nearby streets and ramping up security as well. Now, we do know cameras will be permitted inside of the grand jury room during jury selection, which again does begin later today. However, cameras will not be allowed to show potential grand jurors, which is pretty standard. And once seated, the grand jury proceedings will be private. And according to Georgia law, special grand juries may compel evidence and subpoena witnesses and may require the production of records and documents of any person related to the subject of this investigation, which, as we mentioned, does involve former President Donald Trump. So our Fox 5 Atlanta team, of course, will be covering this grand jury selection. We'll hopefully have a live report from them a little bit later on in the show. And also sort of related to White House news, we do know that the White House Correspondents' Dinner made a triumphant return over the weekend. It was put on pause during the first year of the pandemic and during the Trump administration, of course, as we said, put on the hiatus due to the pandemic. And as our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff reports, the Commander-in-Chief, Joe Biden, was not afraid to make a few jokes at his own expense.
Last night's dinner was a return to the traditional swank and satire of years past. It was the first press corps gala in 3 years, put on pause, of course, by the pandemic. And headliner Trevor Noah hit on that note right off the bat.
You guys spent the last 2 years telling everyone the importance of wearing masks and avoiding large indoor gatherings. Then the second someone offers you a free dinner, you all turn into Joe Rogan.
COVID concerns still very real within the Biden administration, though. This week, Vice President Kamala Harris and White House Communications Director Kate Bedingfield revealed they've tested positive. Despite it being his first in office, President Biden did skip the dinner portion of the event to reduce possible exposure. Dr. Anthony Fauci skipped it altogether.
I know there are questions about whether we should gather here tonight because of COVID. Well, we're here to show the country that we're getting through this pandemic.
President Biden touted the fact that he is the first sitting president in 6 years to accept an invitation to the dinner, taking a dig at former President Trump. But the president took hits at himself, too, on his age and the poll numbers he's currently trying to combat.
42% of you actually applauded. I'm really excited to be here tonight with the only group of Americans with a lower approval rating than I have.
That 42% approval rating comes from a new Washington Post ABC News poll. The most recent poll out of Quinnipiac University, though, puts the president's job approval rating at 33%. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thank you for that report. We do want to take you live out to Brussels, Belgium, where we do have the European Commission, a vice president of the European Commission in charge of Europe Fit for the Digital Age, currently giving an update on an antitrust case. Again, this is live from Brussels, Belgium. Let's listen in.
if European rules aren't being met by big platforms that we all use, but that happen to be owned by Americans. Thanks.
Just the other day, we signed up the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. Europe is as one of those taking initiative, but actually in total, I think 61 countries signed up. And that was a good reminder that the internet is one thing and the service providers on the internet is the second thing. And for me, that distinction is really important because we can have one internet as it is, decentralized, accessible, and then we can have service providers that will have to live up to the legislation where they provide their services. And I don't know what business decisions big tech will take, or designated gatekeepers in case of the Digital Markets Act, or service providers in terms of either very large platforms or other platforms in terms of the Digital Services Act, how they will decide if they would want to live up to the European commitments sort of globally, or only for the European market. That is for the platforms themselves to decide. What I see is that there is a lot of convergence. When Europe passed the citizens' rights when it comes to digital, the GDPR, I think Europe was way ahead of the curve, and now still some countries are getting on the curve. When it comes to the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act, Europe is still ahead, but not that much. As said, we see part of this legislation coming into effect in South Korea. I just had a meeting with a Japanese counterpart. You know, they're also thinking about these measures. You have the proposals tabled in the US. Actually, you see all over the planet that there is an alignment of how the legislature is thinking about this. So it's for the businesses to figure out what they will do. But I think the world is heading in a direction where much more responsibility will be asked of the players who shape our society, who shape the debates in our societies, who enables businesses to do business and customers to enjoy an innovative and open digital marketplace. So I think we'll see a lot of developments in the coming weeks and months. But obviously, it's not for me to decide what would be sort of the business logic of having to live up to European legislation.
Thank you very much. I don't see other hands raised here in the press room, not even from remote. If you still have a question for the Executive Vice President, it's your moment. Raise your hand now. I think this has allowed enough time for the latecomers to eventually raise their hand. So this brings us to the end of this press.
All right, everybody, that was the latest update coming in from the European Commission in charge of Europe Fit for the Digital Age, and also the Commissioner for Competition giving an update concerning an antitrust case there today. And we do want to take you out to New York City this morning just to give you an idea of what the cityscape looks like. Pretty cloudy. We are going to have a report on weather across the country coming up when we get back from this 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look at some temperatures across the country. Looking like it's pretty hot in the south on this beginning of May. 70s in Texas, of course, 70s in Florida and parts of California and Arizona as well. But we do want to talk to you about some storms and some tornadoes that damaged parts of the country over the weekend. We want to show you this video of a tornado that ripped through Wichita, Kansas. You can see some of the damage right there on your screen. Again, this F3 tornado damaging homes in Wichita, Kansas over the weekend. It knocked down trees, damaged houses in Andover, Kansas. And as we mentioned, the tornado was confirmed as an EF3, which is on a scale of 0 to 5. So pretty severe and causing some pretty severe damage for residents in that area as well. Thankfully, there were no reports of deaths, but at least 4 people were injured. You can see the treetops just completely taken off those trees there. So definitely a lot of widespread damage and cleanup that the cities of Wichita and Andover, Kansas are going to have to deal with today. We do know that the only elementary school in Andover was damaged by the tornado, and it's going to be closed for the rest of the school year. School district leaders there were figuring out where the affected students would go to school. And our partners over at Fox Weather say that more severe storms are possible not only in the plains, but also in the Midwest and also into parts of the South as well. So again, we do want to bring you back out to our XRAD weather radar and give you an update from Fox Weather saying that a series of disturbances moving across the country will continue to produce rounds of severe storms throughout the work week. Some areas could get large hail, damaging winds, and another threat of more tornadoes possible in those areas, specifically in the Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Missouri areas as well. Later this week, we're expecting a cold front which will advance across the mid-Mississippi and Ohio valleys through the Great Lakes. So definitely some severe weather that we will continue to keep an eye on here on Live Now from Fox. And sticking with weather, we do want to get to a story by our own Fox News' Sal Giangrasso. Weather-related emergencies don't just cost dollars, they can also cost lives. And that's why forecasters say time is of the essence when it comes to preparing for the worst possible storms Mother Nature can throw at us. Fox News' Sal Giangrasso has more on what you and your family can do to help keep you safe from not only tornadoes, wildfires, hurricanes, and more. Plus, he takes a look at the ongoing wild weather impacting parts of the country.
Advancements in storm tracking technology like dual polarization radar can make predicting extreme weather events easier.
We're now able to see features that we hadn't been able to see before and kind of get under the hood of severe thunderstorms to see how they work on the inside and look for signals that might be precursors to severe weather hazards.
Still, incidents can happen at the drop of a hat, so how prepared are you? The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration reports weather-related disasters cost the U.S. $145 billion last year alone. And with wildfire season starting earlier this year, tornado season already underway, and hurricane season right around the corner, scientists say now is the time to dot the I's and cross the T's on your emergency plans.
Clean out their tornado shelter, restock their disaster supply kits, make a habit out of checking sites like the Storm Prediction Center or your weather apps every day to gauge the severe weather threat for the day.
Local officials near Wichita, Kansas are touting the speediness of their weather alert systems after a massive EF3 tornado tore through the southeastern part of the state Friday night, bringing with it wind speeds of up to 165 miles per hour.
The sirens were sounding when the funnel cloud was still just dipping out of the cloud.
This comes as firefighters in Arizona, New Mexico, and Oklahoma race to battle ongoing infernos fueled by extensive drought and heavy winds. Because many of the blazes required evacuations, weather experts say it's critical you establish meeting sites with your family in case you become separated. Sal Giangrasso, Fox News.
Sal, thank you for that report. We do want to take you out live to St. Augustine, Florida. The sun rising there as we hit just before 7:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. Sticking with weather-related news, greenhouse gas emissions are largely causing global temperatures to skyrocket, creating more severe weather disasters and threatening communities. And while studying climate change may not be the most fun, we do want to tell you about a group of artists hoping to use virtual reality to make learning about and preventing it more engaging. Our Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has a special look.
While the effects of climate change can impact all of us, it's sometimes hard to imagine just how devastating they are unless you are experiencing them firsthand. That's why Creative Minds in New York City are launching a new virtual reality experience at the Arcadia Earth Museum to give folks an immersive way to learn about environmental destruction and how to prevent it.
The intention is to inspire people to come and leveraging game and immersive beauty to deliver a message.
Visitors don special Microsoft headsets called HoloLenses and wander throughout a network of halls and rooms representing various ecosystems on our planet. With each glance an opportunity for a hologram and lifelike animation to catch your eye and teach you a new fact. Officials at Arcadia Earth hope that by engaging your senses and making learning fun, it will inspire more people to want to combat climate change.
I want to make sure that I'm one of those people that will stand by the fact that we try everything we can.
Besides holograms, each room also features recycled waste, like plastic bags, fishing lines, and more, that artists transformed into sculptures and interactive objects. The experience will cost you just under $50 if you're using the VR headset. Officials say a portion of the ticket sales will go towards planting mangrove trees, which scientists say store more carbon dioxide emissions than other trees. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for that report. We are going to take you around the country this morning, a live look at Capitol Hill as the sun is rising there. It is 7:20 here on the East Coast. We also have some other beautiful shots that we want to show you. This coming in from New Orleans, Louisiana. Sun still rising there in the southern part of the country. Also, St. Augustine, Florida. Beautiful sunrise right there as we speak. Also, we're not done just yet. We do want to take you out to Nashville. Another beautiful shot as the city slowly wakes up there. And here we have a Ferris wheel, looks like, coming to us from Chicago, Illinois. It is, again, just before 7:30 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasko. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We do want to switch gears from what we brought you earlier about weather news and stick to news about the economy. Business leaders say Americans are hitting the wall on, quote, inflation fatigue, and buying is shifting directions. Executives running big retailers say Americans are worn out on big price increases, and buying is shifting to lower cost options. People are switching up their purchasing when it comes to not only mattresses, cigarettes, and big ticket items as well, but they're also switching from fewer flowers for special occasions. Inflation hit its highest annual rate back in March since 1981, but consumer spending does remain strong. The Federal Reserve may soon raise interest rates to try and cool off inflation. And sticking with that very same topic, diesel fuel prices hit an all-time high this week. The average price of diesel is now at $5.29 a gallon, which is up more than 4% from a week ago and about twice as much as a year ago. The trucking industry is being hit the hardest, with drivers saying that high prices per load of carry may not make it worth it to continue driving. Rates charged in trucking are passed on to consumers in retail prices like groceries and electronics. And some housing news that we want to bring to you right now. Florida is the most expensive place to live in the entire country. New numbers show that the top 3 cities in terms of rent growth are Miami, Tampa, and Orlando. Of course, all 3 located here in the Sunshine State. The typical rent here in Orlando, where our LiveNOW studios are located, takes up 37% of a household's total income. Our Fox 35 team here in Orlando explains.
Nothing in the range that we could afford, especially wanting to stay in Oviedo.
Amanda Hendricks is being priced out of the American dream.
We want a house for our kids in that backyard, but right now it almost seems like it's impossible.
Hendricks, her husband, and their 2 twin boys were renting an apartment in Oviedo while saving up for their dream home. Their rent was raised from $1,300 a month to almost $1,700, which left them no choice but to move in with Amanda's parents.
We don't want to leave, but it's kind of forcing us out right now.
The average rent in Orange County is $1,700 a month, up over 50% from a year ago.
The cost of rental units is raising about 7 times faster than the rate of wages are. And so that gap between affordable and unaffordable is growing significantly.
In Volusia County, at this time last year, homes in DeLand were selling for $143 per square foot. Now the asking price is $214. In Seminole County, the numbers are even higher. Lake Mary homes were going for about $177 per square foot in 2021. Now it's $272.
Some of these first-time home buyers, they're down to $100. $100 swing either direction means house or no house.
Realtors are seeing some buyers waive inspections and appraisals in a race to get a home. They say those moves are risky. Some buyers are even getting beat out by massive cash offers as high as $100,000 over the listing price.
I think some of the ones that are more rentability type homes, those are probably being bought up more by corporations, investors, large, big pockets of people.
Neither realtor expects the Central Florida housing bubble to burst like it did nationwide in 2008. That was primarily due to risky lending practices in the mortgage industry. The bottom line is the demand for homes far outweighs the available inventory.
In my opinion, it is strictly lack of inventory. Of course, we got to rewind to COVID. That's really what spurred all this on.
And it could take months or maybe years before inventory meets demand.
We've got lots of baby boomers here in Florida, so as they age out and move into long-term care, that will loosen up some of the inventory for Gen Z and millennials.
But until then, the American dream is on hold.
I feel like we're never going to get to it.
Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
Dan, thank you for that report. We do want to switch gears and bring you some COVID-related news. Amazon is dropping a paid health coverage as the COVID pandemic wanes. The company is ending its paid leave of absence for employees who get COVID-19 starting today. They say those waiting for test results won't be paid since tests and vaccines are more accessible and guidelines have since changed. Now the business says it will give 5 days of unpaid leave. However, this decision could generate a reaction from workers who want better working conditions and are pressing for unionization. And some COVID-related news out of China. China is tightening COVID-19 restrictions in its capital in an attempt to control the spread of the coronavirus outbreak. Beijing has banned all restaurant dining and has shut down Universal Studios. Residents in the city are also now required to show proof of a negative COVID test to enter public venues. The double down on restrictions comes as locals prepare to celebrate the Labor Day holiday, which is a 5-day holiday that is traditionally a busy time of travel and gatherings. The city of 22 million has reported 59 local infections over the weekend, recording its highest number of daily COVID infections in its current outbreak. And as we first reported to you last week, Moderna is seeking to be the first to offer the COVID-19 vaccine for infants 6 months old to 5 years old. We do want to get to a conversation that we have with our own Fox Now's Andrew Kraft, who goes a little bit more in depth about this COVID vaccine.
Here on Live Now from Fox, we talk to our friend of the program, Dr. Peter Chin Hong, who is an infectious disease specialist at UC San Francisco. Good to see you, Doctor. It's been a while, but wanted to get your opinions on some of these top headlines in the health realm, especially regarding COVID-19. Moderna seeking to be the first to provide their vaccine for the littlest among us, children under the age of 6. They did this before Pfizer, which I thought was interesting. Why has it taken so long to get a vaccine for children under the age of 6?
Well, I think that Pfizer was the front runner. They might have undershot on the dose at 1/10 or 10% of the adult dose. So they had to go back to the drawing board because they didn't even meet the antibody outcome, which is like, can you get enough antibodies just like the 18 or 16 to 25-year-olds, and they didn't. So they, instead of going back and saying, let's just do a 2-shot with higher dose, they said, well, we'll try with 3 shots. So when you introduce an additional shot, you need more time. Moderna was kind of like behind Pfizer. They gambled on a higher dose for kids, proportionally speaking, 25% of the dose instead of 10% of the dose. Seems that they met their immunologic outcomes, so enough antibodies like the 18 to 25-year-olds. But again, people were a little bit disappointed that the symptomatic disease, didn't seem as effective, but actually is very comparable to 2 shots in many of the other vaccines. And I think what's lost in all this is the impact on severe disease, hospitalization, and death, even though the studies weren't powered to do that, looked really good for both Pfizer and Moderna. So why it took so long? I think going back to drawing board, Moderna never expected to be front runner, and now they're in the running. Probably either they will approve them both together or may do it in sequence. And I think a lot of parents are hoping that Moderna will be, evaluated as in time instead of waiting for Pfizer to submit their data.
Doctor, this also dovetails with Pfizer's request for emergency use last week, I believe, for their booster shot for children aged 5 to 11. So that remains interesting as well. Would you suggest young children like that, do they need to get a booster? Do they need to get the vaccine at all? We know how miraculously the virus has really, I don't want to say untouched children, but has not impacted children as much as other segments of the population.
Yeah, so I think that to really provide the best umbrella of protection, everybody should get a vaccine. And the reason why is that even though kids are not going to the hospital in droves, they're still increased by more than 4 times since Omicron compared to before, but still proportionally speaking lower. But they are the vectors of infection to members of the household, particularly immunocompromised, elderly folks. So there are multiple reasons. Kids get sick as well. Kids get long COVID as well. Kids get this post-immunologic syndrome that we call MISC, which is like later on you can get sort of like heart, lung, other organ involvement, and we can't predict it. And then most importantly, I think they're also the conveyors or purveyors of infection to the household. At the end of the day, I think if you think at the minimum you want to keep kids in school and reduce their chances of just getting infected, getting vaccinated is just one of the many pieces of armor that we can equip kids with.
Yeah, of course, that was kind of one of the main arguments from critics after the federal public transit mask mandate was lifted due to that judge's ruling last week that, children under the age of 6, if they're traveling on an airplane, they would be at risk of contracting COVID because they are part of that vulnerable population. So we could talk about the lifting of that mask mandate by the TSA. We know it's working its way through the courts right now, so we'll see what happens. But at the time last week, what did you make of it? What was your first reaction? Do you think it was right, or did you think it was long overdue?
So I was actually on a plane from New York to San Francisco while the mandate was lifted. And I would say in my plane, everyone kind of kept the masks on just because I think people were kind of stunned. In terms of the timing, I think when it happened, I was a little bit nervous because we didn't really know where BA2 was going to go yet. But so far, in retrospect, it seems that, we're seeing this continued decoupling, lots of cases in the community, not a lot of hospitalizations. And I think that 2-week additional interval would have just given us a better picture. I think people are nervous if they have kids. And again, not only because kids may get sick, although at a lower probability, but because they may sort of bring it into the household. And there's good data from Toronto and other places showing that even though young adults can bring virus in, it's the kids that transmit it to other people because you're sort of doting on the kids and close contact with them. So do I think that it's, a good idea to go from the population level to the individual level in terms of protection? I think, unquestionably, the mask mandate wasn't something that should have been on indefinitely. But I think because it's was dynamic last week, it probably was a little premature, but at some point it had to end. And, I think we have to settle into a new normal at some sort. I am worried about public transit and other settings because it does bring people from vulnerable populations together who may not be able to afford good masks, etc. So that's another dimension that's a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm flying tomorrow night on a red-eye back east, Daytona. My colleague, she flew last weekend, so it'll be interesting to see. I haven't flown in some time, so it'll be interesting to see just the number of people who have masks on or who don't. Doctor, one last COVID thing I want to get your opinion on, and Fox 11 touched on it a little bit, but we know Vice President Harris, she tested positive for COVID just a couple days ago, but she was given Paxlovid. And so we know that she was, not really symptomatic, that she was experiencing mild symptoms, but giving someone an antiviral medication if they're experiencing very low symptoms led some people to believe that it could possibly be more serious. Is that true? Are we looking too much into this?
So in contrast to when President Trump got Regeneron, which is monoclonal antibodies, I think that really was a lifesaver for him. For Kamala Harris, she doesn't have the demographic that I would worry about in terms of being hospitalized or getting seriously ill. So, I think that getting Paxlovid was sort of, it was a risk benefit probably from the administration. Doesn't have much downside. It's really well tolerated. I think right now it's probably the biggest bang for the buck, like the commentator said, was is people who are have comorbidities, immunocompromised, older.
All right, everybody, that was our own Live Now's Andrew Kraft speaking about Moderna now seeking approval for the COVID vaccine for children ages 6 months to 5 years old. We do want to cut away from this and take you out to a live press briefing that we do have coming out of Kyiv, Ukraine, at this very moment. This is the Ukraine Ministry of Defense. The spokesman of the Ukraine Ministry of Defense currently holding a news conference in Kyiv, not only on those evacuations in Mariupol, in the southern port city, at this very moment, but also the overall ongoing war. So let's go ahead and listen in.
The enemy has been rearranging its units, increasing its firing capacity, and doing engineering fortification of its positions. In southern Bukh direction, the enemy has been using units from 8th, 49th, 58th Army, as well as 22nd Armed Corps, to carry out combat action in order to improve its tactical position, also continues firing against Ukrainian positions. The enemy is also trying to reach the administrative boundary of Kherson Oblast and has been looking for weak points in our defense. In Volyn, Polisa and Siversk directions, there have been no significant changes during the day. In the parts of Bryansk Oblast neighboring Ukraine, the administrative, policing and counterintelligence activities have increased. Certain units of Belarusian armed forces cover the border between Ukraine and Belarus in Homel and Brest oblasts. We cannot exclude that there will be some demonstrative and provocative actions along Ukrainian border. Also, there is still a threat that Iskander missiles will be used from the territory of Republic of Belarus to hit targets in Ukraine and to fire the infrastructure neighboring the border. Black Sea and Sea of Azov areas of operations. Russian ships now present in Black Sea and Sea of Azov continue rocket strikes against the territory of Ukraine. They implement assignments to isolate the combat area, reconnaissance and fire support for their occupational forces. I have to say that as of today in Black Sea there are now 3 ships that carry Caliber cruise missiles, and their total launch capacity is up to 20 rockets. In the meantime, Ukrainian armed forces continue causing significant losses to Russian occupants. Just yesterday, air defense units of Ukrainian air forces downed 10 Orlan-type UAVs of the enemy. In Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, during the last day, our brave warriors repelled 10 attacks, destroyed 2 tanks, 17 artillery systems, 38 armed fighting vehicles, and 10 cars and trucks of the enemy. Also this morning, near the island of Zmyny, Snake Island, Bayraktar TB2 tactical UAV has destroyed 2 Russian boats of Raptor type. The total combat losses of Russian invaders from 24th of February until today are shown on this slide. That's basically all information I have at the moment. Keep calm, believe in Ukrainian armed forces. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thank you, Mr. Motozianik. Dear colleagues, you can ask your questions. Please raise your hand and please use the microphone.
Thank you. May I ask a question in English? What is the status of this city of Mariupol now? Is it lost for the time being to the Ukrainian armed forces, or do you have hopes of retaking the city?
Thank you for your question. I'd like to emphasize again that the situation in Mariupol is very difficult, extremely difficult. Occupiers continue blocking our units around Azovstal steel factory. They are blocking humanitarian corridors. The only thing is there have been certain arrangements to arrange a corridor for evacuation today. mostly the city is under control of Russian armed forces. Russian troops commit crimes there. They try to conduct filtration of local people. We have information that local people are forcefully deported to Russian Federation. This is the situation at the moment. Thank you. Alexander, today Odessa Oblast military administration said that the enemy has carried a missile strike against the bridge there. What the situation on the border with Transnistria? You know, I will not comment on that. There has been information also about those criminal rocket strikes against Ukraine, and this information is provided by our government, at least with 1 day delay, not to help our enemy. Thank you, dear friends. Any more questions? You're welcome. Now, the question about Belarus. Do we see further supply of Russian weapons and some movements in territory of Belarus? Is there a threat from that direction? The threat from that direction has always been there. As you know, the Russian army makes full use of the Republic of Belarus as its base for assault against Ukraine. That's why Russian units have managed to get to outskirts of Kyiv so quickly. Now there are Russian troops there, several battalion tactical groups. Some of them have been moved to replenish personnel and equipment after getting from Kyiv and Chernihiv oblasts. They're moved to Ukraine, to Russia, to replenish their losses, for their losses. Part of Russian units are still there. They carry out some demonstrative actions, trying to prevent our units from moving to other more difficult directions. There is still a threat at the moment. There is still a threat of rocket strikes and some demonstrative actions, but we monitor the situation, we watch attentively to be able to timely respond to any changes in the situation there. Now the enemy has eastern area of operations as their goal. That's south of Ukraine and west of Ukraine. Luhansk, Donetsk Oblast, Kherson Oblast. These are the areas where the Russian army focuses its main goals in Ukraine for the nearest future. After that, depending on the changes in the situation, depending on whether the enemy manages to achieve any results, because, you know, at the moment they fail to achieve any strategic results, there are still heavy battles, and our
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to the latest update from the spokesman for the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, currently holding a news conference on the operational situation on the front lines in Ukraine as his forces continue to fight off Russian troops. Also giving us an update on those evacuations that are currently taking place in the southern port city of Mariupol. So again, this is the latest that we have coming in from the war in Ukraine. We do want to switch gears and head to some news back stateside, actually out of Atlanta, where we do want to take you at this very moment. We do know that a special grand jury selection is going to be underway later this morning, happening in Fulton County, Georgia, which is Atlanta, for an investigation which is connected to the 2020 election, which, if you've been following news at all, you know that that has been a big issue here in our country. And at questions whether former President Donald Trump pressured Georgia officials to overturn the election results. We do want to head out to Atlanta with our Fox 5 Atlanta's Caitlin Pratt. She is currently live outside of the Fulton County Courthouse this morning with more on what we can expect. Caitlin.
Hey, good morning to you. Okay, so we're in the downtown area of Atlanta, usually very hustling, bustling, and I want to show you just some of the precautions that have been taken. As soon as this bus passes, you'll be able to see all these barriers put up around the Fulton County Courthouse. You'll notice a number of sheriffs, deputies, cruisers in the area. Reason for this, security definitely being stepped up for this rare occurrence, trying to seat this special grand jury. Not that there have been any threats, but just precautions at this point as far as security measures are taken. So some potential jurors will be arriving in just a short amount of time. Proceedings about to get underway about 8:30, and we're told 200 people in all will be arriving, residents here of Fulton County. As a nod to the interest in this, the court is allowing parts of the special grand jury proceeding to be broadcast, though cameras, of course, won't be allowed to show those potential grand jurors. So what are they going to be doing? They're going to be selected to investigate whether former President Donald Trump and others tried to illegally pressure Georgia officials to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Now, the Fulton County District Attorney, her name is Fani Willis. She requested this special panel last year, announcing her investigation following the release of that phone call, if you remember, between then President Trump and Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. That call was recorded. Mr. Trump is heard urging Mr. Raffensperger to find enough votes to give him the victory in Georgia. So that's definitely probably going to be a large part of this probe, and that best estimates at this point are that the DA are going to be selecting, or the DA's office rather, will be selecting 30 grand jurors in all, including alternates. And this process is expected to take about 1 to 2 days at best guess. Once the testimony begins, though, our cameras will have to go because, of course, grand jury meetings are secret. And this grand jury, special grand jury, by law, can meet for up to a year. So proceedings are set to get underway in just a short time here in downtown Atlanta, Fulton County. I'm going to send it back to you.
I did have one last question. I know you talked about security, those barriers that were there behind you. Any idea on if we could see any sort of protests or people with signs or anything like that happening outside of the courthouse, as we know this has been such a huge issue in the country?
Police are expecting it, and I think that's why what the barriers have to do with a lot of that expectation. They're preparing for any possible unrest and just want to have that presence. The scuttlebutt, if you will, is that there will be some protesters here holding signs from both sides, those who are anti Mr. Trump and those who are pro Mr. Trump. So we'll see what happens, and of course, we'll keep you all posted.
All right, our Fox 5 Atlanta's Caitlin Pratt live for us in Atlanta, Georgia. Caitlin, thank you so much for that report. We, of course, always appreciate it. All right, everybody.
Repeat whatever they already said, that they have destroyed, allegedly destroyed Ukrainian military industry, that they have destroyed Ukrainian air defense, whatever Russia has been saying with by their press unit of the Ministry of Defense of Russia. Of course, they cannot report about those cities and villages which are under temporary control of Russian armed forces. There are those towns. You know, it's difficult to imagine. Russia is an unpredictable country, you know. They can invent whatever they want. Maybe they may say that, for example, those certain parts of Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast will be accepted to become part of Russian Federation. For example, they may announce that they are preparing to run a referendum in Kherson Oblast to also recognize certain territories as part of Russia. Whatever, you know, whatever. We'll wait and see what will happen in Russia on the 9th of May. Thank you, Mr. Matuzianik. Any more questions?
Richard Lloyd Parry of the Times newspaper of London. Just to follow up my earlier question, what are the prospects now for the Ukrainian armed forces in the Azovstal steel plant? Is their defeat and capture inevitable now that they are isolated, or are there any hopes for their relief?
I'm sorry, but I'm not to comment on that. Let's wait and see how the situation develops. At the moment, I have nothing to add, unfortunately. There is a difficult situation there. Thank you, Mr. Matizyanek. Thank you for joining us. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Dear journalists.
All right, that was the latest update coming in from Kyiv, Ukraine, where that was the spokesperson for the Ministry of Defense currently holding a news conference there in Kyiv, Ukraine, again, about the operational situation on the front lines. The last question he took from reporters there, that reporter asked if is the defeat and capture of the rest of those remaining civilians and Ukrainian forces in the Azovstal plant in Mariupol, is that inevitable, their eventual capture, or is there still hope for their release? That spokesperson would not comment, instead saying that we will just have to wait and see how the situation develops. So again, that is the latest update coming in from Kyiv, Ukraine, about day 68 of this war that Russia has waged on the Ukrainian people. As you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, so far at least 100 people have been evacuated from the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, which is the southern port city, which is the last holdout there in the mostly Russian-controlled city. We also know that U.S. troops are in Germany currently training Ukrainian forces on key weapons and also defense systems to help win their battles with Russia. No update on exactly how long that training will take, but we do know that the Pentagon did say U.S. service members are in Germany and have begun training Ukrainian soldiers on those key systems to help Ukrainian forces win this war, which again is now going on day 68. And days after we saw bombings in the capital city of Kyiv, Ukraine, bombings and missile strikes to apartment buildings while the UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres was visiting, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, third in line to the presidency, and several U.S. lawmakers made a surprise visit to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. That happened over the weekend. So Pelosi did keep that a secret until we did see some photos and videos surface on social media. We have also learned that First Lady Jill Biden will be traveling to Europe later this week. She's expected to depart on Thursday, and she will be heading to Romania and Slovakia, at least those two specific countries, to spend Mother's Day meeting with Ukrainian mothers and children who fled for their lives after that war began back on February 24th. And we do know that nearly 5.5 million Ukrainians, mostly women and children, have fled Ukraine since that war began. And of course, as we have been reporting to you here on Live Now from Fox, most of them settling in neighbor countries like those ones the First Lady will be visiting. It is just before 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. We do want to take you out to Brussels, Belgium at this very moment, where we do know that the EU energy ministers are in Brussels, Belgium to discuss Russian gas and oil imports. So we are expecting this to begin in just a little bit. Our Live Now's Gabrielle Amato will be bringing that to you live, raw and unfiltered, as soon as we get that feed into our desk. In the meantime, as we wait for that event to happen, we do want to switch gears and instead bring you out to the White House, where we do know that the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which is a yearly event, it has been on hiatus for the past 3 years, but it did make a return over the weekend. It was put on pause first during the Trump administration, a hiatus that then was extended due to the pandemic. And as our team has been reporting, the commander-in-chief was not afraid to make a few jokes at his own expense. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Now that would really have been a real coup if that occurred. A little tough, huh? But I'm honored to be here at such an event with so much history. It was already referenced. The very first president to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner was Calvin Coolidge in 1924. I'd just been elected to the United States Senate. I remember telling him, Cal, just be yourself. Get up there, speak from the heart. You're going to be great, kid. You're going to do it well. Of course, Jill is with me tonight. Jilly, how are you, kid? I think she's doing an incredible job as First Lady. The First Lady to continue working full-time as she does as a professor. She doesn't pay much attention to the polls. Though she did say the other day, instead of introducing myself as Jill Biden's husband, maybe I should introduce myself as her roommate. I've attended this dinner many times, but this is my first time as president. The organizers had it hard, made it pretty hard for me tonight. Although the good news is, if all goes well, I have a real shot at replacing James Corden. It was great having him over to the White House the other day, just as he announced he's leaving the show. Great performers, going out on top after 8 years in the job. Sounds just about right to me. And it's tough to follow pros like James and Billy Eichner. Billy, where are you again? Where is he? Well, Billy, you're famous for your interviewing skills. Billy, you should know what you're doing, pal. You know it well. And I think you should hope meets the press. Maybe they start to watch it again. I've never had to open, and I'll never be invited to meet the press again. Anyway, never have to open before Trevor Noah. Trevor's great. When I was elected, he did a show and he called me America's new dad. Let me tell you something, pal. I'm flattered anybody would call me a new anything. You're my guy. And folks, it's been a tough few years for the country. There's one reason why it's great to be here again. Everyone at the White House is so excited. I told my grandkids and Pete Buttigieg they could stay up late and watch this show tonight. Tonight, we come here to answer a very important question in everybody's mind. Why in the hell are we still doing this? I know there are questions about whether we should gather here tonight because of COVID. Well, we're here to show the country that we're getting through this pandemic. Plus, everyone had to prove they were fully vaccinated and boosted. So if you're at home watching this and you're wondering how to do that, just contact your favorite Fox News reporter. They're all here, vaccinated and boosted, all of them. And look, Fox News, I'm really sorry your preferred candidate lost the last election. To make it up to you, I'm happy to give my chief of staff to you all so he can tell Sean Hannity what to say every day. In fact, Ron Klain is here at the CBS table, which hired Mick Mulvaney. Mick on CBS, I was stunned. I figured he'd end up on Masked Singer with Rudy. Amazing hire, guys, really quite amazing. And look, I know this is a tough town. I came to office with an ambitious agenda, and I expected it to face stiff opposition in the Senate. I just hoped it would be from Republicans. But I'm not worried about the midterms. I'm not worried about them. We may end up with more partisan gridlock, but I'm confident we can work it out during my remaining 6 years in the presidency. And folks, I'm not really here to roast the GOP. That's not my style. Besides, there's nothing I can say about the GOP that Kevin McCarthy hasn't already put on tape. You know, at the same time, a lot of people say the Republican Party is too extreme, too divisive, too controlled by one person. They say that's not your father's Republican Party. Ronald Reagan said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear this wall down. Today's Republicans say, tear down Mickey Mouse's house. And pretty soon they'll be storming Cinderella's castle, you can be sure of it. But Republicans seem to support one fella, some guy named Brandon. He's having a really good year, and I'm kind of happy for him. Let me conclude with a serious word. We live in serious times. We're coming through a devastating pandemic, and we have to stay vigilant. I know Kamala wanted to be here, for example. Thankfully, she's doing well. You should all know she sends her best. We're in a time when what we so long taken for granted is facing the gravest of threats, and I'm being deadly earnest. Overseas, the liberal world order that laid the foundation for global peace, stability, and prosperity since World War II is genuinely, seriously under assault. And at home, a poison is running through our democracy. Of all this taking place with disinformation massively on the rise, where the truth is buried by lies and the lies live on as truth. What's clear, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, that you, the free press, matter more than you ever did in the last century. No, I really mean it. I've always believed that good journalism holds up a mirror to ourselves to reflect on the good, the bad, and the true. Tonight, I want to congratulate the awardees and the scholarship winners who carry on that sacred tradition. We've all seen the courage of the Ukrainian people because of the courage of American reporters in this room and your colleagues across the world who are on the ground taking their lives in their own hands. And although it's not Ukraine, it's Russia, Mom, I'd like to meet you and Dad to talk about your son. We just saw a heartbreaking video. 9 have been killed, reporting from Kyiv, struck by kamikaze drone strike after a shopping mall attack, shot in the neck while documenting Ukrainian fleeing, killed when Russian missiles hit the television tower in a residential neighborhood. One journalist from Radio Liberty just killed days ago. So many of you telling the stories and taking the photos and recording the videos of what's happening there. The unvarnished truth showing the destruction and the devastation and, yes, the war crimes. Tonight, we also honor the legacy of 2 historic reporters, and that is Alice Dunnigan and Ethel Payne. I'm glad you saw that tonight. I didn't know you were doing that. These are the first black women to be White House reporters who shattered convention to cover a segregated nation. We honor journalists killed, missing, imprisoned, detained, and tortured, covering war, exposing corruption, and holding leaders accountable. We honor members of the press, both national and local, covering a once-in-a-century pandemic where we lost 1 million Americans, a generation reckoning on race, an existential threat of climate change. The free press is not the enemy of the people, far from it. At your best, you're guardians of the truth. President Kennedy once said, and I quote, "Without debate, without criticism, no administration, no country can succeed, and no republic can survive." The First Amendment grants a free press extraordinary protection, but with it comes, as many of you know, a very heavy obligation to seek the truth as best you can, not to inflame or entertain, but to illuminate and educate. I know it's tough, and I'm not being solicitous. The industry is changing significantly. There's incredible pressure on you all to deliver heat instead of shed light because the technology is changing so much. The system is changing. But it matters. No kidding, it matters. The truth matters. American democracy is not a reality show. It's not a reality show. It's reality itself. And the reality is that we are a great country. Our future is bright. It's not guaranteed because democracy is never guaranteed. It has to be earned. It has to be defended. It has to be protected. As you've heard me say many times, there's not a damn thing this country can do when we stand united and do it together. And I know we can do anything we want to do. That's right. I've been around a long time, as has been pointed out many times tonight. But I give you my word as a Biden, I've never been more optimistic about America than I am today. I really mean it. At times of enormous change, it presents enormous opportunities. For despite all the crises, all the partisanship, all the shouting and showmanship, I really know this, and you know it too. We are a great nation because we're basically a good people. And here in America, good journalism, good satire about our leaders, about our society, is quintessentially an American thing. It demonstrates the power of our example. And I honest to God believe it reveals our soul, the soul of our nation. And that's what I'd like to toast tonight. If I may. To the journalists and their families, to the people and the elected representatives, to the United States of America. By the way, Madeleine Albright was right. We are the indispensable nation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to turn this over to Trevor now. Strap myself into my seat. And Trevor, the really good news is, now you get to roast the President of the United States. And unlike in Moscow, you won't go to jail. Podium is yours.
Wow, that was pretty fantastic. One more time for President Biden, please. That was really great. I got a promise I will not be going to jail. I'll switch things up now. Let's see how we do this. How's everybody doing tonight? You guys good? Everyone good? First of all, thank you so much, Steve. Good evening, Mr. President, First Lady, members of the media, and all the men relieved that Ronan Farrow isn't here tonight. It is my great honor to be speaking tonight at the nation's most distinguished super spreader event. No, for real, people, what are we doing here? Let's be honest, what are we doing? Like, did none of you learn anything from the gridiron dinner? Nothing, huh? Like, do you read any of your
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are listening in, or back in, I should say, to the White House Correspondents' Dinner that did take place this weekend. It returned after a 3-year hiatus. We did just hear those remarks from President Joe Biden, who is now having a laugh because Trevor Noah did eventually take the podium, and he roasts, well, everyone in the room. Unfortunately, we are going to step away because we are getting remarks live out of Brussels, Belgium. EU energy ministers are arriving for a meeting today, and we do want to listen into these remarks live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Justement, ne plus être dépendant du gaz russe. Et c'est un travail qui nécessite un certain nombre de mesures. Les premières mesures qui vont commencer à se mettre en œuvre le plus rapidement possible, c'est la question du stockage.
And it does appear that these remarks are in French. Unfortunately, we don't have a live translation of them. I do know a little bit of French, but not enough to live translate these for you. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories on this May 2nd, 2022. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is 8:16 here on the East Coast, and we do want to thank you for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you out to our triple box view of all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Monday morning for you all. We can begin with the big news, a big announcement courtesy of the White House coming into our newsroom this morning. Jill Biden is set to travel to Romania and Slovakia this week. She is going to actually meet with Ukrainian refugees who are obviously in those countries and who have made their way from Ukraine to both Romania and Slovakia for safety. Jill Biden is set to begin that journey on Thursday. It will take her through the weekend, so she's actually going to spend Mother's Day with Ukrainian refugee mothers and children. We will be there with each and every step of the way along with her, and we'll take you along for the journey as well. So as soon as that trip does begin, you can be sure that we will all be there live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We have hit day 68 of the war in Ukraine, and civilian evacuations are underway in the besieged city of Mariupol. We can confirm that there have been some successful evacuations thus far, and more are expected today. As soon as we have an update on all of that, we'll be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show as well. We also want to let you all know that over the weekend, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she actually made an unannounced and surprise visit to Kyiv, Ukraine, along with a congressional delegation that did make that trip with her. They met face-to-face with President Zelensky of Ukraine. We do have video of that visit and of that meeting that we will be sure to show you and bring you there in just a little bit later on in the show, of course. But we are monitoring the latest out of Ukraine once again on day 68 of this war. We also are keeping a close eye on Brussels, Belgium, where the European Union Energy Council are set to meet today. We did have some arrivals of those energy ministers. We did hear some remarks. Unfortunately, they were in those ministers' respective languages. We brought you one live in French. And so we will be heading there, that is, as soon as we have an update on that energy meeting. Of course, a big topic of discussion is going to be Europe's reliance on Russian oil and how that is going to be dealt with amid this ongoing war and ongoing invasion of Ukraine. So that is where we currently stand, and there you are seeing that some ministers continue to arrive there in Brussels. We do want to touch base with all of our reporters on the ground who are covering the latest situation in Ukraine, and we will begin first and foremost with Trey Yingst, who is in Ukraine and has been since the very beginning of this invasion. The United Nations confirms a safe passage operation is underway, was underway Sunday and continues to be underway today in Mariupol, allowing dozens of women and children to escape the heavily besieged city. Let's see and listen in to Trey Yingst's latest update.
From a steelworks in Mariupol. Some had been hiding out there for the last 2 months, as the southern port city endured a near constant siege from Russian forces.
I can't believe 2 months of darkness.
The UN and the Red Cross helping to coordinate the long-awaited rescue operation. Ukraine says previous evacuation attempts were derailed by Russian shelling. Around 100,000 people remain in the city, where Russia has declared victory. The steelworks is the last remaining holdout for Ukrainian forces, the only area not occupied by the Russians. Amid the fighting, a surprise visitor Sunday in the capital. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi traveling to Kyiv to meet with Ukraine's president, while pledging the U.S.'s continued support in the form of funding, heavy weapons, and economic sanctions on Moscow.
This shows that the United States today is a leader in strong support for Ukraine during the war against the aggression of the Russian Federation. And I want to thank you for that, for supporting Ukraine to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity.
You're on a frontier of freedom, and that your fight is a fight for everyone. And so our commitment is to be there for you until the fight is done.
Pelosi is the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit Ukraine since the start of the war. The Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State were here last week. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that report. Here is more footage of that meeting between Nancy Pelosi and President Zelensky. There you see other congressional members as well. And you did just hear that sound bite, those words spoken by the House Speaker saying that the United States will continue to support Ukraine throughout this war. They did eventually sit down for a face-to-face meeting. And we do want to take you up to speed on all of the latest video coming into our newsroom on day 68 of this invasion. We can confirm, as Trey just reported to you, that the United Nations and the International Committee of the Red Cross have begun evacuating civilians from Mariupol, Ukraine. The operation is scheduled to continue today. Civilians have been arriving in the village of Besimen in an area that's currently under control by Russia. A few thousand civilians and Ukrainian fighters have been holed up in the sprawling Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. Now, that is that steel plant that is really known as the last stronghold in Mariupol. We have been reporting on the latest in and around that steel plant because it's not only housing Ukrainian troops, but also quite a few dozens of Ukrainian civilians as well. officials say about 100,000 people are still in Mariupol. Russian forces have been pounding that port city now since the very beginning of this invasion 68 days ago. And we do want to continue to take you through the latest video here. Here is video that the Russian military have released saying it has struck at weapons and ammunition supplied to Ukraine by the U.S. and European countries. The Russian Defense Ministry released footage on Sunday showing high-precision missiles striking a military airfield near the Ukrainian city of Odessa. Now, for those of you that are not familiar with Ukrainian geography, Odessa, like Mariupol, is a port city, a very strategic city when you look at a map of Ukraine. This released footage also shows a missile being launched from the Black Sea coast, as well as Russian helicopters hitting Ukrainian military facilities. And the United Nations is amongst many organizations condemning the actions of Russia. Polish and Bulgarian leaders accused Moscow of using natural gas to blackmail their countries after Russia's state-controlled energy company stopped supplying them with gas last week. This was a story that we brought to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. European Union leaders echoed those comments and were holding an emergency meeting on the Russian move. We can report to you, of course, that the Energy Council is set to meet today, and I can absolutely guarantee you that this will be one of the topics discussed. If and when we get an update on that meeting, we'll be sure to bring you there live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But our tour of the latest imagery continues here. This is satellite imagery coming into our newsroom showing the devastation in Mariupol. This was actually released just last Friday, and it depicts the vast devastation across that southern port city. Crowds of people outside of two supermarkets trying to get any supplies that they can get their hands on. Maxar Technologies have been supplying us with satellite imagery since the very beginning, and there you are seeing those ports that used to be hustling and bustling. This was a major port city in Ukraine and now has been a besieged city since the very beginning of this conflict. And we have more imagery coming into our newsroom from Mariupol. This footage released by the Azov Battalion. This was released just yesterday on Sunday, May 1st, shows a tank firing at close range at a building near the Azovstal Steelworks in Mariupol, where members of the regiment continue to hold out against those Russian forces. We can confirm that the footage released by the far-right parliamentary group absorbed into the Ukrainian National Guard shows the tank marked with the letter Z, and Z has been a symbol widely used to distinguish Russian military from obviously Ukrainian military. So here is an aerial view of what is happening on the ground in Mariupol. We also have drone footage coming into our newsroom, and this time this is Ukraine's military saying that they have struck down a Russian munitions stockpile in eastern Ukraine. We talk a lot about the situation that's happening on the ground in Mariupol, in Odessa, and the southern portions of the country, but it's also worth noting that there is heavy fighting currently happening in the eastern portion of the country, in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. Here is aerial footage showing Ukrainian forces saying that they have blown up a Russian stockpile. And here is more video of the devastation on the ground in the Donetsk region, where we can confirm that Ukrainian officials have said 7 people were wounded, including 3 children, when Russian shelling struck residential buildings in the eastern Ukraine Donetsk region. Ukraine's State Emergency Service said the strike was reported at 8:47 a.m. on Saturday morning. Among the 4 injured adults was a 49-year-old man who sustained a brain injury. We can also confirm that 3 children were injured by the strike. Those children were aged 5, 6, and 7. And not only was Nancy Pelosi on the ground in Kyiv, Ukraine this past weekend, but so was someone that you all are very familiar with, I should say, even if you don't necessarily follow politics. Angelina Jolie also paid a visit to Ukraine this weekend. She actually visited the western city of Lviv. She met evacuation support workers, also sat down with some refugees and met some refugee children. The Hollywood actress is a UN humanitarian, and she did make this surprise visit to the western Ukrainian city of Lviv on Saturday. This was confirmed by the Lviv's regional governor, and this is just one of the many public figures that have made their way to Ukraine as we do hit day 68 of this war. Over the weekend, we did hear from many officials on the situation currently happening on the ground in Ukraine, and we will continue to monitor the United States' response to this situation. Senator Chuck Schumer, he also gave us an update on how the United States is going to target Russian oligarchs. Let's take a listen to his remarks.
With the aid of Putin, have become extremely wealthy and bought these types of assets which are here in the United States. There's no reason that Putin's viciousness and these ill-gotten gains should just stay the way they are when Ukraine desperately needs the money and it comes directly from Putin helping the oligarchs.
And those were the words of Senator Chuck Schumer. This just days after we heard an update from President Joe Biden on the aid that is expected to continue to help Ukraine during this time. So as soon as we get more updates on how the United States is planning to respond and how they are planning to continue to assist Ukraine in their defense, we'll be sure to bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We are 1 minute away from the 8:30 mark. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the other top stories happening around the country, including the latest on immigration, a recap of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and also a global child hepatitis outbreak that you may all want to be aware of. We'll step away for 2 minutes. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. The Department of Homeland Security's new disinformation czar is defending her work just as new questions arise about the role of Twitter under billionaire Elon Musk. We are live in Washington, D.C. with a live look at the White House, but our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader, he has more on all of those stories from Washington. Let's take a listen.
Creation of this disinformation board really was something of a surprise, and it comes as the nation is embroiled in a debate over censorship.
Disinfo, and we really should take note.
This is the nation's new disinformation czar, Nina Jankowicz, singing about her area of expertise last year. and she refers to herself as the Mary Poppins of disinformation. Well, just last week, the Department of Homeland Security announced her hiring, and the blowback has been swift.
This is Orwellian. This is a ministry of truth.
Critics say Jankowicz is a partisan who has a history of spreading false information herself about everything from face masks to Hunter Biden. And she has gone after free speech proponents, like billionaire Elon Musk, under fire from some Democrats over his looming acquisition of Twitter. And Musk called the board discomforting. And there are questions about the board's role and its authority.
There's no question, Brett, that we could have done a better job in communicating what it does.
The Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, who ultimately oversees the board, defended it.
We address disinformation that presents a security threat to the homeland. Disinformation from Russia, from China, from Iran, from the cartels.
It's not something that's clearly unlawful, but how they describe this board raises serious constitutional questions.
DHS says American citizens will not be monitored. As for Jankowicz, in a Facebook statement, she defended herself, writing, "Apparently the people shouting about my alleged disrespect for American values while flagrantly denying me the same rights do not see the irony of their actions." And the bottom line here is that Jankowicz has the support of the White House, which has called her an expert in her field. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And thank you to Doug for that report. We are actually going to go from Washington, D.C. live out to Kyiv, Ukraine, where we are getting in an update from the Kyiv police on those mass graves that were found in various suburbs outside of the Ukrainian capital. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
We are talking not only about atrocities, not only about murders, killing, but also there have been more than 3,000 criminal cases with war crimes that we have documented. And our investigators, jointly with other law enforcement agencies, continue investigating. We have also had law enforcement officers from other oblasts from western Ukraine working with us. Our police family is a big family, and since the very first days of when those towns have been liberated, there have been more than 370 officers from other oblasts who joined us. And I have to say that by now, due to thorough work of all those police officers, we have visited almost 90,000 apartments and 90,000 homes. Every street, every home. There has been no one street, no one building not visited by police officers. We have checked almost 45,000 citizens who came to those territories and stayed there after occupation. There are certain results of that work, of those activities. Just for you to understand, by now we have already identified 114 citizens as informed that they are suspects of marauder activities. Unfortunately, we do have such facts, but you know, our responsibilities as law enforcement is to identify such people and bring them to liability, those people who have unfortunately used this war situation for those crimes. Also, by now, due to our activities, we have documented more than 40 facts where it may be that some citizens were involved in collaboration with the enemy, and some of them have been notified of suspicion. Also, we have been working every day to find weapons and explosives, and this work has been continuing every day, and in various apartments we have found explosives and ammunition, and due to our cooperation with the state emergency services, almost 3,000 explosive items and ammunition items have been found by our joint teams in those territories. Also, we have documented more than 30 facts where firearms have been illegally stored, 38 grenades, 10 pistols, more than 5,000 cartridges for various types of weapons. Those activities continue, and unfortunately we continue finding citizens. By now we have already found more than 200 citizens who take drugs and store drugs, and you know, those are drugs like cannabis. We have already taken more than 35 kilos of cannabis. So we have something to say. And most importantly for our people, for our residents of Kyiv Oblast, by now we have almost restored pre-war mode of operation of all patrol police groups, all our police stations, and we have been carrying out all those police functions, police responsibility that we have to implement. So we maintain security and safety for our citizens, for our people every day, so that they should not worry that somebody would come and commit some crime. And we respond within 15 minutes. All our police groups have been working. I would like to thank those officers who joined us, and people from the National Guard of Ukraine who also joined us in those deoccupied territories. They have performed 100%, and I'm sure that also in the future we'll make our Kyiv Oblast safe and secure. Mr. Chertyan, can we now say that homes of our people have all been checked and there are no explosive items anymore, or still this is not the case? You know, this is a sensitive question. We cooperate and with the State Emergency Service. We cannot say that we have checked 100%, you're welcome to come and live and it's all safe. We cannot say it because, you know, people come back, and we see over the last week a lot of people who evacuated, who left for other oblasts, come back, and still they find in their homes, especially in their private houses, they still find some ammunition. I'd like to use this opportunity to say, please don't decide on your own. Don't take those things in your hands. Unfortunately, almost every day we see cases in Kyiv Oblast where those mines explode which were installed on the roads. We do have such facts, and I'd like to remind you that this Sunday is the day when we commemorate our dead, and in some districts like Bucha, Brovary, Bila Tserkva, in some districts they decided that there is still mining and people should not come to the cemeteries. So, you know, again, don't decide on your own that you will demine something or touch those items. It's very dangerous. And to finish with this subject, Mr. Chertyan, I know that over the last week, and in particular yesterday, there have been some explosions heard in Kyiv and Kyiv Oblast. Our understanding is that it's about demining those territories. So can we tell people that it's just about demining which continues? You know, residents of Kyiv Oblast can feel safe. These activities will continue. Unfortunately, there are some explosive items which cannot be demined. They should be blown on site. And all law enforcement agencies have been working to full extent. We do have notifications, reports, we respond to them. Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. You're welcome to ask your questions. Please use the microphone and introduce yourself.
Richard Lloyd Parry of the Times newspaper of London. I have two questions. The first is, you talked about cases of drug crime and drugs that have been seized. Are these connected to the Russian occupation, or are they just, as it were, routine drug crimes that you've discovered? The second question is about the cases of collaborators. Can you tell us how many people have been charged with crimes of collaboration, and when are they expected to appear in court, and which court will that be?
Thank you for your questions. First, all those crimes about illegal storage of drugs, they have nothing to do with warfare. These are just our routine activities. I just mentioned though that police is continuing its usual operations and does it even better now, because we have got not only additional staff, but also, you know, we have our checkpoints and everything, but it's not related to warfare. Second, about collaborations, 10 people have been notified as suspects, and about judging on the merits, it will be decided by the court of law where those criminal proceedings will be considered, will be heard. Thank you. Any more questions? I have a question about so-called mass graves. Those graves, how many of those graves has been found? And you mentioned 1,202 bodies found. How many of them is in those mass graves? And out of those 1,202 bodies, how many have been identified? Thank you for your question. For me, you know, each and every grave, like for any of and every of us, each and every grave is about some horror that those people had. You know, even when we find one body, it's terrible, but when there are 3 or more bodies, if we are talking about such graves, we have found 8 graves of that type. And in those 8 graves, we have found 148 bodies. So the total number has been 1,202, and we have not identified almost 280 people. We have been working every day, and we get all the information. And you see, most of them has been identified. So we have been working every day. Any more questions? Good afternoon. Currently, many. Could you please repeat? No, most territories have been occupied, and the police officers working before that, who used to work under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, joined the ranks of so-called People's Republics. Do you have information about those police officers, and if and when those territories are deoccupied, what will happen to those police officers? Thank you. Thank you for your question. Maybe I'll correct a bit, because not most of the territories have been occupied. I can tell you that it's about how everybody treats his or her country, and the oath of allegiance, and your responsibilities. If the person has chosen this way, that person should be brought to the strictest criminal liability, like all other traitors of our country. And it's about the court and everything. You know, unfortunately, I cannot answer this question now. But, you know, in Kyiv Oblast we didn't have such cases, but about those territories which are areas of combat action now, I think that their departments will provide with more information. Thank you.
News organization T-Online. You were talking about torture too. And I was wondering how many of the 184 bodies that were found in mass graves showed signs of torture. So how big is that dimension of torture? And secondly, you were talking about collaboration. So as a quick follow-up question, those 10 people that have been notified by the police, what did they actually do? How did they collaborate? For example, the mayor of Bucha was mentioning a case of collaboration with the kill lists that the Russians apparently had, so that some local people of Bucha helped them write this kill list. Can you say something about that? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. About 148 bodies, you know, all of them have some bodily injuries, and for most of them there has been autopsy done and there is forensic examination being done, which will provide us with more specific information. So now, how many of them have been tortured, I cannot say, because there are certain investigative activities in place now. Now about collaborations against, there is this confidentiality of investigation. I will not mention any names now. This information will be judged by the court, and when they are sentenced, you'll get. But about the mayor of Bucha, we had a press briefing with the mayor of Bucha. You are welcome to watch it on our YouTube channel. And there, the mayor of Bucha told his whole story, where he was hiding and all that. If there are any more questions, you're welcome.
Almost 1 month has passed since the end of the occupation in the Kyiv region. Do you have more details about crimes committed on women? And do you have more details about Russians responsible for these crimes or investigated for these crimes? As we know that maybe there is one group that move in another region at the moment fighting. So if you have any details about this.
Thank you for your question. I'm sure that, basically there are more than 3,000 war crimes being investigated, and to tell you in more detail about the liability and whom we have notified out of those occupational forces, I'm sure that there were already were or will be press briefings by other agencies, prosecutors' offices and so on. About women, yes, we receive such information and check it every day, and I will say that we have created an additional team which has a psychologist, and we check that information, we verified it, but this is a sensitive topic. I understand what you mean. We should talk a language of facts. This team has been working, and I'm sure that soon we'll be able to tell you in more detail when we document these crimes, because there is this information, but we should use a language of facts. Thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you. I'm from the Sunday Times of London. I wondered what kind of cooperation and help you're getting from other police forces from around the world, or if anybody is helping you.
Thank you for your question. We receive help from other countries of Europe, and believe me, this help is not just about physical presence, but this help includes bulletproof vests, personal protective gear, and other things. And also they help us with the experience of those agencies. They work with us investigators. For example, we have a team from France which helps us, and from other EU countries. So, I cannot say who helps more, who helps less. Everybody's helping, and that's great. Thank you. Any more questions? No more questions. Thank you, Mr. Achertyan. Thank you for finding time to join us. And I'd like to remind you, dear journalists, that you're welcome to monitor our announcements. Now we are developing our schedule for tomorrow, and we'll announce it on our Telegram channel, Twitter, and Facebook. Thank you.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. That was the latest update provided by the head of police in the Kyiv region on the situation currently on the ground in that country. We are going to kind of dissect what information he just gave us here. The Kyiv Regional Police Deputy Head saying that, quote, "We see every day the cruelty." And here's images on your screens of individuals that were stuck in the besieged city of Mariupol who have made their way out. But these are the types of atrocities that the people of Ukraine have been living for 68 days now. He also was outlining that police work continues as it would normally, that they are also keeping their city safe from drug issues, that they are also working to identify some individuals, Ukrainian civilians, who have actually collaborated with the enemy and helped the Russians. He says we are talking about atrocities, murders, killings, and more than 3,000 documented war crimes. Our investigators are continuing to investigate all of these cases. He also said that law enforcement officers from Western Ukraine are also helping the Kyiv Regional Police during this investigation. He says there have been more than 370 officers from other oblasts, so other regions, who have joined in to help the Kyiv police. He says on the explosions in Kyiv, because we have been reporting that while Russian forces have mostly retreated from not only the Ukrainian capital, but the suburbs surrounding the Ukrainian capital, we have reported over the past 4 or 5 days that there have actually been explosions in that region. We see tweets all the time from our reporters on the ground, Trey Yingst, one of them that keeps us updated on the situation in Kyiv. But the Kyiv Regional Police head deputy saying, quote, residents of Kyiv can feel safe. Unfortunately, there are some explosions that can't be demined. So those were explosions that were already there, put in place by Russian forces that are going off. So not necessarily that Kyiv is under attack once again. These were the latest updates provided to us live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show by the head of the regional police in Kyiv. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we do want to get you up to speed on all of the top stories this morning. The Department of Homeland Security is under fire in Washington as foreign officials warn that migration could surge if Title 42 is lifted later this month. Our Fox News correspondent David Spunt is at the White House with more on how the administration is managing this crisis.
A difficult few days for President Biden, who continues to take incoming criticism about the economy, whether it's higher prices at the local grocery store and at the gas pump, also the immigration crisis plaguing our southern border, specifically Title 42. It's expected to end later this month. Title 42 was put in place to expel migrants in a quick manner, citing the COVID pandemic. The president is under pressure from the left to lift Title 42. Meanwhile, Republicans want the president to keep it in place. The same for vulnerable Democrats like Senator Mark Kelly in Arizona. The administration is also under fire for a new disinformation governance board aimed at stopping disinformation. Some critics have called it Orwellian. The executive director of the board, Nina Jankowicz, is being criticized for downplaying the Hunter Biden laptop story back in 2020. Hunter Biden, the president's son, is now under federal investigation, even though he's not been charged with a crime, and the laptop is in FBI custody. Here is Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on Fox News Sunday.
There's no question, Brett, that we could have done a better job in communicating what it does. And let me share with you what this Department of Homeland Security does and has been doing for years, throughout the past administration included. We address disinformation that presents a security threat to the homeland.
On Sunday, the president traveled to Minnesota to pay respects to the late Vice President, Walter Mondale, who died last year. At the White House, David Spunt, Fox News.
And there is a smiling Joe Biden this weekend at the White House Correspondents' Dinner that did make its return after a 3-year hiatus. It made a triumphant return. It was put on pause first during the Trump administration, a hiatus that was then extended due to the pandemic. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff, she has more on how the commander-in-chief wasn't afraid to take a few jokes and make a few himself as well. Let's listen into this recap.
A return to the traditional swank and satire of years past. It was the first press corps gala in 3 years, put on pause, of course, by the pandemic. And headliner Trevor Noah hit on that note right off the bat.
You guys spent the last 2 years telling everyone the importance of wearing masks and avoiding large indoor gatherings. Then the second someone offers you a free dinner, you all turn into Joe Rogan.
COVID concerns still very real within the Biden administration, though. This week, Vice President Kamala Harris and White House Communications Director Kate Bedingfield revealed they've tested positive. Despite it being his first in office, President Biden did skip the dinner portion of the event to reduce possible exposure. Dr. Anthony Fauci skipped it altogether.
I know there are questions about whether we should gather here tonight because of COVID. Well, we're here to show the country that we're getting through this pandemic.
President Biden touted the fact that he is the first sitting president in 6 years to accept an invitation to the dinner, taking a dig at former President Trump. But the president took hits at himself, too, on his age and the poll numbers he's currently trying to combat.
42% of you actually applauded. I'm really excited to be here tonight with the only group of Americans with a lower approval rating than I have.
That 42% approval rating comes from a new Washington Post ABC News poll. The most recent poll out of Quinnipiac University, though, puts the president's job approval rating at 33%. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And we did break another story over the weekend here on Live Now from Fox. Country singer Naomi Judd has died at the age of 76. Her daughter Ashley said mental illness claimed her mother's life. Our Fox News correspondent Ashley Dvorkin has more from Los Angeles.
The country music world losing an icon. Grammy-winning legend and matriarch of the Judd family, Naomi Judd, has passed away. In a statement posted to Twitter on Saturday, actress Ashley Judd, one of Naomi's daughters, said, "Today we sisters experienced a tragedy. We lost our beautiful mother to the disease of mental illness. We are shattered. We are navigating profound grief and know that as we loved her, she was loved by her public. We are in unknown territory." Naomi Judd was half of the country music powerhouse duo, the Judds, along with her daughter, Winona. The news comes just one day before the Judds were going to be inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame. Her publicist released a statement saying that the entertainment icon passed away today outside of Nashville. The statement also reads her husband, Larry Strickland, of 32 years, will not be making any further statements. Naomi Judd's family requests privacy during this heartbreaking time. No additional information will be released at this time.
I would whisper love so loudly, every heart can understand.
The Judds sang Love Can Build a Bridge at this year's CMT Music Awards in Nashville earlier this month. Naomi had previously retired from the music scene in 1990 after doctors diagnosed her with the blood disease hepatitis C. The Judds reunited since then, including for the 1994 Super Bowl halftime show and tours in 2000 and 2010. The Judds were set to go on tour once again this fall, starting September 30th, their first joint tour in over a decade. There's no word on Judd's exact cause of death at this time. Naomi Judd was 76 years old. In Los Angeles, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And thank you to Ashley for that report. Our next story brings us out to Florida. Here's a live look at Clearwater, Florida, a place that I'm sure we would all much rather be on this Monday morning. Thank you once again for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 3 minutes past the 9 o'clock hour, and we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get you up to speed on the latest coming out of Ukraine. We'll also touch base with later on in the morning with our Fox business team, because we're just about 27 minutes away from the markets opening after a brutal April month. What can we expect in the month of May? Well, we'll let you know, and our Fox business team will keep us all up to speed. We also are about an hour away from the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial taking and entering its 4th week. Amber Heard is set to take the stand. A lot to break down as we take in this beautiful view of Clearwater, Florida this morning. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. Live now from our Orlando studios. It is 6 minutes past the 9 a.m. hour here on the East Coast, and we do want to thank you for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are keeping you and ourselves up to date on quite a few top stories that have come into our newsroom this morning. Let's take a Live Now look at the White House on this May 2nd, as we can report that the White House have confirmed that First Lady Jill Biden is set to make a trip overseas today. Not today, later on this week, I should say. They did confirm that today. Jill Biden set to travel to Romania and Slovakia this week. She is actually going to meet with Ukrainian refugees in a trip that will take her through the weekend, which means she will be spending Mother's Day meeting with Ukrainian mothers and children who fled for their lives after Russian President Vladimir Putin opened war against Ukraine, the White House announcing late last night. The May 8th meeting will take place in Slovakia. So on actual Mother's Day, Jill Biden is set to be in Slovakia, one of two Eastern European countries that the First Lady plans to visit during a 5-day trip that is set to begin on Thursday. So as we always do, we will keep you up to speed on this trip as the First Lady does make her way to these nations, both Slovakia and Romania, countries that have housed a large influx of refugees since the beginning of this invasion 68 days ago. Nearly 5.5 million Ukrainians, mostly women and children, have fled Ukraine since this invasion started. And so on Monday, Jill Biden will wrap up her trip by meeting members of the Slovakian government before ultimately returning to the United States. So we will take you along First Lady Jill Biden's trip to Romania and Slovakia later this week. We also want to keep you up to date on a big meeting that happened over the week. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she is vowing to continue U.S. support for Ukraine after visiting Kyiv herself. There you see her along with the congressional delegation that made the trip with her, shaking hands with President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. Ukrainian citizens and civilians have obviously been trying to make their way to safety for the past 68 days since this invasion started. Pelosi is actually the highest ranking member of the U.S. government to visit Ukraine and Kyiv since the start of this war. Zelensky shook hands with each of these congressional representatives. He also welcomed them into the palace in Kyiv. And they did meet face-to-face in a 4-hour meeting. And so they did eventually make their way over the border to Poland, where they addressed the media. We also want to keep you up to speed on all of the video coming into our newsroom of the latest happening on the ground in Ukraine. We can report that civilian evacuations are continuing today in the besieged city of Mariupol. Ukrainian civilians have been held up in a steel plant in Mariupol under siege by Russian forces for nearly 2 months. And they have began to be evacuated over the weekend. That was the bus that brought some of them to safety. More than 100 civilians were expected to arrive to the Ukrainian-controlled city of Zaporizhia. That may seem very familiar to you because at the beginning of this war, perhaps 3 or 4 weeks in, we brought to you news about the Zaporizhia nuclear plant. Well, that city, Zaporizhia, is still Ukrainian-controlled, and that is where some of these civilians will make their way to safety from the besieged city of Mariupol. We do have our reporters on the ground who have been covering this situation for us since the very beginning. Let's touch base with our Fox News correspondent, Trey Yingst, for the latest.
A group of civilians safely evacuated Sunday from a steelworks in Mariupol. Some had been hiding out there for the last 2 months, as the southern port city endured a near constant siege from Russian forces.
I can't believe 2 months of darkness.
The UN and the Red Cross helping to coordinate the long-awaited rescue operation. Ukraine says previous evacuation attempts were derailed by Russian shelling. Around 100,000 people remain in the city, where Russia has declared victory. The steelworks is the last remaining holdout for Ukrainian forces, the only area not occupied by the Russians. Amid the fighting, a surprise visitor Sunday in the capital. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi traveling to Kyiv to meet with Ukraine's president, while pledging the U.S.'s continued support in the form of funding, heavy weapons, and economic sanctions on Moscow.
This shows that the United States today is a leader in strong support for Ukraine during the war against the aggression of the Russian Federation. And I want to thank you for that, for supporting Ukraine to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity.
You're on a frontier of freedom, and that your fight is a fight for everyone. And so our commitment is to be there for you until the fight is done.
Pelosi is the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit Ukraine since the start of the war. The Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State were here last week. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And we do want to continue to take you through the latest imagery coming into our newsroom. This is satellite images released by Maxar Technologies depicting the vast devastation across that southern city of Mariupol. We can confirm once again, as Trey Yingst has just reported, that some evacuations are underway in the southern portion of that country. We also are going to head from the east and the southern portion of Ukraine all the way out west, where Angelina Jolie actually paid a visit to Lviv, Ukraine, to meet with some of the refugees and some of the humanitarian workers. Angelina Jolie is not only a world-renowned actress, but she is also a UN humanitarian, and that is why she was obviously very inclined to make this trip. There you see her exchanging some pleasantries with that little girl there, and so she is just one of the many world-renowned people who have made their way to Ukraine and showed support for a country who has now been defending itself from Russia for 68 straight days. We are just minutes away from touching base with our Fox weather team, our very own Will Nunley. He is going to be joining us from Kansas, where I'm going to pull up this imagery because it really is just unbelievable what the people of Kansas have been through over the past couple of days. Tornadoes have wreaked havoc on this portion of the country, leaving a trail of devastation. Our Will Nunley has been on the ground kind of recapping all of the cleanup efforts that have been underway over the past couple of days as a result of these storm systems that have left many people without homes. And there you're seeing on your screens all of the destruction. That live interview is coming up right after this quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And as promised, we are going to head live to Kansas, where our very own Fox weather team is on the ground. Will Nunley joins us. Please give us the latest on a situation that really is devastating to look at, Will. Tornadoes ramming through this town. What's the latest?
Hi, Gabrielle. Good morning. Yeah, we're here in one of the Fox weather beasts, actually in one of the many neighborhoods that has been affected by this. And as we kind of go through, actually want to kind of pull up our outdoor camera here and show you this. You can go from a house that is somewhat standing, and then you go to one that has no roof, and then you will pass by a home that has just been destroyed, and there's nothing left but the foundation. And this is the heart of part of this very powerful, what is now registered to be an F3 tornado that came through this community late Friday night. The Fox weather team was on the ground just hours after, taking a look at this incredible amount of damage. And the utility crews have been hard at work here over the past couple of days, really around the clock, trying to restore power, but restoring power to the homes that can even have it. Because what we're dealing with in this type of situation is lots of homes that are so badly damaged or just destroyed that even bringing electricity to them is difficult at this point, because there's no one there to receive it. A lot of the community has been able to power back up because of the work that these hardline men and women have been doing here, the linemen have been doing to try to rebuild this. But just as we kind of look at these views from our vehicle here, and you can see everybody working in real time, there's piles of debris on either side of the road. We have homes that are just gutted, essentially. The windows are blown out, the roofs are taken off in most of these cases, and then in the worst of the cases, we are seeing homes here, Gabrielle, that are just absolutely taken down to their foundations. It is a pitiful sight. You'll see there on your screen, you can possibly make out an X by the door, the front door there with spray paint. And that is part of the search and rescue operations that they do immediately following, in the minutes after a disaster like this strikes. The rescue workers go to each home and try to find survivors and tend to those who need medical care. And that's what you'll see here when you see these markings on these houses. And meanwhile, you've seen some of the video from this weekend where there were people sheltering in place inside of a YMCA. There were almost 60 people inside of a YMCA, and what we saw there was the roof taken off in parts of that building, but also people sheltering inside the locker rooms because the glass was being blown out of the building. And we even saw entire cars crunched up against the front of these buildings like they were just toys. It was just incredible imagery that we've seen coming out, and incredible in the fact that it is so powerful and unfortunate at the same time. There is a lot of people going through some very tough times here right now, and unfortunately we're dealing with more rain and storms here on the way today. You may have been talking about some of those storm chances that we're facing here yet again. Nothing quite to the extreme that we saw Friday night, but still, anytime you add more rain and storms on top of very fragile, delicate infrastructure like we have here, it's just not very welcome news. But the highlight of all of this, if there is one, is the fact that so many people are safe. This was a storm that allowed our team and the local meteorologists here to really give people a heads up and let them know what was coming. And they heeded those warnings and sought shelter when the sirens started to sound and when the alerts started to sound. And that's why we have no deaths reported in the Andover area as a result of the storm. There are still about 4 injuries that the fire department reported, but in terms of fatalities, there are none, which is almost unbelievable when you see the amount of damage that we're seeing here on the ground. When you talk about homes that not only just have siding damage or roof damage, but have been leveled. It is remarkable, and really a testament to the National Weather Service and our ability to predict storms and really see, get people out of harm's way in enough time for them to seek shelter. But this is Andover Road here, one of the major thoroughfares. And again, we hit these areas where the damage is very clear. It's very, very clear to see. And then you'll go a block down the road and life is normal. There's hardly any damage to speak of. And Wichita is just about 6 minutes down the road. And today is business as normal for that community. So quite amazing depending on where you are.
It really is, and you've offered great insight into people, you know, who are not there on the ground to really depict what the people of Kansas in this city are going through. You said that obviously your Fox Weather team and the National Weather Service was able to give these people a heads up. Are these people who usually have to deal with tornadoes? Is this level of severe weather, are these individuals used to this?
I think so, and I think that that plays a big role in you know, when you live in this part of the country, you realize that you are in an area that receives these constant tornado threats. And so it's not just a term or a word that is thrown around lightly. When a tornado warning is issued here, people take it seriously. They know where to go. They have these interior rooms. Many of them have storm shelters at the ready. And they know that you have to respond quickly and take these seriously. And I think that's a part of one of the factors that has led to, you know, the survival rate that we have seen of these storms, and a testament again to the technology and just being able to adhere to those warnings and be able to come out of these storms alive, because we're talking about 130, 40, 50 mile per hour plus winds with an F3 type situation. And if you're caught out in a vehicle, you know, we saw again this imagery of these cars slammed up against the buildings just like they were toys, and they're crunched up like tin cans. I mean, they're not just laying on their sides, they are crunched. You can't survive a situation like that. So that's why we say things like get out of your vehicle, get to an interior room, get away from windows, because all of those things become projectiles. And we also saw debris lofted so high in the air with these incredible images that we saw of this tornado. I don't think I'll ever forget seeing that imagery of that tornado, just because of how, you know, well defined it truly was. And you had debris going 21,000 feet in the air. That is, you know, part of people's homes, that is parts of cars, that is outdoor furniture, that is interior, you know, things from inside people's houses, all just being torpedoed in the air. I even saw a case in the parking lot where of the YMCA, where a metal beam was just sent like a toothpick through a brownie, just smashed into the asphalt like it was supposed to be there. And imagine just being caught out in the elements and force like that. So that's why we always say, get to that interior room, seek shelter, and try to stay there until the threat passes.
Really can't even imagine it, Will. Thank you so much for the insight and for all of the coverage that your Fox Weather team provides to save lives during times like this. I'm sure we'll be touching base again as these recovery efforts continue into the latter end of this week. Stay safe, and thank your driver
Anytime.
for a really compelling ride there.
We will. Thank you.
And we do want to take you out to our XRAD radar as we continue to monitor the latest weather news across the country. There you are seeing all of the temperatures come up. If you know where you are, be sure to look at the map and see what weather is in your forecast for today. We also are monitoring a series of winter weather that is making its way through the center of the country that could bring about some tornadoes for certain portions of the country. So as soon as we have an update on those potential tornado warnings or watches, we'll be sure to touch base with our Fox Weather team and bring those updates to you. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we will be just minutes away from the markets opening. So a full market recap, along with later on in our show, we're going to be touching base with our Fox Business team on what we can expect in the month of May. A lot coming up on the other side of this break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are live in the Big Apple, New York City on this Monday morning, May 2nd, 2022. We are 3 minutes away from the opening bell of the stock exchange, and we will be sure to bring you there live, raw, and unfiltered as markets open for the first time in the month of May. Of course, May 1st was yesterday. Markets closed on Sunday, so they will begin trading today after a brutal April month. As soon as those markets do open up, we'll take you there live, raw, and unfiltered. But we do want to get you up to speed on the latest business news. And unfortunately, we have bad news for those of you tuning in from Florida. Right now, Florida is the most expensive place to live in the entire country. Our Fox 35 team in Orlando explains.
Amanda Hendricks is being priced out of the American dream.
We want a house for our kids in that backyard, but right now it almost seems like it's impossible.
Hendricks, her husband, and their 2 twin boys were renting an apartment in Oviedo while saving up for their dream home. Their rent was raised from $1,300 a month to almost $1,700, which left them no choice but to move in with Amanda's parents.
We don't want to leave, but it's kind of forcing us out right now.
The average rent in Orange County is $1,700 a month, up over 50% from a year ago.
The cost of rental units is raising about 7 times faster than the rate of wages are. And so that gap between affordable and unaffordable is growing significantly.
In Volusia County, at this time last year, homes in DeLand were selling for $143 per square foot. Now the asking price is $214. In Seminole County, the numbers are even higher. Lake Mary homes were going for about $177 per square foot in 2021. Now it's $272.
Some of these first-time homebuyers, they're down to $100. $100 swing either direction means house or no house.
Realtors are seeing some buyers waive inspections and appraisals in a race to get a home. They say those moves are risky. Some buyers are even getting beat out by massive cash offers as high as $100,000 over the listing price.
I think some of the ones that are more rentability type homes, those are probably being bought up more by corporations, investors, large, big pockets of people.
Neither realtor expects the Central Florida housing bubble to burst like it did nationwide in 2008. That was primarily due to risky lending practices in the mortgage industry. The bottom line is the demand for homes far outweighs the available inventory.
In my opinion, it is strictly lack of inventory. Of course, we got to rewind to COVID. That's really what spurred all this on.
And it could take months or maybe years before inventory meets demand.
We've got lots of baby boomers here in Florida, so as they age out and move into long-term care, that will loosen up some of the inventory for Gen Z and millennials.
But until then, the American dream is on hold.
I feel like we're never going to get to it.
Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
Not the best news if you are tuning in from Florida. We are now taking a live now look at the White House on this Monday morning, and we can report that stocks are officially trading. Let's take you out to a live look at the board this morning on this first trading day of May. We can report that the Dow is up, and we are expecting a live report and conversation with our Fox business team on what all of you can expect in the month of May when it comes to the economy, what the experts and investors are expecting in this month. May kicks off a new trading month after what was, as I said, a very rough April. The Federal Reserve meeting in focus for traders. Oil is up, as is diesel prices. So we're going to ask our Fox business team what those historic diesel prices, what effect that is going to have on truckers, obviously, and the trickle-down effect, what effect that is going to have on inflation, all of the things that those truck drivers are delivering. will those things become more expensive? We also are keeping a close eye on cryptocurrency. Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies were mixed early Sunday morning after a bad April month. Bitcoin was down 2.74% last week, and for April, cryptocurrency Bitcoin was down approximately 17%. So it wasn't a good month for crypto either. We'll ask our Fox Business team what is expected for the month of May. The average price for a gallon of gasoline in the United States rose for the second straight day on Monday. It is now up to $4.19. On Sunday, it was a cent less, $4.18. So it continues to rise. Of course, we're not quite at that record high that we were back on March 11th. That record high was $4.33. So while it continues to trend up, it's very, very slight, and we still are not anywhere close to that record high. But the diesel prices, that hitting a historic all-time high in the United States, is something that we are going to keep a close eye on as markets are once again trading on this Monday morning. We also are going to keep a very close eye on Fairfax, Virginia, where Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are set to go head-to-head in week 4 of their $50 million defamation trial. Of course, Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for $50 million, and Amber Heard is counter-suing Johnny Depp for $100 million. We are expecting Amber Heard to take the stand at some point this week. We are going to touch base live on the ground with our Fox team who are covering this trial for us. But first, before we head out to yet another week of a trial that has been full of twists and turns, let's look back at what we have seen thus far and what impact these previous 3 weeks are going to have on the trial moving forward. Let's take a listen to our very own Live Now from Fox team break it down.
If either one of them thought that this trial would put them back on top, would restore their credibility, would give them their reputation back, they were horribly wrong. Because I don't care who the jury finds for, and whether it's $1 or $100 million. What has come out in this trial, the evidence that has been splashed across the media for the world to see, as far as I'm concerned, has humiliated both of them, has destroyed what little credibility they hope to have again, whether the jury comes back with $1 or $1 billion. Their reputations, other than doing CD or W-rated movies that go right to wherever, no, their reputations are done.
Well, we are taking a look at Johnny Depp inside of the courtroom today. Some saying they saw him eating gummy bears, and many of them seeing him burst out into laughter over some of the testimony, not only today, but from yesterday as well. What are your thoughts in watching this? We knew that this was going to be theatrical with 2 actors, and we haven't even heard from Amber Heard yet, but Johnny Depp taking the stand himself. What have been your thoughts of the theater inside of the courtroom in Virginia?
From a human standpoint, having lived through a pandemic, living through a war, the uncertainty of the health of our country, both physically, emotionally, and financially, this trial is a welcome respite. And it allows us to look inside the lives of the rich and famous and say, wow, my life may not be so bad. From a lawyering standpoint, from being an officer of the court and depending upon the credibility and the vitality and the respect and the decorum for our system of justice, this is horrifying. I am mortified to see how, again, the rich and the famous and the entitled can use our system and use taxpayers' dollars to walk into a courtroom in an effort to beat the crap out of one another. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The money would have been much better spent on therapy, because a courtroom is not a substitute for therapy. And to watch witnesses vaping and testifying from a car and the laughing and watching Ms. Heard suddenly change her demeanor from one of, this isn't so bad, to ready to burst out in tears, apparently at the direction of her lawyers. To me, it is everything that is wrong with just allowing anyone to walk into a courtroom and use the courtroom for his or her own devices when there are people who really, really need.
This is Bob
and
here.
are denied access to our system of justice. The two of them ought
Hello.
to be ashamed of themselves for what they have allowed to happen in that courtroom.
Well, we're going to get into kind of courtroom strategy, and because you have fought cases like this before, what you would coach your clients to do in this scenario. But I want to kind of get your thoughts on how Johnny Depp's legal team is doing, because they're probably nearing the end of their side here. They've called forth several different experts and witnesses. And as we outlined in the beginning, social media is blowing up, and a lot of people saying that they're in favor of Johnny Depp. If you stand outside of the courthouse, it's mostly supporters of Johnny Depp on this front. So from a legal standpoint, how do you think they're doing?
Well, if I had to say who's winning, and I use that term relatively because I think they're both losing, and I think they're both losers, and I don't mean that like you're a loser. I just mean that if their hope was to come out of this cleansed, as I said earlier, or their credibility at least somewhat restored. See, I was defamed. I think they both lost. But if I had to pick a winner right now, I think certainly Ms. Heard is appearing to have been a manipulative, somewhat conniving person. I think to the extent that her accusations are holding up to the light of day, I don't think so. Whether it is admissible evidence of her being controlling and manipulative and perhaps the instigator, or perhaps overblowing what's going on here, or something which may not be admissible, which is the fact that she's claiming that she used a makeup cover-up for her injuries, and the company has gone public to say, that's really interesting, since we didn't have that line of cosmetics out for a year after all of this allegedly happened. That certainly isn't helpful as far as her credibility goes, to the extent that the jury sees the way she's being coached by her lawyers, where she changes her demeanor. I think in that respect, I think Johnny Depp is probably coming out to be perhaps more sympathetic than Ms. Heard is being portrayed. How she does on the stand, we don't know yet. But right now, I would say, yeah, to the extent that you want to call someone doing better than the other, it's probably Mr. Depp.
Well, this is very interesting, because that is part of the preparation process in going into a trial, is how you're going to react, facial expressions, what you're going to wear. You know, if you were the legal team, if you were representing Amber Heard, how would you kind of adjust that midway through this trial?
Well, the problem is, in a case like this, and let's take a step back. In a case like this, where both of them are saying, you have destroyed me, you have ruined my life, you have ruined my career. I was a successful actor before you came along, before you wrote this op-ed piece, before you sent your lawyers out to make sure I could never work in this town again. I don't think you need very much coaching beforehand to look upset, to look distraught. My God, that's your ex on the stand, somebody you once pledged your eternal loyalty and love to. I don't really think anyone needs to whisper in your ear to say, hey, listen, you gotta look upset. So from that standpoint, the whole thing is a travesty. The theater lawyers, we are trained. We are the actors. We are the ones who are the directors and the producers. But that all gets done beforehand, not midway in the trial. If you're doing it midway, it's too late.
All right. Well, with that being said, I want to get into just a couple of the specifics from the day. We were just listening into an ACLU representative. They say that they reached out to Amber Heard in 2019 about pledged annual installments that she said she was going to hand over. And they say that she was unable to do that due to financial hardships, which brings a different element, I feel like, into Amber Heard's case here, that maybe she was having some financial troubles. And then they ended up going on to say that Elon Musk went forward and made a $1 million donation here, bringing Elon Musk, who was allegedly dating Amber Heard at the time, into the storyline, which we just learned yesterday he will no longer be testifying in defense of Amber Heard here. But what does this do for Amber Heard's case?
The whole ACLU piece adds another layer, in my humble opinion, of the theater of the absurd. Because certainly the ACLU stood to benefit from someone as public as Amber Heard speaking out as a victim of domestic violence. Having said that, if in fact Mr. Depp may have made a contribution towards that, then it's almost as if Mr. Depp has paid for his own demise. Then you have the ACLU. Was the ACLU an unknowing dupe towards this fiasco, this lie perpetrated by Amber Heard? Or was the ACLU a willing participant, since they stood to reap the benefits both financially from Ms. Heard and certainly as far as public relations is concerned? So what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, there's a lot to consume and a lot to watch every day, in which everyone is watching. We are waiting for Amber Heard because she will be testifying, and there's two sides to every story. What are your expectations going into her testimony, her side, her strategy?
I would guess that she will put on a theatrical performance, much like Johnny Depp did. I could have sworn that when Mr. Depp was testifying, he was auditioning, and I was waiting for someone to go, cut, that's a wrap, thank you, good job, we'll be in touch. I expect the same from Ms. Heard. This is the two of them. As I said, if they thought they were trying to come out of this alive and for the better, they are killing each other. They are killing their careers, their reputations. They are killing their families. I for the life of me, how someone did not sit down with them and say, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Do you really want to do this? If we've ever seen an example of an operation being a success, but the patient died, because maybe one of them will get something out of this jury, but it's not going to restore them. It's not going to put them back to the place that they were before the two of them met each other.
All right, legal analyst Randy Zellin joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it, and we'll be waiting for the next testimony, and especially Amber Heard to take the stand.
A great recap, as always, by our Live Now team, looking back at the first 3 weeks of this trial. You just heard our very own host, Daytona Everett, allude to the fact that Amber Heard is going to take the stand. Well, we are expecting her to take the stand at some point this week. This has been a moment in this trial that many people have been waiting for. And as promised, we are going to touch base with our Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard, who is live in Fairfax, Virginia. Bob, thank you so much for joining us. Give us the latest on the trial that the country simply cannot get enough of.
Yeah, Gabby, we've been here since early this morning, and here well before us were probably 200 people who lined up outside the Fairfax County Courthouse here in Fairfax, Virginia, just outside Washington. Some of them here since last night, hoping to be one of maybe 100 people to get access to the courtroom. At 7 o'clock this morning Eastern time, they handed out kind of like wristbands to those who had been in line here, and then they were to come back and try to get into the courtroom. And so, you know, is rather surprising, because we don't believe Amber is going to take the stand today, sometime later this week, but these people wanted to be in the courtroom anyway. Some of them coming from as far away as upstate New York, Indiana. Spoke to a woman who's visiting from Canada, was here for another reason in D.C., but took her very first Uber ride, and she was probably in her 40s or 50s, to get out here to the courthouse. Everyone we spoke to said they were a fan of Johnny Depp's, and that even watching the first few weeks of the trial and some of the sordid details that came out about this Hollywood couple's relationship, they were still defending him, still on his side, still wanting him to get justice, and in a sense to get his reputation back. And so that's kind of the sense we got of the group of people that were here early this morning hoping to attend this trial in person.
It is fascinating that people are quite literally lining up outside of the courthouse for this event. You said that later on in the week we could hear from Amber Heard herself. The people that you have spoken to, you just alluded to the fact that they are Johnny Depp supporters. Are they here just for the day? Have you spoken to anyone who's been here since the beginning? Because as we've been reporting, this is week 4. It's expected to be about 5 or 6 weeks long, this entire trial. So some of these people are making a very big commitment to show their support for either party in this, Bob.
That's right, Gabby. I spoke to a couple of people who say they had been here last week, came during the day and realized, no, you've got to be here early in the morning to get this opportunity to be inside the courthouse, inside the courtroom. So I spoke to some who've been here before, but not anyone who had been here for hours before the doors opened at 7 o'clock this morning, who'd been here and had witnessed themselves as a spectator any part of this trial in person. Quite a few say they've been watching, whether it was at home or at work, on their phones, the live coverage of the trial, but clearly, not tainted by what they'd heard so far. And every one of them, I mean, there was not a person that we approached that didn't want to go on TV and speak with us. We shared some of them on our morning newscasts here at Fox 5 in D.C. And again, all of them saying that they were Johnny Depp fans, and most of them women saying that they just feel like the criminal justice, the civil justice system kind of favors women always. And yet they haven't heard her side of this case. So maybe public opinion will change. I don't know if you've reported this, but apparently Amber Heard has fired her crisis management team and has hired a new PR firm, just kind of perhaps her reacting to the public opinion after the first few weeks of this trial.
You are absolutely right. There are reports of precisely that. Amber Heard firing her PR team, hiring a new one. She did not like the coverage that she was getting in the first 3 weeks of this trial. We'll see what happens when she takes the stand later on this week and if public opinion does curb in her favor. Bob Barnard, thank you so much for the insight. I'm sure we'll be touching base later on in the week as Amber does eventually make her way to the stand and these headlines continue to swirl. Thank you so much for the coverage.
Our pleasure.
And I do want to actually take you out to a live look at a feed from Fairfax, Virginia, currently making its way into our newsroom. Here is the arrivals of some of the stars in this case. Again, this is coming in live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. So I do want to make sure that we have the correct image up for you. But this is video footage of some of the arrivals for week 4 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial, the $50 million defamation showdown. And there you are seeing Amber Heard arriving to the courthouse today in Fairfax, Virginia. We did just touch base with Bob Barnard outside on the other side of Fairfax, Virginia in this courthouse. But there you did just see Amber Heard arriving for what is going to be a big week for her. And unfortunately, we did lose that feed because that is just how the cookie crumbles when you are on live TV. But it is going to be a big week for that woman that just walked into the courtroom, Amber Heard, who, as Bob said, did fire her PR team we're getting information, not precisely sure when she did that, but she has fired her PR team, has hired a new one, and is expected to take the stand at some point this week. We are getting a live image back into our newsroom from within the courtroom walls. This is inside of the Fairfax, Virginia courtroom, where Johnny Depp and Amber Heard will once again square off in week 4 of this trial. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be live here again. You won't want to miss it. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. We are just 5 minutes away from the top of the 10 o'clock hour. And as we have been covering for the past 3 weeks, 10 o'clock means the start of the Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp defamation trial. We actually are getting into our newsroom a live look from within the courtroom. I do want to pull that up for you. Johnny Depp has made his way to his seat as he is set to listen this week to his ex-wife Amber Heard take the stand. Yes, that is correct. We all saw Johnny Depp about 2 weeks ago now. He did take the stand in the second week of this trial, and he was on the stand for 4 days outlining his life with Amber Heard and outlining the intricacies of their relationship. Well, this week we are set to hear from that woman right there, Amber Heard, and here she is taking her seat in the courtroom as we enter week 4 of this trial. If you have not been following this trial since the beginning, Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for $50 million. This is all having to do with a 2018 op-ed published in the Washington Post in which Amber Heard describes herself as a victim of domestic violence. While Johnny Depp's name is not named directly, Johnny Depp is saying that he was obviously his career and his character. He was defamed in that op-ed. She countersued the Pirates of the Caribbean star for $100 million, accusing him and his former lawyer of conspiring to destroy her reputation in a series of smear campaigns. We did just get a live hit with our very own Bob Barnard, who was outside of this courtroom. And he did bring up a really interesting point. Amber Heard has actually fired her PR team, has hired a new PR team because she has not, reportedly, she has not been happy with the coverage that she is getting as a result of this trial. Bob Barnard did outline that there were people lined up outside of this courtroom to get a wristband to be able to sit in the back portion of this courtroom and get a quite literal front row seat to the action. And he did say that many of the people that he spoke to were, at the moment, of course, this trial is not over, but at the moment, they were expressing that they were siding with Johnny Depp. We are about 4 minutes away from this trial beginning, and we are, of course, as we have been since the very beginning, going to be there live, raw, and unfiltered. Even if we are not live, raw, and unfiltered in this show, you can always check out our YouTube page where we have the stream going all day long, uninterrupted coverage of the Johnny Depp trial, where you will not miss a minute of the action. So that serves as a great reminder for all of you who are interested in this trial and have been since us here on Live Now from Fox. We also have been keeping up to date with every minute of what's been a trial full of twists and turns, and the latest chapter is expected this week as Amber Heard is going to take the stand. We are going to step away and give you about 3 minutes. We'll come back. We do want to get you, though, up to speed on some other top stories that we are covering this morning. As many of you are joining us for the very first time on this Monday, May 2nd, 2022, we actually want to head out to the White House, where we are learning today that Jill Biden, the First Lady of the United States, she is set to make a big trip to Europe this week. She will actually spend Mother's Day with Ukrainian refugees that are currently in Romania and Slovakia. We are monitoring this on day 68 of the war in Ukraine. We can also report that civilian evacuations are underway in the besieged city of Mariupol. We also can tell you this morning that Nancy Pelosi, she actually visited Kyiv, Ukraine, and sat down face-to-face with President Zelensky of Ukraine over the weekend. Her, along with some other members of a congressional delegation. Our very own Trey Yinks, he's been reporting on this story since the very beginning. He is in Kyiv with all of the details and the latest coming out of Ukraine. Let's take a listen.
A group of civilians safely evacuated Sunday from a steelworks in Mariupol. Some had been hiding out there for the last 2 months, as the southern port city endured a near constant siege from Russian forces.
I can't believe 2 months of darkness.
The UN and the Red Cross helping to coordinate the long-awaited rescue operation. Ukraine says previous evacuation attempts were derailed by Russian shelling. Around 100,000 people remain in the city, where Russia has declared victory. The steelworks is the last remaining holdout for Ukrainian forces, the only area not occupied by the Russians. Amid the fighting, a surprise visitor Sunday in the capital. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi traveling to Kyiv to meet with Ukraine's president, while pledging the U.S.'s continued support in the form of funding, heavy weapons, and economic sanctions on Moscow.
This shows that the United States today is a leader in strong support for Ukraine during the war against the aggression of the Russian Federation. And I want to thank you for that, for supporting Ukraine to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity.
You're on a frontier of freedom, and that your fight is a fight for everyone. And so our commitment is to be there for you until the fight is done.
Pelosi is the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit Ukraine since the start of the war. The Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State were here last week. In Kyiv, Trey Yinks, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that report. We're going to stick in the nation's capital for the latest on immigration. The Department of Homeland Security under fire in Washington as foreign officials warn that migration could surge if Title 42 is lifted later this month. Our Fox News correspondent David Spunt is at the White House with more.
A difficult few days for President Biden, who continues to take incoming criticism about the economy, whether it's higher prices at the local grocery store and at the gas pump, also the immigration crisis plaguing our southern border, specifically Title 42. It's expected to end later this month. Title 42 was put in place to expel migrants in a quick manner, citing the COVID pandemic. The president is under pressure from the left to lift Title 42. Meanwhile, Republicans want the president to keep it in place. The same for vulnerable Democrats like Senator Mark Kelly in Arizona. The administration is also under fire for a new disinformation governance board aimed at stopping disinformation. Some critics have called it Orwellian. The executive director of the board, Nina Jankowicz, is being criticized for downplaying the Hunter Biden laptop story back in 2020. Hunter Biden, the president's son, is now under federal investigation, even though he's not been charged with a crime, and the laptop is in FBI custody. Here is Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on Fox News Sunday.
There's no question, Brett, that we could have done a better job in communicating what it does. And let me share with you what this Department of Homeland Security does and has been doing for years, throughout the past administration included. We address disinformation that presents a security threat to the homeland.
On Sunday, the president traveled to Minnesota to pay respects to the late Vice President, Walter Mondale, who died last year. At the White House, David Spunt, Fox News.
And from the latest in the White House to the latest in country music, we have some sad news to report. Naomi Judd, who was part of the Grammy-winning duo The Judds, has died. The singer was born in Kentucky and was the mother of Winona and Ashley Judd. Her daughters announced their mother's death on Saturday. In a statement, the two wrote, quote, "We lost our beautiful mother to the disease of mental illness." Our Fox News correspondent, Ashley Dvorkin, she has this story from Washington.
The country music world losing an icon. Grammy-winning legend and matriarch of the Judd family, Naomi Judd, has passed away. In a statement posted to Twitter on Saturday, actress Ashley Judd, one of Naomi's daughters, said, "Today we sisters experienced a tragedy. We lost our beautiful mother to the disease of mental illness. We are shattered. We are navigating profound grief and know that as we loved her, she was loved by her public. We are in unknown territory." Naomi Judd was half of the country music powerhouse duo The Judds, along with her daughter Winona. The news comes just one day before the Judds were going to be inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame. Her publicist released a statement saying that the entertainment icon passed away today outside of Nashville. The statement also reads her husband, Larry Strickland, of 32 years, will not be making any further statements. Naomi Judd's family requests privacy during this heartbreaking time. No additional information will be released at this time.
I would whisper love so loudly, every heart can understand.
The Judds sang Love Can Build a Bridge at this year's CMT Music Awards in Nashville earlier this month. Naomi had previously retired from the music scene in 1990 after doctors diagnosed her with the blood disease hepatitis C. The Judds reunited since then, including for the 1994 Super Bowl halftime show and tours in 2000 and 2010. The Judds were set to go on tour once again this fall, starting September 30th, their first joint tour in over a decade. There's no word on Judd's exact cause of death at this time. Naomi Judd was 76 years old. In Los Angeles, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And thank you to Ashley for that report. We did just touch base with our Fox weather team on the devastation left behind by a series of tornadoes in Kansas. Well, weather-related emergencies don't just cost dollars, they can cost lives. That's why forecasters say time is of the essence when it comes to preparing for the worst possible storms Mother Nature can throw at us. Our Fox News' Sal Giangrasso has more on what your family can do to help you stay safe from tornadoes, wildfires, hurricanes, and more.
Advancements in storm tracking technology like dual polarization radar can make predicting extreme weather events easier.
We're now able to see features that we hadn't been able to see before and kind of get under the hood of severe thunderstorms to see how they work on the inside and look for signals that might be precursors to severe weather hazards.
Still, incidents can happen at the drop of a hat, so how prepared are you? The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration reports weather-related disasters cost the U.S. $145 billion last year alone. And with wildfire season starting earlier this year, tornado season already underway, and hurricane season right around the corner, scientists say now is the time to dot the I's and cross the T's on your emergency plans.
Clean out their tornado shelter, restock their disaster supply kits, make a habit out of checking sites like the Storm Prediction Center or your weather apps every day to gauge the severe weather threat for the day.
Local officials near Wichita, Kansas are touting the speediness of their weather alert systems after a massive EF3 tornado tore through the southeastern part of the state Friday night, bringing with it wind speeds of up to 165 miles per hour.
The sirens were sounding when the funnel cloud was still just dipping out of the cloud.
This comes as firefighters in Arizona, New Mexico, and Oklahoma race to battle ongoing infernos fueled by extensive drought and heavy winds. Because many of the blazes required evacuations, weather experts say it's critical you establish meeting sites with your family in case you become separated. Sal Giangrasso, Fox News.
And as promised, the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial is now live on your screens. This is Travis McGivern. He is on the stand testifying from LA. He is a security professional. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
And what's your position for Mr. Depp?
Security professional, personal protection.
When did you first start working for Mr. Depp?
March of 2013.
And when did you first meet Mr. Depp?
Couldn't say for sure. Probably sometime around then, March or April 2013.
What do you do as a member of Mr. Depp's security team?
Residential security, estate security, if he's in LA. When he's in LA, if he wants to go anywhere, I'll take him wherever he wants to go. I have protected his children before. Yeah, just basically ensure the safety and well-being of Mr. Depp and his family.
And are you currently employed for Mr. Depp?
I am.
What other means of employment do you have?
So Mr. Depp's travel schedule is pretty regular. So when he's not in town, work slows down a little bit. So I have actually in the last 6 months, just under 6 months, picked up a full-time job working for another client.
When you first started working for Mr. Depp, how often would you see him in person?
Hard to say. When he's in town, I saw him on a daily and or nightly basis. I work nights mostly. Obviously, when he's out of town, that changes. But yeah, when he's in town, pretty much daily.
When did you first meet Miss Heard?
Again, I couldn't give you an exact date, but I would say sometime in 2013, maybe summer 2013.
And when you were working for Mr. Depp, how often would you see Miss Heard when they were in a relationship?
In the beginning, not very often. At one point, they moved to downtown LA to the Eastern Columbia building and became a little more frequent.
When Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were staying at the Eastern Columbia building together, How often would you actually be in their apartment with them?
That would vary depending on the situation, but a few times a week would be my best estimate. It depended on what was going on, and there'd be nights where I wouldn't see them at all. There'd be nights where I would. Best estimate would be a few times a week.
During that time, did you have occasion to see Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard interacting with each other?
I did, yes.
And how often would you estimate?
No, anytime I was in there, they were typically interacting. So I'd say a few times a week, several times a week.
How would you describe the interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
It would it would depend. Sometimes they were super loving, super happy, and then the next night they could be arguing. And initially, when I first started working down at the lofts, things were cool. More than moving forward, things got a little more volatile moving in the longer they were there.
When did you start noticing more arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So I want to say like the end of 2014, they started staying down there pretty regularly. There were a few incidents where there were fights, but March 2015, when they came back from Australia, was when I really started to notice a change.
And how often would you witness arguments or fights during that time?
From in March?
From March and thereafter.
So when I came back from Australia, the arguments were pretty regular. Wouldn't say nightly, but every other night, several times a week, there would be arguments.
And what did you observe in the arguments that you personally witnessed?
So it was typically, I would come in, I'd get a text from Mr. Depp. I would go to penthouse 3, which is where they stayed. Either stay by the door as requested, or in the kitchen. And then, I mean, it was just verbal arguments, yelling. It was typically Mr. Depp wanting to get out of there, and so there was the trying to convince Ms. Heard to let us leave, and yeah, I mean, lots of name calling, lots of F-bombs, you know.
And who was the name calling directed at?
So that was typically Ms. Heard directing her feelings toward Mr. Depp.
And what do you recall Ms. Heard saying in those instances?
Oh dear. It would vary, and to be honest, I tried to not pay attention. I was just there to get Mr. Depp out of there, but you know, there were times I've heard Ms. Heard call him a
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are live, raw, and unfiltered here inside of the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia. We do want to remind you all that this is a very live, raw, and unfiltered trial. We are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered, and so we do want to remind everyone that viewer discretion is advised. We will work to bleep out all of the expletives that are said and referenced during this trial, but once again, we wanted to remind our viewers that viewer discretion is advised.
I was trying to get Mr. Depp away from the situation, and Miss Heard didn't like my involvement in the situation, and she, on one occasion, let me know how she felt about that.
And what did she say to you in that instance?
A lot. It was a lengthy, one-sided conversation. But she basically demeaned my career choice. Honestly, there were parts of that where she, you know, she was like, how would you feel if someone was involved in your relationship? Which I sympathize with. But yeah, she definitely threw some shade on me and my chosen career.
Now, you mentioned that the arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard increased when they returned from Australia in March 2015. When did you first see Ms. Heard when she returned from Australia?
So I picked Ms. Heard up from the airport on March 9th. Yeah, that was the first time I saw her when she got back.
And who else was with her?
A gentleman named Ben King, who I later found out, I didn't know who he was initially, but later found out he was the house manager or property estate manager of the place they were staying at in Australia.
How would you describe Ms. Heard's demeanor when you picked her up at the airport?
She seemed normal, nothing out of the ordinary. She was pleasant. She was polite, like she usually was.
How much time did you spend with Ms. Heard that day?
Not a lot, but at least the car ride from LAX to downtown LA to the lofts. Couldn't tell you how long that took, but probably 45 minutes to an hour. I believe I escorted them or helped them up to Penthouse 3 and was maybe in there for very, very briefly, a minute or two, and then I left. So overall, let's estimate an hour.
And how close to Ms. Heard were you that day?
I mean, in the car where I'm driving, she's in the seat right behind me to my right, so there's a few feet there. I think when I picked him up, I don't remember if I hugged her or not, but I know I probably grabbed some luggage, so I was within a few feet.
And what time of day was it when Ms. Heard arrived at the airport?
Early afternoon. I want to say they landed at around 1 p.m.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard that day?
I didn't notice any injuries.
When did you first see Mr. Depp when he returned from Australia in March 2015?
I don't know, to be honest. I know it was after Miss Heard came, but I couldn't give you an exact date.
And what, if any, injuries did you observe on Mr. Depp when he returned from Australia?
So Mr. Depp had his right hand, heavily wrapped. I didn't actually see an injury, but his hand was wrapped.
Now, you mentioned that the arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard increased after they returned from Australia. What arguments do you recall specifically?
One in particular stands out. March 23rd, a couple weeks after they got back, there was an incident in Penthouse 5 that I recall.
And when did you start your shift that day?
11 p.m. was typically my start time.
And where were you on your shift?
So at the loft, there was kind of a makeshift command post, CP, or guard shack, or whatever it's called, that was in a storage room connected to Penthouse 5 via a patio. So you'd leave Penthouse 5, go to a patio, and then our CP was connected to that patio. That's typically where we hang out during our shifts.
And what time were you first contacted by Mr. Depp that evening?
Again, I can't say precisely, but between 4 and probably around 4 a.m., 4:30 maybe.
And what did you do after Mr. Depp contacted you?
So when he texted me, and I was downstairs. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, either getting some air, stretching my legs, or grabbing some food. But I remember getting the text. I wasn't in the CP when I got the text. He requested I meet him at Penthouse 5 and requested that I bring the nurse, his nurse that was working at that time with him.
What was her name?
Debbie Lloyd.
Okay. And so what did you go get Miss Lloyd?
I did. So Miss Lloyd was staying at a hotel close by, probably about a half block away. And being that I was already down there, I felt 4 in the morning, I wasn't gonna, and Mr. Depp wouldn't have wanted me to have her walk by herself. But I wasn't gonna go get the truck either, since I was down there already. So I walked over to the hotel. I believe I called the nurse just to make sure she woke up. And then I walked to the hotel and I met her there. We walked over together to the Eastern Columbia building. In the lobby, we ran into Miss Heard. She was at the front desk talking to security or concierge, I'm not sure who. Miss Lloyd stayed downstairs with Miss Heard. I proceeded upstairs to meet Mr. Depp at Penthouse 5 as requested. Was hoping to get him out of there before Miss Heard came back up, just because of past.
Sorry, why was that?
Just because past experiences, when they would argue, she would try to prevent us from leaving. To the point, I mean, she's held the elevator before. She's physically tried to keep Mr. Depp from leaving by grabbing his arm or standing in front of him. I just wanted to get out of there to avoid that.
And what happened when you got upstairs to the penthouse?
So Mr. Depp was sitting in front of the front door of Penthouse 5. He had some bags, I believe, like he was ready to go. I greeted him, kind of got a feel for what was going on, tried to get him out of there. As we were getting ready to leave, Miss Heard and Miss Lloyd exited the elevator on the penthouse level, so they came back up, and Mr. Depp and Miss Heard decided they wanted to continue whatever conversation they were having. So I let them into Penthouse 5. Myself, Miss Lloyd, Mr. Depp, and Miss Heard entered Penthouse 5. I tried to stay out of their conversations as long as they were peaceful. So they were having a relatively peaceful conversation. So Miss Lloyd and I stood outside the door of Penthouse 5, had the door propped open to make sure we could hear what was going on, but kind of giving them their space initially.
And you said initially, what happened after that?
So the conversation got a little louder, got a little more volatile. So Miss Lloyd and myself entered Penthouse 5 just to be around, to hopefully be able to not necessarily mediate, but just to be there. So yeah, entered, stood a little closer to Mr. Depp.
And what did you observe when you went back into the penthouse?
So the argument continued. There were moments of kind of normal conversation, peaceful conversation, but then there were also moments of yelling and anger from both of them. And at some point I witnessed Miss Heard throw a Red Bull can. So the loft is 3 levels. Mr. Depp was down at the lower level, which is the kitchen area. There's a middle level, which was turned into an office for Miss Heard. And then the upper level was where the bedrooms were, but they were turned into closets, basically, for Miss Heard at that time. Miss Heard and her sister at that time, Whitney, had come in. They were both on the middle level, the office level. And I saw Miss Heard throw a Red Bull can from her position that struck Mr. Depp in the back.
Anything else that you recall?
At that point, I moved closer to Mr. Depp. I didn't care that I was in the middle of their conversation at that point. I didn't want my client getting hit with anything else. So I stood right by Mr. Depp. The verbal onslaught continued from both of them. Mr. Depp was giving as good as he got at that point. He was angry and agitated. At one point, Miss Heard threw something else, either a purse or some sort of bag or something that she had up there. I was able to knock it away so it didn't hit him. At one point, she spit at him. Yeah, and then just a lot of verbal vitriol from both of them.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were just live inside of the courtroom between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, hearing from a security professional, Travis McGivern. But it does appear that we've cut out of that feed. We're going to work on getting that back for you. But on the other side of this break, we are actually going to touch base with our Fox business team. Jerry Willis is going to join us to break down what we can expect in the month of May after a brutal April for the markets. That interview is on the other side of this 2-minute break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we are going to head back out to Fairfax, Virginia to take you into the courtroom between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard in just a couple of minutes. But first and foremost, markets are trading today. The stock market is open. Here is a look at the live board. The Dow up 200 points. But to break it all down after what was a rough April, I have Fox Business's Jerry Willis here with me live. Jerry, it was really a tough month for investors, the month of April, but we are now in May. The markets are open for the first time this month. What can people expect?
Well, Gabby, look, you're right. The markets are higher this morning. I love to see it. The Dow up about 214 points, according to our ticker. But I have to tell you, none of the problems that stocks were dealing with in April have gotten any better for May. So we're going to be continually bumping our heads against these very high inflation numbers. The idea that the Fed is going to be ratcheting, tightening down, raising interest rates, and that the economy is bumping along the bottom. So let's just review those numbers for a minute. GDP for the first quarter came in at 1.4%. After a fourth quarter that was nearly 7%. That is a huge change. And we're also looking at inflation at 40-year highs. You know, people, Americans, are under constant pressure from gas prices at highs, food prices at highs. All those cost pressures have gone up. And now for the first time since we really got into this situation, we're seeing that companies are starting to say, hey, you know, that consumer doesn't feel as resilient as we thought. They're starting to push back on higher prices. They're buying less. They're looking for deals. So when it comes to this month, when it comes to May, I think the most important thing in the month is going to happen this Wednesday. That's when the Federal Reserve meets, and we are expecting Jerome Powell and company to raise interest rates by 50 basis points. What is that? Well, that's a half a percentage point, and that's a big bump, but that's what the markets are expecting. So if Powell says anything else about growth or expectations, you're going to have to listen carefully for that, because the market really trades on what he says. There's also the issue, and you probably don't cover this a lot, and it's fairly technical, but the Fed holds a ton of bonds, and they are going to they bought these during the downturn. Now they're going to slowly sell them. How fast will that happen? It will have a big impact on the economy. So we'll be listening for that too. All the usual stuff, inflation numbers, employment numbers, all of that is going to be important, but nothing will be more important probably than the Federal Reserve this Wednesday.
Yeah, Jerry, a lot to kind of look at. You spoke about gas prices. I actually want to talk about diesel prices, all-time high here in the United States. What effect could this have? Obviously, truckers put diesel in their trucks. They drive products that make their way to us. Are we going to see inflation on certain products rise even higher because of the diesel surge?
You bet. That's exactly what happened. So diesel is a critically important input for manufacturers, right? Because they know they've got to ship their product. Farmers use it. It's one of those things that when it starts rising, those higher prices creep into every part of the economy. So you can expect that to have a big impact as well. As a matter of fact, tomorrow I'm going to be at a gas station talking about those sky-high diesel prices and the outlook ahead for diesel. But that's not good news when you see those numbers go firmly higher. Yeah, you and I may not use diesel in our cars, but farmers use it, truckers use it, you name it. It's going to be a big impact on prices going forward.
Yeah, it certainly is. And looking also at what a lot of people tuning in, what they have their eye on is the housing market. We're talking about houses being just so expensive, especially here in Florida, the least affordable state to live in. What can people expect in the month of May in terms of the housing market? Any changes?
Yeah, and down there in Florida, you've got Tampa, you've got Miami, two of the most go-go markets in the country, experiencing year-over-year price gains, 30% and higher. I mean, it's been amazing. But, you know, hold on to your front door, because guess what? This is going to be a tough time for housing. Why? Well, I mentioned the Federal Reserve. They're likely to raise interest rates 50 basis points. And when they do, you can expect those mortgage rates just to move in lockstep, rising as well. They follow the 10-year Treasury. The 10-year Treasury follows what the Federal Reserve does. So we will be in for even higher mortgage rates, no doubt about it. And that means homes are less affordable. That makes it more difficult for people to buy out there. So I think what you're seeing already is kind of a stalling out of the housing market. Nationally, housing prices are moving into a flattish zone, and already sales, the number of sales has gone flat as well. So we're coming to a period where you can expect that housing market to start treading water a little bit, and that might be good news for people who are in the market and can afford those higher interest rates. But for people who want to sell, it could be a bit of tough going. Look, at the end of the day, I've talked to a lot of housing experts out there. Very few people are saying right now that they expect prices nationally to decline in the housing market. They don't see that. They see prices declining in some of the most go-go markets in the country. Phoenix, possibly Miami, Tampa. Will it be big? Possibly not. It depends on the broader economy. And as you know, we have negative growth right now, down about 1.4%. Big question will be what happens in these next few months. It's going to be critically important to how this economy fares.
Certainly is. Jerry Willis, always breaking it all down for us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for the time. I'm sure we'll be touching base later on in the month. All right, and we do want to take you out to a live look at the feeds coming into our newsroom, and we'll take you back out to the board that is coming in hot. It's coming in live. The Dow's still up, so it does appear to be a positive day here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll continue to monitor this situation as it unfolds throughout the day and really throughout the month. A lot to keep an eye on there. And Jerry Willis breaking it all down for us. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll take you back out live to the courtroom that is coming into our newsroom, the one that we all want to be in. Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. The trial enters its 4th week. We'll listen in live after the break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are live inside of the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia, as Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, their defamation trial enters its 4th week. On the stand currently is Travis McGivern. He is a security personnel that is working on Johnny Depp's team. He is currently testifying virtually from Los Angeles. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Abuse Ms. Heard.
I have not.
Now, you mentioned a couple occasions. How many times have you witnessed Ms. Heard be physically abusive towards Mr. Depp?
Obviously, the March 23rd thing in Penthouse 5. Physically abusive. I don't know how to define that, but I have seen her physically try to prevent him from leaving before. So grabbing his arms, standing in front of him, pushing him. Yeah, again, I don't know if that's physically abusive, but that I've definitely seen her touch him on multiple occasions.
Have you ever observed Mr. Depp use any drugs?
I have.
And what drugs have you seen Mr. Depp use?
Are you talking non-prescription drugs?
Yes.
Marijuana and cocaine.
How many times have you seen Mr. Depp use marijuana?
Too many to count. I mean, daily.
And how many times have you seen Mr. Depp use cocaine?
A couple. 2.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when he's using marijuana?
Chill, for lack of a better word. Mellow. Yeah, I don't know how to better describe it. Just super mellow.
And how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when you've seen him use cocaine?
the same. So I've seen him use it, like seen him use it a few times. I've known of him using it other times, and I feel like it levels him out. Yeah, I haven't noticed any difference when he's used it.
Have you observed Mr. Depp consume alcohol?
Absolutely.
And how many times?
Like marijuana, too many to count. Pretty regularly.
And on how many of those occasions did Mr. Depp appear to be drunk?
It would depend on what you mean by drunk, but not many. The only time I would say I've seen Mr. Depp drunk was when he would fall asleep on the couch, sitting up with his boots on. Other than that, Mr. Depp handles his liquor very well.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when you've seen him consume alcohol?
No different than any other time. Again, super chill, super mellow. Yeah.
Have you ever witnessed Ms. Heard consume alcohol?
I have.
How many times would you estimate?
Again, too many to count. She drank fairly regularly. So I couldn't even give you a guesstimate.
On how many of those occasions did you observe Ms. Heard behaving drunk?
Can't say other than the incident on March 23rd, where I didn't see her drinking, but I assumed based on her behavior, she was drunk. Other than that, I can't say I've ever seen her obviously drunk in my eyes.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Rottenborn. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. McGivern.
Good morning, sir.
So you said you've worked for Mr. Depp for about 9 years, right?
Correct.
And he hasn't been in town recently, so you have another job. Is that what you said?
Yes.
But you still consider yourself an employee of his even today, correct?
I do.
And when you do work for Mr. Depp, he pays your salary, right?
Not on salary. He pays my wage, yes.
He pays the money that you make for working for him.
Correct.
And you've referred to him a few times during your testimony this morning as your client. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you're working security for Mr. Depp, it's Mr. Depp and Mr. Depp alone that is your client, correct?
That is not correct.
Well, in the altercation that you testified about with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, you referred to only Mr. Depp as your client, and it was your job to keep your client safe. Do you remember that?
Objection, compound.
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
I do.
Okay. So at least in that instance, he was your client, not Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Now, the evening of March 23rd, 2015, you actually walked into the middle of the argument with Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Yes.
So You testified earlier that you were downstairs and Miss Heard was downstairs in the lobby and you'd gotten Miss Lloyd, but that's actually not accurate, is it?
To the best of my recollection, that is accurate.
In fact, when you and Miss Lloyd entered Penthouse 5, Amber and Mr. Depp were already in there having a verbal argument, correct?
That is not correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right, yes, sir. Thank you.
I do.
And you, well, let me ask you this. Is that your address below?
The document's pretty small. Is there any way for me to, oh, there we go. Yes, it is.
Mr. Depp in the UK trial, correct?
Yeah, the statement went away. Oh, there it is.
You see it?
Yes, it is.
And who drafted this statement?
Myself, along with an attorney. I don't remember exactly who.
Was it Adam Waldman?
At that point, I don't believe it was, no.
If you go to paragraph 5, please, on the second page, and you understood when you wrote this statement that this was going to be submitted to the court in the UK trial that Mr. Depp brought, and that this was your testimony on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And about 2/3 of the way through paragraph 5, there's a sentence that says, when Ms. Lloyd and I entered his residence, Miss Heard and Mr. Depp were having a verbal argument. Is that correct? Did I read that right?
That is, yes.
So that doesn't say anything about you meeting Miss Heard in the lobby of the Eastern Columbia building, does it?
No, it does not.
And when you entered the penthouse, you can't recall the specifics of what the argument was about, correct? You can take that.
No, like what they were fighting about? Absolutely. No, I don't.
And you don't know anything about what caused the argument in the first place, correct?
I do not.
But you do remember Mr. Depp being very angry, right?
I remember both of them being very angry, yes.
And you say that he gave as good as he got when it came to what they were saying to each other, right?
Yes.
You say they were both being verbally abusive to one another?
Yes.
And you testified that at some point Miss Heard was on the mezzanine level, right? The level of her office, or kind of the middle level of the penthouse?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was on the lower level, correct, when you entered the penthouse?
So when Miss Lloyd and I re-entered the penthouse, yes, that's where they were.
And you weren't preventing Mr. Depp from leaving at any time, correct?
Preventing him from leaving? I was encouraging him to leave.
Right. And he could have, when he was on that lower level of the penthouse, he could have left at that point, correct? You wouldn't have prevented that.
No, I would not have.
But instead, at some point, he walked up to the mezzanine and, as you say, he rearranged Miss Heard's closet, right?
Well, that wasn't on the mezzanine level. That was on the top level. But yeah, he rearranged the closet.
So he traveled up 2 levels in the penthouse to throw down every rack of clothing that she had, right?
I don't know about every rack, but he definitely threw down some racks of clothes and shoes.
Okay, I believe you said every rack, so that's just why I was asking you to confirm that. You said he threw a rack down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then at that point, he went back downstairs?
To the mezzanine level, yes.
Now, that wasn't the only time you learned of Mr. Depp causing damage in Penthouse 5, correct?
Couldn't say for sure. Nothing's coming to mind.
He had, you said he had something on his hand from his injury that he sustained in Australia, right?
Yes, his hand was wrapped.
Now, you weren't in Australia with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, correct?
I was not.
And what he had on his hand could have been a hard cast, correct?
Sure. I have no idea what was under the wrap.
And isn't it true that while he was on the mezzanine level and Miss Heard and her sister were there, that he was reaching for Amber's hair while he was trying to hit her with that cast, correct?
That is not correct.
And you say that you can't say for sure where Whitney was standing on the mezzanine level during this altercation, correct?
That is correct.
And it's possible that she was standing in between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard then, correct?
No.
Well, you say you can't say for sure where she was standing. So she could have been standing in between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, right?
No, because I stepped in between Miss Heard and Mr. Depp. So she definitely wasn't standing in between them.
Well, in fact, you saw Mr. Depp push or shove Whitney Heard, correct?
Absolutely not.
And it was only after Mr. Depp pushed Whitney that Amber stepped forward and punched him in the face. Isn't that right?
That is not correct.
Now, moving on to April 2016, you weren't there for the party, you said, correct?
I started my shift while the party was going on.
But you weren't in with the partygoers, you said, right?
That's correct.
And you said at some point Mr. Depp and Miss Heard went back to Penthouse 3, but you have no idea what went on between them in Penthouse 3 while you weren't there, correct?
I do not.
And you said that you gave security services to Mr. Depp primarily in Los Angeles. Is that right?
Yes. A little bit of travel, but mostly in LA.
Okay. Where did you travel to?
Vegas. Up north, we did a road trip, kind of, they called it their honeymoon. So Napa, San Francisco, Big Sur. Those are all with Miss Heard. I've taken Mr. Depp to China before.
Okay.
Yeah, and then a bunch of local stuff, Palm Springs, Santa Barbara, stuff like that.
Okay. You weren't on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles with Mr. Depp and Amber in May 2014, correct?
I was not.
And you weren't at the Hicksville Trailer Palace in May or June of 2013, correct? With them?
I was not.
You were never in the Bahamas with them, including in August 2014, correct?
I was not.
You were not in the Bahamas with them in December of 2015, correct?
I was not.
You were not in Tokyo with them in January of 2015, correct?
I was not.
You were not in the Eastern Columbia building with them on the evening of December 15th, 2015, correct?
I don't know.
To the best of your recollection.
Yeah, if they were at the lofts, I typically worked every night, but nothing about December 15th is popping into my head.
Okay. And you definitely were not in the Eastern Columbia building with them on the night of May 21st, 2016, were you?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. McGibbon.
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness? All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McGibbon, you're subject to recall. So just to let you know, you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, so you cannot talk to anybody about your testimony or watch any of the proceedings of this case. Okay, sir?
Understood, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
You do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Mr. Depp calls Jack Wiggum, who should be waiting in the electronic lobby.
I've got him. All right, Mr. Wiggum, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you do me a favor and just count to 1 to 5 for me?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, thank you, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Wiggum. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Sure. It's Jack Wiggum.
Where do you live, Mr. Wiggum?
I live in Los Angeles.
Where, if at all, did you earn your undergraduate degree?
I earned a degree in finance from the University of Florida.
In what year, if any, did you graduate from the University of Florida?
1998.
Do you have any graduate degrees, Mr. Wiggum?
I do. I have a law degree also from the University of Florida and graduated in 2002.
Mr. Wiggum, what do you currently do for a living?
I'm currently a manager representative for artists.
Would you please describe, Mr. Wiggum, for the jury what a manager representative does?
So we, represent writers, directors, actors, actresses, mostly in their pursuit of artistic endeavors. So I primarily focus on film and television, but, all artistic endeavors.
How does a manager representative get paid?
Typically via a commission.
What?
So industry standard is kind of 10% of whatever the deal is.
And Mr. Wiggum, what did you do professionally after you earned your JD at the University of Florida?
I was an attorney at a firm called Weil, Gosfeld and Manges for approximately 3 years. And then I segued from there to a talent agency called CAA, Creative Artists Agency.
In what year did you start work at CAA?
I started there in April of 2004.
And Mr. Wiggum, in what capacity did you start working at CAA?
I started at the bottom, in the mailroom, shucking mail, and then became an assistant for one of the managing partners. And then in 2007, I believe I became an agent. And then right around 2014, I think, I began co-running the film and talent department there.
And when your job responsibilities shifted to becoming an agent at CAA, would you please describe briefly for the jury what that entailed?
Sure. We were, also looking out for artistic endeavors on behalf of the clients, so writers, directors.
Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Looks like our shot a little bit frozen here as we have been continuing to listen in here on week 4 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. This again has been now continuing on into its 4th week, hearing from a number of different people who have been surrounding the couple, not only during their time together, but even their time apart as well. I'm Christy Larson here with you on Live Now from Fox. Our shot is frozen right now coming in from that feed. We're going to work on seeing if we can't find it from some other different locations, but we do actually have quite a few other live events that are taking place at this time. Want to mention to all of our viewers too, if you feel like you missed one event, you need to go back, rewatch it. We do always clip a lot of these. We also put our full streams up on our YouTube page. And if we ever step away from the Johnny Depp trial, because of course there's a lot of news to cover, you can always watch it on our second stream. So you can always just go and find us there. Make sure you subscribe to the page. That way you're never missing out, not only on big trials like this, but also on top events happening all across the country. So coming up here in just a few minutes, we do have our photographers zipping in and out here, but we're going to be hearing from our Philadelphia District Attorney's Office. They are speaking about some recent arrests and charges, as well as gun violence in their city. We do also have a White House briefing that's going to be coming up a little bit later here today. A lot of folks have been following this story of President Biden over the weekend. Also, the highest U.S. official visiting Kyiv is now Nancy Pelosi. She is today in Poland. She's been meeting with the Polish president, but over the weekend she did make a visit to Kyiv, Ukraine, going inside of the country that has been besieged with war since Russia's invasion 68 days ago. And she did meet with President Zelensky. We'll give you some more details on that. It does look like we do have our Depp trial coming back. I want to let our viewers know we also keeping an eye on an event taking place in New York talking about the Met Gala. So a lot coming up still here later today. And of course, we're going to be keeping track of everything. We're rolling on certain events. We bring them to you later, especially when we have some of our other key events coming up and happening live. So I do want to take us back into the trial because we've been listening from a couple different people already here this morning as we've entered now into our 4th week of the Johnny Depp trial. And right now, listening in as another professional who is known, who's close with both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard is on the stand. He's a finance professional. Let's go ahead and listen back into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
I believe he can testify as to that.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Her Honor says you may answer that question.
Okay. I found Johnny to be authentic. You know, it was a genuine kindness.
And Mr. Wiggum, prior to you first becoming Mr. Depp's agent in 2016, October of 2016, who was his agent prior to that?
I believe it was Tracy Jacobs at a company called UTA.
And before you took over from Tracy Jacobs as Mr. Depp's agent, what, if any, research or due diligence did you do with respect to him?
Objection relevance?
Right. What's
Again, Your Honor, it goes to reputation, which is the core of the issue.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you aware of Mr. Depp's professional reputation at the time you became his agent in October of 2016?
I would say objection leading, and I think it's going to call for hearsay.
I'll overrule at this point. Go ahead.
I believe I was.
What was your understanding, if any, of Mr. Depp's professional reputation at the time you began representing him as his agent in the fall of 2016?
Johnny's reputation, in my opinion, was he was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. First of all, he says in his opinion, which he's not an expert witness, and second, he's now going into hearsay.
No, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Mr. Wiggum, Her Honor, you may continue.
Well regarded, respected, extremely talented, artistic.
Are you familiar, Mr. Wiggum, with the distinction between an independent film and a studio film?
I believe I am.
What, if any, difference is there between an independent film on one hand and a studio film on the other?
So in in layman's terms, I'd say that, a studio film is a bigger budgeted film. It has a distributor, a studio in place. So when you think of Disney, Marvel, Universal, these are big companies. They're bigger budgeted and bigger fees. And then independents, like we call them indies, typically are smaller budgeted, more artistically minded, smaller fees, and often don't have distribution when they're made.
Starting in October 2016, what types of opportunities have you pursued on Mr. Depp's behalf?
A wide variety, primarily I would say focused on film, television, and producing.
What, if any, roles did Mr. Depp have in progress as of that time, fall of 2016, going into calendar year 2017?
All right, so we inherited some deals. It was there was 2 films, as I remember, that were going to go back to back. One was City of Lies, the Notorious B.I.G. film, and the other was Murder on the Orient Express. So those were filmed almost at the same time, and they had pre-existing deals that we serviced. And then he had Fantastic Beasts, Crimes of Grindelwald, as well. And then we were in the process. We ended up finishing the 6th film negotiation on Pirates of the Caribbean.
Mr. Wiggum, you mentioned City of Lies. When was that film actually shot?
To the best of my memory, it was shot right, at the very end, mostly the beginning of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for City of Lies?
I believe it was $8 million.
And you mentioned Murder on the Orient Express. When was that shot?
So it was shot at almost the same time. I actually can't remember which one went first. They were both shot predominantly, call it January to April of 2017. I remember us having to work out dates, but it was the beginning of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for Murder on the Orient Express?
If memory serves me, I think it was $10 million.
Was Murder a studio film or an independent, or what you call an indie film?
It was a studio film. It was Fox.
Mr. Wiggum, you also mentioned Fantastic Beasts 2, Crimes of Grindelwald. When was that film shot?
I believe that film was shot in the fall of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for Crimes of Grindelwald?
Again, that deal predated us. I think it was $13.5 million, if I remember correctly.
Was Crimes of Grindelwald a studio film or an indie film?
It was studio. It was Warner Brothers.
And backing up a bit, Mr. Wiggum, what was the first business opportunity you were able to secure for Mr. Depp after he came to you and CAA in the fall of 2016?
So I believe it was 2017 was it was busy. We had a slot that summer, and he wanted to do a smaller film, and it was The Professor, I believe.
How much compensation, if any, did he receive for performing in that smaller film, The Professor?
That deal was $3.5 million.
Was The Professor an independent film or was it a studio film?
It was independent.
And Mr. Wiggum, how, if at all, was CAA compensated for closing the deal on The Professor?
So it would have been the normal 10% of the deal. So the deal was $3.5 million. The commission would be $350,000 to the agency.
Mr. Wiggum, was 2017 a typical year for Mr. Depp in terms of the workload for an actor of his caliber and track record?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And yes.
What other roles, if any, were you able to secure for Mr. Depp during your tenure at CAA before you went to the new company?
A film called Waiting for the Barbarians, and a film called Minamata.
When was Waiting for the Barbarians shot?
So Waiting for the Barbarians was fall of 2018.
What, if any, plans did you and Mr. Depp have for 2018, calendar year 2018?
We had a very specific plan for that year because 2017 was busy, and he had done 3 studio films, and I remember him wanting to take time off to rest and be with his kids for first half of the year, and then he wanted to go on the music tour, which always just made him really happy, and so that was the summer of 2018, and then we had the slot for the fall of 2018, and that's where we spent a lot of time thinking about what that movie was going to be. And Waiting for the Barbarians was kind of a little gift because it was based on a J.M. Coetzee novel, and Johnny's, very well read and knew the literature, the underlying book, and Mark Rylance was in the film, and it was just like a dream actor that he always wanted to work with.
What was Mr. Depp paid for Waiting for the Barbarians?
$1 million.
And I apologize if you've already said this. So was Waiting for the Barbarians an independent film or a studio film?
It was an independent.
Mr. Wiggum, you also mentioned the film Minamata. When was that film shot?
That was the very beginning of 2019. So I think January start.
Was Minamata an indie film or a studio film?
It was independent.
How much was Mr. Depp ultimately paid for Minamata?
So his fee became, it was $3 million.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in Pirates of the Caribbean 5?
He played Captain Jack Sparrow.
Was he paid an actor's fee for that film?
Technically, it was before my tenure, but yes, I would assume he was.
Mr. Wiggum, would you please explain for the jury what are residual or back-end rights?
I think the easiest way to explain a back end is it's an ownership stake on behalf of the artist in the success of the movie, and typically is only granted to stars of a certain stature.
And in addition to the fee, Mr. Depp, the upfront fee that Mr. Depp was paid for Fantastic Beasts 5, which I know preceded you, what if any understanding do you have of whether Mr. Depp had any back-end rights for Pirates 5?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. He said that deal was at the other agency, and he wasn't.
I'll allow it if he knows it. That's fine. Go ahead.
Her Honor says you may answer the question.
Yeah, so you initially said Fantastic Beasts. I think you meant Pirates 5.
I apologize. I did mean
Yeah.
for Pirates 5, what, if any, back end did Mr. Depp have for Pirates 5?
I don't know what it was. I know that he had one.
To what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp ever have a deal to perform in Pirates 6?
So when we started representing him, I remember Brian Lord and myself finishing a deal that had started at the previous agency.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay. Hold on a minute.
And as many of you are familiar with trials, when it comes to speaking to the judge, they do turn off those microphones. They're in that sidebar. It's a private conversation between attorneys and the judge there. I do want to remind all of our viewers, we are also watching this on a second stream, so if we ever step away, of course, you want to continue to watch this through the day, you can do so on that second stream with us on our YouTube page. Right now, we are in week number 4. Remember, this got started in Fairfax, Virginia back on April 11th. We do have Johnny Depp, who has sued his ex-wife, Amber Heard, for $50 million, saying that this op-ed piece she had wrote had defamed him. It also had deprived him of some movie deals, and even had made some movie deals he had previously back out of those contracts. And so that's what we're kind of listening into here, is getting a little bit more information on some of these different movies Depp had been signed on to that may have been affected because of this Washington Post piece claiming that she was a victim of domestic abuse. Now, do want to remind our viewers, viewer discretion advised, as we are in this trial live, raw, and unfiltered. We're going to send our viewers out to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in here with one of his agents live. Testimony happening here on Live Now from Fox.
Which studio was involved in the Pirate series, including Pirate 6?
So that was Disney.
Was Disney the studio involved in all of the Pirates movies?
Yes.
What role was Mr. Depp to play in Pirate 6?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
And hearsay.
I'll allow it.
Captain Jack Sparrow.
Was the $22.5 million to be paid to Mr. Depp by Disney or by some other entity?
Disney.
And when was that $22.5 million to be paid to Mr. Depp?
It would be paid when he shoots it. We call it principal photography, so when the film shoots.
Who was the producer of the Pirates franchise?
Jerry Bruckheimer.
Does Mr. Bruckheimer work for Disney?
No.
In 2017, to what extent, if any, was Mr. Bruckheimer supportive of Mr. Depp remaining in the Pirates franchise?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Putting aside his role in the Pirates films, did Mr. Depp have any other affiliations with Disney in 2017?
Yes.
What were those affiliations?
He, if I remember, in the spring, he went down to Disneyland and put on the Captain Jack Sparrow outfit and wardrobe and went into the ride. He and Disney had worked out a fun little thing where he was going to take the place of the automated, Captain Jack Sparrow on the Pirates ride, and so he would kind of surprise people as they were going along there. And so I remember he did that. And then in May of 2017, he went to Disney Shanghai to help open the Pirates of the Caribbean ride there.
What, if anything, did those affiliations signify about the status of Mr. Depp's relationship with Disney as of that time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. To what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp socialize with anyone at Disney in 2017, to the extent you know?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it to the extent he knows.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp socialized with Disney during 2017, yes or no?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation and hearsay.
I do.
If you could lay a foundation to how he knows.
How do you know that Mr. Depp socialized with Disney in calendar year 2017?
Because I was there.
Who, would you please describe for the jury what you mean when you said you were there when Mr. Depp socialized with Disney?
We had a dinner in spring of 2017 with myself, Jerry Bruckheimer, Johnny, and Sean Bailey, who was running the film, was president of Disney.
How did the dinner conclude?
Great. I mean, very, very nice. It was a great dinner.
As of early December 2018, so we're now in December of 2018, what, if anything, was your understanding of the status of whether Mr. Depp would actually appear in Pirate 6?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Wiggum, did there come a time when you saw an op-ed that purportedly written by Amber Heard that appeared in the Washington Post?
Yes.
Mr. Wiggum, I would like to show you, please, what was entered previously into evidence as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Gibson, would you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1? And, Your Honor, may we please publish this to the jury as it's been previously. Oh, it is. Thank you. Mr. Wiggum, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe it's the opinionated op-ed in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote.
Mr. Wiggum, when did you first see Ms. Heard's op-ed in the Washington Post?
It would have been right contemporaneous to when it came out.
And Tom, if you would please move ahead to, I believe, the second page in Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and drawing your attention specifically to the third paragraph of the op-ed, Ms. Heard writes, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. What, if any, understanding do you have of that reference?
That it was regarding Johnny and their relationship.
Directing your attention, Tom, if we could just move back up to the first page of Exhibit 1. Directing your attention to the title of the article, quote, Amber Heard, colon, I spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. What, if any, understanding do you have of that reference?
Objection, Your Honor, it's irrelevant what his understanding is.
I'll allow it.
That was rather shocking, I remember, because it was the first time I'd heard an allegation of sexual abuse.
And against whom was the allegation of sexual abuse?
Objection, Your Honor. How would he know?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Wiggum, directing your attention to the fifth paragraph of Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, Ms. Heard writes, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. To what does that refer?
Objection, Your Honor. How would he know what it refers?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Gibson, if you would please take down Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Wiggum, how, if at all, was Ms. Heard's op-ed different from other articles about the couple's relationship?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay foundation.
All right.
Other articles?
Mr. Wiggum, had you seen other articles in the course of your duties as Mr. Depp's agent about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
Objection, Your Honor. Still.
Yes.
Calls for hearsay foundation.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. How, if at all, was the op-ed different from other articles you had read about the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard relationship?
It was a first-person account coming from the victim. It's extremely impactful.
Impactful in a good or bad way?
With respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was not from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me.
Mr. Wiggum, between December 18, 2018, the date of the op-ed, and October 2020, did Mr. Depp perform in any studio films?
Sorry, could you just repeat the dates?
Between December 18th, 2018, which is the date that Ms. Heard's op-ed appeared, and October 2020, To what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp perform in any studio films?
Zero. No studio films.
How, if at all, did Ms. Heard's op-ed impact Mr. Depp's ability to land roles in studio films between December 2018 and October 2020?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay, foundation, and expert.
I'll sustain that objection. Next. Are you near the end, Mr. Chu? I just want to make sure because it's
I
coming
am,
up on our morning break. Okay.
I
Go.
have probably 5 minutes.
Okay, that's good. Go ahead.
What effect, if any, did the op-ed have on the release of Minamata, the indie film you mentioned
Objection,
earlier?
Your Honor, calls for hearsay, speculation.
He worked on
you
the
want to approach for a moment?
Sure. Yes, Your Honor. What happened, Mr. Wiggum, after the op-ed, but before October 2020, with respect to Minamata?
So the op-ed came out in December, and it was right as we were going on Christmas break, and Minamata was supposed to start in January, and I remember it was very, very difficult to keep Minamata together. The financing became shaky. The budget had to come down. Johnny's fee came down in order to save the movie.
Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 584, and we're not asking to publish it because it does not come in. This is an email chain with the subject line, quote, Johnny Depp's Jack Sparrow won't return.
I object to him reading even from that to the jury.
That's fine, Your Honor. We
Okay, move
can. Mr. Wiggum, do you recognize this email chain?
Yes, now that I'm looking at it.
What is the date of this email chain?
I think it's December 20th.
December 20th of what year, sir?
Sorry, December 20th of 2018.
Mr. Wiggum, directing your attention to the middle email message on Plaintiff's Exhibit 584, did you receive this message from Christian Carino in or about December 20th, 2018 at 3:26 p.m.?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because it's a hearsay document. He's asking questions from the hearsay document.
I'll
It's
allow
double.
that. I'll allow that question. We'll see where we go.
Her Honor said you may answer that question.
Yes, he's asked. I see what he's asking me.
Would you please explain to the jury what the message was about?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Hearsay. He's asking him to essentially say.
If we want to approach for a moment.
Tom, if you could please take that down. Mr. Wiggum, did there come a time after Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed on December 18, 2018, but before October 2020, that you learned more about Disney's plans about whether it would cast Mr. Depp in Pirate 6?
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
I'm just asking whether he...
Okay, I'll allow that.
Yes.
When did that happen?
In 2019.
What happened? Go ahead.
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
What happened in 2019 with respect to Disney, your learning about Disney's plans, whether to use Mr. Depp in Pirate 6?
Objection, hearsay.
What happened?
Yes.
I'll allow what happened. Go ahead.
It became clear they were going in a different direction.
When did you learn that Disney was going in a different direction and no longer planned to use Mr. Depp in Pirate 6?
Early 2019.
Who is Margot Robbie?
She's a fantastic actress. She's a client of CAA.
What, if anything, did you learn about the role Margot Robbie would be playing in Pirate 6?
I think that calls for hearsay. Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'll overrule the objection.
I learned that they were developing a Pirates project for her to star in.
After you learned that Disney was going in a different direction in early 2019 and no longer planned to use Mr. Depp, to what extent did you reach out to Jerry Bruckheimer or Sean Bailey?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
It does not, Your Honor.
Overruled. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
A lot.
Did you reach out to Mr. Bruckheimer and Mr. Bailey jointly or separately?
Separately.
What, if anything, was the result of your outreach to Mr. Bruckheimer and Mr. Bailey?
Objection still calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Calls for hearsay.
I'm just asking what the result was.
It's still based on his communications with them.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
After your outreach to Mr. Bailey or strike that, was your outreach to Mr. Bruckheimer and Mr. Bailey successful?
Objection leading.
I'll allow it.
No. I successfully made contact with them, but I was not successful in rescuing pirates for Johnny.
When was the last time you discussed Mr. Depp's role in Pirate 6 with Jerry Bruckheimer, Sean Bailey, or anyone else at Disney?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, on hearsay.
Overruled.
2019, I believe.
In addition to Pirate 6, did Mr. Depp lose other films between December 2018 and October 2020 because of Ms. Heard's op-ed?
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
In addition to Pirate 6, did Mr. Depp lose any other films between December 2018 and October 20?
Objection, Your Honor. First of all, I don't think he testified that he lost Pirate 6. Second of all,
she's now contradicting the witness's testimony, which is inappropriate.
Both of you, overruled. Let's go. Next, go ahead and answer the question.
Yes. After the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have been focused on in that time period.
Mr. Wiggum, to what extent did COVID, or strike that, to what extent, if any, did COVID impact Mr. Depp's opportunities prior to October 2020?
I think it had an effect on Johnny, like other actors to some degree, but we were still doing business, especially on behalf of bigger stars that greenlit films, and so what was happening was we would close deals or put together a movie and then just set the start date for whenever people could get together and actually shoot the movie.
Mr. Wiggum, in your many interactions with Mr. Depp, have you ever seen him angry?
Objection, Your Honor. It's leading.
I'll sustain as to leading.
In your many interactions, thank you, Your Honor. In your many interactions with Mr. Depp, to what extent, if any, have you ever seen him lose his temper?
I never have, actually.
To what extent, if any, has Mr. Depp ever raised his voice in your presence?
No, he never has.
Mr. Wiggum, to what extent have you ever seen Mr. Depp engage in any violence?
Never.
Mr. Wiggum, other than Ms. Heard, are you aware of any other woman who has ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
Objection, leading, foundation, and hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection to leading.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Wiggum.
All right.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Wiggum, we'll do cross-examination in about 15 minutes. I'm going to take a 15-minute morning recess, okay, sir?
All right, and you heard that they are going to step away for a brief morning break. They do this ahead of then their lunch so that everyone can get a little bit of stretch, a bathroom break as we continue to listen into testimony. Do want to remind our viewers, we're going to be stepping away from the trial, getting into other top stories happening all across the country. If you want to continue to watch here when they return from that 15-minute recess, you can do so on our YouTube stream. We do have two streams going, one where you can keep track of all the top stories happening across the country, the other live inside of this courtroom all day. So don't forget you have that. You can always tune in too. We also are going to step away for a brief break. When we come back and continue to bring you stories across the country, including we do have right now authorities on the manhunt for a missing inmate and an officer who went missing Friday night. We will continue to give you more details after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we have had a up and down swing of the day here as we are kicking off the week here on our markets right now, currently down in the red, but you've seen it pop back up into that green. Hopefully that will be the case here a little bit later this afternoon when we check back in on the big board. Thank you again to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm Christy Larson here with you as we continue to cover all of those top stories happening across the country. Want to remind our viewers, if you're here with us, you want to continue to watch the testimony that's taking place in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. in Fairfax, Virginia. You can do so on our second YouTube stream. That's where we will have that planted all day long for you. But right now, I want to turn our attention to Alabama. We do have law enforcement officials, including U.S. Marshals, offering up a reward of $10,000 after they had an inmate and a corrections officer go missing on Friday night. At first, they said that this corrections officer could be in danger, and now they're saying there could be a different side to that story. Let's go ahead and get that update right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
I was working diligently, basically around the clock, to try to locate Casey White and Vicky White. We also have the assistance of the FBI, ATF, and Secret Service. On the state level, we have the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency assisting us. So we've got plenty of resources. These federal agencies and state agencies have resources that we don't have. They've made all those resources available to us, and we're utilizing everything we have and have access to in this search. I do have a little new information to pass to you. I know that we've been talking over the last few days about us canvassing video surveillance in the area where the patrol car was found last Friday afternoon. We did have one success in that. We see the patrol car parked at the intersection of Huntsville Road and Cox Creek Parkway, which is about 2 blocks from the location it was found. That video was time-stamped at 9:49 a.m. Director White and Casey White left the detention center at 9:41 a.m. So that's 8 minutes time span. What that tells us is that the patrol car left the detention center and went straight to the parking lot. There was not enough time for them to even attempt to try to come to the courthouse and then get out there and be at that red light 8 minutes later. So the direction of travel was from the courthouse, from the detention center directly out Huntsville Road to Cox Creek and then to the Florence Square shopping parking lot. The other thing that I want to make you aware of today is that we have had a warrant issued for Director Vicky White. The charges are permitting or facilitating an escape in the first degree. That's Alabama Code 13A 2034. So there is an active warrant out for Ms. White, obviously for Casey White. So we're in hopes that we'll get some much needed breaks here in the next few hours, few days that will help us locate them and get them back here to Lauderdale County and get Casey White, especially behind bars. Casey White, as you've heard me say over and over, is an extremely dangerous person, and we need to get him located and get him off the street. So again, thank you for all your help in that. At this time, I want to introduce you to the U.S. Marshal for the Northern District of Alabama, Marty Keeley. Marty's, as I said, his fugitive task force has been a tremendous asset to us, not only in this case, but in cases over the years, and we appreciate all their assistance and help. So, Marty, Mr. Marshal.
Thank you, Sheriff. I just want to add that the Gulf Coast Regional Fugitive Task Force, U.S. Marshal Service Gulf Coast Task Force, is assisting the sheriff and his deputies in this investigation. They've been a partner of the Marshal Service for many years now. I would like to emphasize that this case is now a major case for the United States Marshal Service, which helped to facilitate the reward for information, up to $10,000 for information leading to the location of either one of these particular suspects or subjects. I would like to ask the public to keep in mind that Casey White is a large individual. He is 6 feet 9 inches tall. You know, there is the possibility that he's changed his identity as far as his looks, but he will stand out at 6 feet 9 inches. So I want to emphasize that to the public. Again, that information or any information about this case can be reported to 911, and that is the way you should report it. You shouldn't try to approach either one of these individuals. We consider both of them dangerous, and in all probability, both individuals are armed. Thank you, Sheriff.
All right, at this time, I'll be glad to take a few questions, and my media policy For the years that I was chief of police in Florence and as sheriff, it's on the table, the good, the bad, and the ugly. If there's an investigative or legal reason I can't answer your question, I'll let you know.
Sheriff Elwin Lopez, ABC News.
Yes.
What was the interaction between the two in that surveillance video that you saw?
Actually, the surveillance video was not clear. It was from a distance and really couldn't make out any individuals per se, but we definitely know it was a patrol car.
Was he seated in the back of the patrol car or in the front?
From the video camera footage we have, we can't tell, but I'm sure he was probably in the back. He was in the back when he left the jail. You know, to stop on the side of the road, all those roads are heavily traveled. Someone would have seen something and suspected something, I think. So we're assuming he remained in the back seat until they arrived at the parking lot.
Was he handcuffed when he went into the patrol car?
He was handcuffed and shackled.
Sheriff, any tips from the public so far? Anything that's helped you in terms of this investigation?
We have gotten some tips, and of course we're following every lead we get. You know, we've had some tips. As I think I've let y'all know, we've gotten some a couple of tips on a possible vehicle. We're still pursuing that, trying to get a positive confirmation on a possible vehicle they switched into. But yes, we've gotten some information that's been helpful.
Have you been able to get in contact with his family so far?
We have.
Sheriff, Matt from Channel 31 here. You know, a lot of people here, of course, are following this, but there's folks across the country that are also following this. With the lead time that they had to get out ahead of this thing, those hours are important. What have you done to work with folks along the borders and airlines to make sure that maybe they didn't slip through those cracks?
Yeah. We have not, to my knowledge, unless the task force has, and I'm not aware, been in touch with the Canada or Mexican border or their countries. He did not have any identification with him. That's not to say he couldn't obtain some kind of identification or false identification, but he would certainly need identification to cross those borders. You know, but to my knowledge, we have not contacted, reached out to those countries.
Sheriff, the surveillance video, new video at the intersection, will that be released?
Actually, if we viewed it, we don't have a copy of it right now.
Any timetable for that?
Yeah, the company or the business that has the video, they have to bring their techs in to download it and all that, so we haven't had time to get a copy.
Sure.
But we have seen it.
Sorry. In light of this event, are you taking any evaluations of the protocol for escorting inmates?
Well, protocols were in place. You know, we have a policy. It required two deputies transport. This was, you know, again, lends us to believe how it was orchestrated because we had two vans of inmates leave just minutes before Director White had Casey White brought up front. Both those vans had two deputies on them. One had 5 inmates, the other had 7 inmates. Minutes after the second van left, Director White instructed another corrections deputy to bring Casey White up, prepare him for transport. That's when they put the handcuffs and the shackles on him as customary and protocol. She informed the booking officer that she was the only available person that was certified to carry arms to transport, so she was going to bring him to the courthouse, drop him off to the other deputies, and then go to a medical appointment. So, you know, that's why I'm sure that the booking officer didn't question it. She, after all, is her boss, and she coordinates all the transport. So, you know, that's sort of how that transpired. Yes, ma'am.
So is your investigation going with, now that there's a warrant, are you going with now more that she could possibly be involved, that he didn't coerce her, threaten her against her will? Is that still a possibility?
That he threatened her?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we know she participated.
Right.
Yeah, you know. Now, whether she did that willingly or if she was coerced, threatened somehow to participate in this escape,
not ruled out.
Not really sure, but we know for sure she did participate, and, you know.
There's video still released for his most recent appearance. Is that what we can expect him to look like now with the crew cut, not the longer cut?
Yeah, that photo was taken in the halls of the detention center Tuesday before they left on Friday.
Are they related in any way?
They're not related.
Is there any evidence that they had spoken before Friday?
We're looking into that.
Any knowledge?
We're reviewing video footage, phone calls, every avenue we have to see if there was any kind of relationship.
That Ms. White.
Let me get this, gentleman.
Obviously, you guys special deputies work pretty closely with each other. To have this happen with one of your own, how upset are you? Do you feel betrayed at all with the way this has played out so far?
Well, absolutely. You know, if she did this willingly, you know, those of us who work with Vicky White and have worked with her for years, this is not the Vicky White we know by any stretch of the imagination. She has been an exemplary employee. I was told by the director of the jail that Friday night it was like he was at a funeral wake. The employees are just devastated that she was involved in this, and they're concerned for her, concerned for her safety, as are we. And you know, we just hope that this has a good ending.
Just put in for her retirement of better than 15 years, right?
Yes. She'd been talking about retiring for 3 or 4 months, and you know, and had done some things. You know, she did sell her home about a month ago, and talked about going to the beach. So you know, you know, that's just you know, everybody thought she was going to retire.
Right.
You know, nobody saw this coming.
Is place for her to retire yet?
I'm sorry.
Did you yet have an effective date of retirement?
She was to retire that day. That was to be her last day at work.
So that's questionable.
Yeah. Now, over here.
So
Yes, ma'am.
we know that he tried to escape a few times. Why wasn't he moved to a state prison?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
We know he has a history of attempting to escape. Why wasn't he moved to a state prison?
He was brought here from the Department of Corrections on February the 25th. He has pending charges here for capital murder. There were some court proceedings scheduled between February the 25th and the end of May. He was brought here for those court appearances. When those appearances were concluded, he was then returned to the Department of Corrections.
Talk about the retirement. I understand that that money had not been released. The retirement hadn't been released, but there's reason to believe that there was a significant amount of cash on hand.
No.
Have you been able to figure that out?
I think from the sale of her house, she possibly had access to some cash. The retirement papers were never sent into the state retirement system. She had to have a conference with the personnel director before that could happen. She never came in. They were turned in Thursday. She never came in, of course, before Friday, so those papers were never forwarded to the retirement system.
As part of the investigation, are you looking into the fact that maybe they did have a romantic?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's always a possibility.
Marshall, can you say just how many people that you guys are bringing to bear also for this search and what you guys are doing right now as we speak?
Yes, I said we've partnered with the Sheriff's Office for many years, and this is now a major case for the United States Marshal Service, which triggers additional resources. I won't go into the exact number that we have on site in other locations also. But as the Sheriff said, we are receiving tips. We're following up on each and every one of those tips. So we're fully committed to this investigation.
As a member of law enforcement, is it harder to maybe find them because she may know the tricks of the trade?
Well, obviously, she's been in corrections for 17 years, so she has knowledge that the general, general citizen would not have. I think that certainly played in her favor as far as, getting him out of jail like she did. So.
Sheriff, was her medical condition a concern to you as she expressed that on Friday?
We don't think it was real. We think that was an excuse. It's not unusual if we have an inmate that's not feeling, or employee's not feeling well, take off or whatever. And she just reported that morning that she wasn't feeling well, so she's going to drop him off and go to one of the emergency care centers and get checked out.
Sheriff, maybe to the Marshal Service as well, can you quantify the number of tips you've received, whether any of those have been, substantiated, where they're coming from? Are these from across the country, various states?
I just know we've gotten several tips. I don't keep a tally on the numbers. The investigative crew, and we have several on-site investigators, federal, state, local, that are following up on those tips. But to tell you how many, I don't know.
Sheriff, talking to some of the employees, has anyone said that they had any belief that she had a relationship of any kind with Casey White?
No, not that we've been able to confirm at this point. We're still looking into that, reviewing phone calls, reviewing video from the jail, to see if she spent any kind of extraordinary amount of time at his particular cell. She was in her job, she was throughout the detention center, on a regular basis, several times a day, walking the halls. So she had several opportunities each day to be in contact with any given inmate.
Given the lead time, do you have any sense where they are at this point?
We don't. If we knew where they were at, we would be there, not here. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean how that sounded so short, I guess. But
have you had the opportunity to talk to Connie Ridgway's family?
I have talked with her son and given them my phone number and told them any questions they had to not hesitate to reach out to me. We're committed to getting Casey White back in custody and back behind bars where he belongs. And her family, her two sons, have been through a lot of trauma the last 6-7 years. And we thought we had closure for them to a point, and now that's totally upside down. So I can't imagine what they're going through, knowing that the man that killed their mother is out loose on the streets again. A couple more questions.
Can you speak to his past escape experience? What that entailed?
He was in our facility in 2020, and we got information that he was plotting an escape at that time. We followed up on that information. We took him down, and we did find a shank in his position. The shank's a prison knife, and when we retrieved that, we immediately had him shipped back to the Department of Corrections. That was at the time, although we had a policy in place that 2 officers escort inmates at that time, we emphasized that policy with him. And Director White was aware of that, so she strictly violated.
And Sheriff, just to clarify, you said that it was February of this year that he had been brought back to the Lauderdale County Jail. Correct?
February 25th. One more question.
Sheriff.
Yes.
Under Alabama law, an inmate facing a capital sentence, could he be facing the death penalty?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what the capital murder charge is a possibility of death. So he has nothing to lose with his violent past. He is extremely dangerous, and I want to emphasize as much as I can. And we're concerned about everybody, but there's going to be some law enforcement officers somewhere in this country or this state that's going to come across this guy. And I can't emphasize enough to our brothers and sisters in blue, don't take any chances with this guy. He's dangerous. And I can't emphasize that enough to our fellow law enforcement officers across the country. If you encounter this guy, you need to know he is dangerous. Don't take any chances with him. Thank y'all again for coming out and helping us get the word out. We will capture them. They will be brought back to justice, and your assistance in helping us achieve that is greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Sheriff.
All right, well, there you have it, the officials, and did want to pop up those photos of the 2 that they are looking for at this time. Want to also reiterate just what we do know right now, because at first they believed that the correctionals officer, could have been in danger, but now after more investigation over the weekend, law enforcement in Alabama do believe that the Assistant Director of Corrections, Vicki White, left willingly with the inmate Casey Cole White on Friday morning. So the 2 left the detention center for the courthouse for a reported mental health evaluation for the inmate. Officer Vicki White had been transporting Casey White alone, was expected to seek medical attention afterwards. You just heard the official there say she had already reported that she wasn't feeling very well, so she was going to be going to the doctors after. She has been with the department for 25 years, so this did shock all of them that they would have her do this, help this inmate escape. Now, Casey Cole White, not related to Vicki White, but he is being held at the facility for capital murder charges. And of course, this is a very intense time, as the pair is going to be well informed with her background in law enforcement on how to avoid certain areas, possibly certain steps that they would take when they're trying to track down a missing inmate. And as they mentioned also, Casey White is a person who is a very large man, and of course he's wanted on capital murder charges, making him very dangerous. If you do have any information on the pair, being asked to please pass it along to law enforcement so they can follow up on all of those tips and try to track down the missing two. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to keep you on top of news stories across the country when we return here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we are going to be listening in with our Philadelphia DA. You can see him getting ready to begin this meeting, announcing some charges after a 12-year-old was found murdered in South Philadelphia. Charges going to a former Philadelphia officer. Let's go ahead and listen into this announcement right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you all for being here. This is the DAO's regular Monday morning press conference. And as we do every week, we address two things. One is a summary of information about gun violence during the prior week, and the second is an important topic of some kind. Today, the topic has to do with the killing of 12-year-old Thomas T.J. Sedario, a police-involved shooting in which Officer Ed Saul Mendoza has now been charged with first-degree murder, third-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, and other charges in connection with the killing of this 12-year-old. We have made available copies of the presentment in this matter. A presentment, of course, is the finding of a grand jury. They are secret until they are not. And this presentment is no longer secret, as you will see from the order signed by a supervising judge, which permits us to make it publicly available. Ed Saul Mendoza, as we appear today, is in custody. He is held without bail. His bail hearing occurred at this point about 2.5 hours ago. And that is a normal bail for someone who's charged with first-degree murder. I want to acknowledge some of the community stakeholder staff who are here. We have First Assistant Robert Listenby. We have First Assistant Carolyn Engel-Temin. ADA Brian Collins is here, who has taken a primary role in relation to the investigation and the charging of Ed Saul Mendoza. We have ADA Joanne Pescator, who's the supervisor of our DA's office Homicide and Non-Fatal Shootings Unit. We have with us Reverend Myra Maxwell, the executive director of our DAO Victim Support Services Division, and Melanie Nelson, who's the executive director of our DAO Crisis Assistance Response and Engagement CARES Unit. Summary in relation to gun violence during the prior week, and this is in general, most of this data is from 4/22 through 4/28, the usual time period, although the homicide number is up to date. We are at 157 homicides year to date. On this date last year, there were 173. That is 16 fewer. And it represents a decrease of about 9%, maybe a little closer to 10% over last year. Obviously, none of that is good news because it still reflects that there were 5 homicides last week and there were 29 non-fatal shootings during this terrible gun violence crisis. But that 5 homicides should be placed in context, and the context is that during the pandemic, we've seen an average of about 1.5 homicides per day. That works out to about 10.5 homicides per week ordinarily. This number is 5. During the same period, there were 148 gun-related incidents. Among those incidents, and that includes both gun violence in which there are shootings, but it also, or gunpoint robberies, but it also includes gun possession. Among those 148 incidents, 69 arrests were made and 68 cases were opened and charged by the DA's office. I'm going to highlight briefly 3 gun violence incidents. The first, a homicide, the second, a non-fatal shooting, and the third, a non-fatal triple shooting. In the first incident, this occurred on Sunday, May the 1st at about 6:42 p.m. in the 6100 block of Baynton, B-A-Y-N-T-O-N Street in the 14th District. A 31-year-old black male was shot multiple times. He was transported to Einstein, where he was pronounced a short time later. No arrest has been made. This is an active investigation. Anyone with information, please contact PPD's Shooting Investigation Group at 215-686-8270. Second incident is also a non-fatal, I beg your pardon, the prior was a homicide. And this occurred on Sunday, May the 1st at about 9:27 p.m. on West Weaver Street, also in the 14th District. An approximately 28-year-old black male was shot 5 times. He was transported to Einstein and placed in stable condition. Once again, anyone with information, please contact PPD's Shooting Investigation Group at 215-686-8270. The third of these matters is a triple shooting that occurred on Sunday, May the 1st at about 9:39 p.m. in the 2700 block of North 29th Street in the 39th District. Victim number 1 is a 54-year-old black male shot 3 times in the left arm, in stable condition. Victim number 2, a 49-year-old black male shot multiple times in the right side of his body. And victim number 3, a 31-year-old black male shot once in the right ankle, transported to Presbyterian in stable condition. This is an ongoing investigation. Anyone with information, please contact PPD's Shooting Investigation Group at 215-686-8270. It is now my pleasure to introduce people who just never stop working for victims and for the families of people who have suffered a homicide. And that is Myra Maxwell and Melanie Nelson. I'm going to ask them to come forward to provide some information on the services that were provided during last week to support victims, co-victims, and survivors.
Good morning. The CARES unit responded to 4 families last week, providing 12 services to them. I would like to thank all of those who traveled with the Victim Services Division to Harrisburg with the CARES unit for National Victims' Rights Week. Thank you so much for your support.
And we'd also like to thank all of those who have attended last week the Philadelphia Coalition for Victim Advocacy's annual candle lighting ceremony. We also want to congratulate all of the victim advocates who received awards for their exemplary services to crime victims, witnesses, co-victims, and survivors throughout that week. Thank you all for your support and your service.
Thank you, Melanie Myra, for everything you do. At this time, we're going to shift our topic to really a tragic situation. And that is to update you all on recent developments in relation to the police-involved shooting of 12-year-old Thomas T.J. Siderio. I know you all have a copy of the presentment. I'm going to anticipate a couple questions and try to summarize what we see as the highlights. First of all, for those of you who've had a chance to read it, there are references to a video in there. You have not seen that video. There is video that has been published and has been viewed by media, but you have not seen the video that was presented to a grand jury in this matter, which forms the basis for many of its findings. Those findings can be summarized as follows. Police officer Ed Saul Mendoza shot and killed, unarmed, 12-year-old Thomas Siderio. Thomas Siderio had likely fired a Taurus 9mm into the unmarked police vehicle where Officer Mendoza and others were driving as it was pulling up to Siderio and a juvenile, 17-year-old juvenile named NK, that's how we designate him. When the child fired the gun, that immediately caused 3 officers to take cover, and police officer Mendoza began what can be fairly called a tactically unsound foot chase of the 12-year-old. Directly after one of the officers, P.O. Sarpong, took cover, he fired once at no target in particular. P.O. Mendoza fired 3 times, once at the beginning of the block near 18th and Barber Streets where the foot chase began, once in the middle of the 1700 Barber Street block, and once at the end of the block while standing on the sidewalk and relatively close to Thomas Siderio. At the time of the last 2 shots, Thomas Siderio was unarmed, having discarded the gun back at 1739 Barber Street, which was approximately 40 feet away from where Thomas Siderio was chased and then shot. Those 40 feet constituted a few parked cars and a few empty parking spaces. 40 feet is a long way. It is certain that Thomas Siderio, at the time he was shot, had stopped running and that he was possibly surrendering. It is certain that Thomas Siderio, at the time he was shot, was essentially face down on the sidewalk, that he was in a position that approximates sort of a push-up, turning back towards where the officer was pursuing him, perhaps turning to look at the officer who was pursuing him when he was shot through the back. Police officer Mendoza's second shot, as corroborated by video, audio, and crime scene maps, was fired while the officer was running mid-block on Barber Street past the car where the Taurus was located and secured by Officer Camacho. That second shot did not hit Thomas Siderio, but nearly simultaneous with the shot, Thomas Siderio stopped running and went to the ground, either because he fell or because he was diving onto the ground. Police officer Mendoza then slowed down and changed direction in a way that shows that he knew that Thomas Siderio had stopped and where he was located. Police officer Mendoza's approach to Siderio was completely inconsistent with Mendoza believing Siderio was armed. Officer Mendoza approached Siderio even though Siderio was behind a parked car where the child could have been taking advantage of cover. Officer Mendoza's approach also required Mendoza to pass through an opening between two parked cars, which would have placed him into a suspect's potential line of fire if Mendoza had believed there was a weapon. Nevertheless, Mendoza went right through there. Mendoza did not hesitate even a moment to enter what some experts call this fatal funnel, in other words, a constrained space where the arrival of police officers is predictable. When Mendoza fired the third shot, he was within half a car length of Thomas Siderio, and thus would have had the opportunity to see Thomas Siderio clearly at the time he fired. Finally, P.O. Mendoza told police officer Camacho, who arrived right after the shooting, Mendoza told Camacho immediately after the shooting that Thomas Siderio threw the gun around there, the gun around there, and pointed to the location of the gun. Camacho then immediately went to the place that Mendoza had indicated and secured the gun. The gun was sitting on the street below the curb line nearly 40 feet away. Thus, when Officer Mendoza fired the third and fatal shot, he knew the 12-year-old, 5-foot-tall, 111-pound Thomas Siderio no longer had a gun and no ability to harm him. But he fired a shot through his back, nonetheless, that killed him. Based on the evidence that we have obtained and considered, which establishes a prima facie case, the grand jury, found the following charges: murder of the first degree, murder of the third degree, voluntary manslaughter, possession of an instrument of crime. Are there any questions?
It reads like an assassination. Do you believe that this reads in some way like an assassination, a cop assassinating a 12-year-old?
Mr. Cole, and I say this with great respect, I'm going to take the other question first in a sense of fairness to all, and then we will get to your question shortly. Sure. Yes, please.
You said that Officer Mendoza was within at least a half car length of TJ. Was he, standing over him when he shot him? Was he standing over his 12-year-old?
I'm going to let ADA Collins. I mean, I can answer that, but I think ADA Collins, who has been the most into the details of this matter, may be able to articulate this with specificity that's useful to you. ADA Collins?
So based on the evidence that we reviewed, it looks like Mendoza is standing and the 12-year-old is on the ground.
Did he stop and then shoot him, or was he running?
Yes. For that, I'd rather refer to what's actually in the video.
Do you guys think you'll release the video before trial?
You want to answer that? I'll answer it. Yeah, the DA will answer.
This has been a grand jury investigation. As I'm sure you're aware, all sorts of secrecy applies to such thing. It has also been an ongoing investigation. It is still an ongoing investigation. So we are being extremely careful not to go beyond what we are permitted by the court to reveal. There may very well come a time when we are able to show that video, but we are not going to do that unless until we have certainty from the judge that we are permitted to do so.
Can you talk about, I know it's right here in this paper, sorry.
Mr. Cole is in the queue, if that's all right.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, does this read like an assassination to you?
I think it's important that I not characterize it. We are going to have a case that goes before a Philadelphia jury, and a Philadelphia jury is going to have to make a decision that is completely fair. I can tell you I find this very, very disturbing and very difficult to watch.
Is there any point after the fact that Mr. Mendoza knew that TJ was unarmed but still shot that third shot in his back during your investigation? Did he admit that he knew that TJ was unarmed?
So I think the best way to answer that is to say that there are a variety of factors in the evidence that make it pretty clear to me that Mendoza knew that TJ Siderio was unarmed before he shot him through the back. Those factors include the following. Number one, Mendoza's close proximity to Siderio at the time the officer fired the fatal shot. Number two, Mendoza's statement about the location of the gun to Officer Camacho less than a minute after Mendoza files the shot. Number three, Mendoza's decision and his actions when he runs straight up to Thomas Siderio, which strongly indicates he was not in fear that something was going to come of that. Even more so when he passes between two parked cars in close proximity. Number four, Mendoza's untruthful statement about his location when he fired his final two shots. When people make untruthful statements about what happened that are crucial to understanding the death of another person, in the law, that can be interpreted to indicate guilty knowledge, a sense that you need to cover something up because you know that what you did is illegal. And there is yet another factor, which is something that we intend to confirm, but there are indications that Mendoza calls out, drop the gun, before Thomas Siderio drops it. And then right after Thomas Siderio drops it, he calls out, get down. Now, why are we shifting from drop the gun to get down unless you saw the gun dropped? And by the way, after the cry was drop the gun was dropped. And after the cry was get down, he got down. Whether he got down because he tripped or whether he got down in a hurry and voluntarily is less clear on the evidence we had. But those are the factors that make this a considerable amount of evidence of actual knowledge that the child is unarmed.
And can you define close proximity? How far was Mr. Mendoza from TJ when he fired that third shot?
Brian?
It's approximately half a car length.
So that's about 4 feet, 5 feet.
What I can tell is it's about a half a car length. I don't know exactly how many feet.
Does he run up, stop, and shoot? Is that what happens? He runs up, stops, pauses, sees him, shoots.
Again, for that, I'd prefer to refer back to the video whenever it becomes available for people to actually view it.
Could you describe it, though, in how you've seen it in terms of the information you brought to the grand jury?
I'd rather not comment on it.
Larry, can you tell us what makes this, what we see in this presentment, what of it is first-degree murder?
All of it. I mean, there's very strong case law that when you point a firearm and fire it at a vital organ of the body, such as the upper back, the spine, or some other organ, that is sufficient evidence to establish the elements of first-degree murder. Having said that, we do consider this an ongoing investigation, and as you may have seen in some other cases, we are always going to consider what is brought to us and what new information we obtain. We take our responsibility to be even-handed and fair to police very, very seriously. And we are being very, very careful here. So we are delighted to get more information. If there is more information, we should know.
And can you address real quick the missteps, the inherent missteps of this entire setup? The undercover, the car, the lights when they go on, that they're not supposed to be conducting stops of this nature. Can you just touch on that, please?
I'm going to touch on it, but I also want to turn that over to Brian. The presentment contains significant amount of information about it. There are reasons why police officers wear uniforms in certain situations and why they don't in other situations. There are reasons to have marked cars in certain situations and not to have them in other situations. And what we see here, as I said before, I think is, among other things, a real tragedy, because it would appear that this tinted, unmarked car containing police who were not in uniform, who are either visible simply as wearing a street shirt or visible as wearing street clothes with vests that have no designation of police on the front. This is the kind of encounter that could cause someone on the street to believe that the people who are pulling up are not police at all, to believe that the people who are pulling up in a climate that is obviously rife with gun violence are pulling up to do them harm and are not law enforcement at all. There are aspects of that investigation that remain ambiguous, but everything I just said to you about what was marked and what was not, and what was tinted and what was not, and what the actual clothing of these young male officers looked like when they were pulling up and when they jumped out of this vehicle, everything I just said to you, that is beyond dispute. And so it is very concerning. Brian, do you have another comment on that?
Sure. So I think the best way to summarize it is to say that the grand jury found that these 4 police officers were in plain clothes, they were in an unmarked car, that a directive applied, 12.8, that says that plainclothes unmarked officers are not supposed to be making traffic stops like this, that when they made the decision to, when they first see the 2 juveniles, they don't decide to stop them at that point. The car actually goes around a block, a city block, which contains a park. That's something that was in their findings. And then when that car comes back around, that's when they make the decision to actually make a stop. At that point, the lights don't go on. The earliest the lights appear to have gone on is at approximately the same time that the shot goes off. The timing is not clear based on the record. And that there were 4 officers involved in this who testified, and that there were some diverging accounts as to why the stop was made in the first place. 2 of them testified that they were stopping the juveniles because of their involvement in a stolen firearm investigation. 2 others said that was part of it, but also that they were making a traffic violation stop. So there was some divergence on that as well. So the grand jury noted some issues with the stop in their findings.
Traffic violation stop for riding their bikes the wrong way up the street, that was it?
That's what was in the record, yes.
And have you talked to the police commissioner at all about this so far? Yeah.
For me, Kristen?
Yeah.
Yes, I've actually spoken to the commissioner this morning. I've spoken to her, multiple times since Thursday. The commissioner and I were actually in the same room watching this video together shortly after the incident occurred. We've been in very regular communication about it. And of course, as you may recall, the commissioner made a decision to fire Officer Mendoza fairly early after the shooting.
And she had mentioned that there was credible threats against at least I think it was all 4 police officers, but the additional 3. Do you know that to be true, and are you investigating that aspect of it?
Do you have more specifics?
She had just said that the reason that they did not put out the names of these officers was because there were credible threats against them.
I have no information of credible threats against these officers.
Okay.
Nor has that been communicated to me by the commissioner or anybody else.
The other question that I have is, people, when they do these officer-involved shooting trainings, even the reality-based trainings, they oftentimes, including me, I've done it, where they think they did something, or they think that somebody had a gun in their hand. Is that a plausible defense, a probable defense, thinking that maybe that he did have the gun in his hand, or did you mention that there is substantiated evidence that he did not have the gun in his hand, that Mendoza knew that he did not have the gun in his hand?
So, Ms. Johansson, I just went through a number of factors that, in my opinion, make it very clear that Mendoza knew that this child did not have a gun in his hand. There are certainly occasions when officers have good reason to believe that there could be a gun in the hand. They make an honest mistake, and under those circumstances, even though they've made a factual mistake, a shooting may be justified. There is nothing in the evidence in this case that supports that. The evidence in this case, as I mentioned earlier, is that the officer is in close proximity at the time the shot is fired, that the officer's statement about the location of the gun to police officer Camacho right after the shooting, actually, it's even more than a statement. He says where the gun is, and then he points to where the gun is, and then Camacho walks right over there, and yes, indeed, that's where the gun is. The decision to run straight up in a way that shows that Mendoza was not in fear after the gun was dropped of being shot. And then, of course, you know, on untruthful statement from Mendoza about Mendoza's location at the time he fired his final 2 shots is potentially indicative of deception and of guilty knowledge. And as I also mentioned, although we continue to investigate it, there are some indications that the commands that Mendoza is issuing change from drop the gun is dropped, to get down. The young man gets down, and then after essentially complying with 2 consecutive commands, he's shot through the back and killed.
How many seconds was he on the ground?
Let me do this, if I may. Did that answer the question? Or, okay. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Approximately how many seconds was TJ on the ground before you were shot?
I mean, I could estimate, but once again, I'm going to ask Mr. Collins, who's probably seen the video 3 times as many times as I have. I'm going to ask him if he can help with that.
The best estimate I could give would be 4 to 6 seconds.
4 to 6.
4 to 6, yeah.
When you say you're still checking out this idea that he made commands of the 12-year-old, but you're still trying to confirm it, so that's not recorded, you've been told that?
There is audio and video that seems to indicate what I just said to you. As you might expect, audio and video are not always perfect. So, in my opinion, that is what was said. But we may go through some enhancement procedures to try to make sure that we are hearing it correctly, because we do, in fact, want to be as fair as we possibly can.
The other question I have is, are you guys doing an investigation to how both the 12-year-old and the 17-year-old and the 12-year-old had a gun at the time? Is that a different investigation?
I can tell you that we are indeed investigating related matters, including that matter, but I'm not prepared to talk further about that at this time.
There's a line in the presentment that says a Secret Service agent was involved at some point. Was he actually on the scene? Was he involved in any way?
I think it would be inappropriate for me to say why he was involved, and also unnecessary to this. My understanding was that he was not in a position to participate or to observe what happened. He was in the general area, but he was not in a position to participate or observe anything that happened from the time the first shot was fired until the time the last shot was fired. Let me check that, though, if I may. Brian, is that correct?
Right, that's correct. The information presented in the presentments indicates that he was part of the surveillance, but not on scene at the time of the actual the stop and the discharge.
Kind of related, but just so procedurally, why would Secret Service be involved in something like that? I'm saying, like, in this specific case, is that typical of normal?
So I don't think it's appropriate for us to comment on it.
Just for background, or like for our understanding that that's unusual.
I mean, agents different. Right. Go ahead.
We are not actually trying to play cat and mouse. We are just trying to abide by the kind of information flow that is appropriate. It is not at all uncommon for there to be joint efforts of many different types that include both federal and local law enforcement. That much I can say.
Secret Service agent testified in the grand jury?
We are not going to comment on that at this time.
You see, when you look at a case like this, I mean, and you report here, the grand jury reports here, the 12-year-old shot at the car. So they came under fire. What role does that play in Mendoza's behavior in any way, do you think?
So all indications are that the 12-year-old fired the gun at the car. And obviously that plays a very significant role in explaining what happens. The initial bailout of the officers, some of the early shots that are fired in a sort of a chaotic manner, shots that are fired before the gun is dropped. All of that plays a role. And it is part of the story, and we have included it in this presentment because it needs to be considered. But the presentment also lays out how much time passes, what the events are that occur after that 12-year-old, 111-pound child does that, and ultimately we cannot get around the reality that you have an unarmed 12-year-old who drops a gun 40 feet behind where he is shot to death. At the time he is shot to death, he is essentially on the ground. He's no longer trying to get away. It simply does not end it. The analysis is really the same sort of analysis that applies in many different homicide cases.
Can you help just clarify sort of the timeline of everything? So these officers were conducting some type of undercover operation, and they saw NK, juvenile NK, TJ, riding their bikes, and they followed them or went the other direction, initiated a traffic stop. Did they turn their lights on, identify that they're police officers, and then there was a shot fired then? Because I'm having a hard time with the timeline.
Sure, I understand. All right, so let me try to give a brief summary of it, and then Brian will come up and correct it, because he's the one who knows this even better than I. But essentially what is going on is that you have officers out of uniform in an unmarked vehicle. This is in the evening. They are doing various things to surveil the area, looking for some people. They're not looking for the 12-year-old at all. They come around. They are visible and apparently seen by these kids, in the sense that a black vehicle with tinted windows that does not appear to be a police vehicle comes around, slows down, looks at them, goes back around the block, returns. And when it returns, it once again doesn't do what a normal car would do, meaning stop at a stoplight or stop at a stop sign. It's pulling up, essentially pulling up to them in the middle of a block. When that happens, there is every indication that the 12-year-old fires the gun into the vehicle. It is unclear exactly when the lights go on, but it appears to be almost simultaneous, as the presentment indicates. And presentment is, once again, it's very clear about what we know for sure, and it's also clear about the things we're not as certain about. But it appears that more or less simultaneously, the shot is fired and the lights go on. At which point, the two boys flee, and everything develops from there. Does that help?
Yeah, that helped everything. Because I was trying to understand when the officers presented that they were officers, obviously, when the lights came on, but that was maybe after a shot was fired.
Well, yeah. Or maybe while the trigger was being pulled, or maybe, this is a situation, as I said, it certainly is tragic at many different levels, but it's a situation where the outcome might have been different with a marked police car, with lights and sirens that were activated 30 seconds earlier. You might have had a very different situation than what occurred, and that's why it is worth spending a little time looking at the process, the methodology that was followed in this instance. Are there any other questions? We need to finish up.
You don't make policy, obviously, for the police department, but in your discussions and meetings and looking at the videotape with Outlaw, have you suggested to her that these sorts of units, now they're all chasing guns, which is a huge problem here, that these units need to be revised in some way, that they can't act in this way? Have you recommended that to her?
I am, anytime the commissioner wants my opinion, I'm more than happy to provide it, but I think the commissioner is well aware of the details here and is very capable on her own of figuring out any modifications of policy or modification. Policy is not always followed. She may also be aware of training that could be utilized. I don't want to speak for her. I think she speaks very well for herself, but I also think she's certainly aware of the specifics of what occurred here and the implications in terms of policy and training. All right, one last question and then I gotta go. All right.
Was there any gun residue found on TJ's hand during the autopsy or anything like that? Because...
Give me 1 second. I'm going to see if I can answer that question. Thank you all for being here.
All right, guys, so once again, we were listening in with our officials from Philadelphia. Some big developments in this case of that 12-year-old's death, who, again, was out with a friend, did have a handgun, but as you heard them detailing there, there's a lot of moments that happen in between them seeing these children, these teens on those bicycles with a handgun to the time when officer did shoot him twice. So let's go ahead. We're going to send our viewers into a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to continue to give you more updates on the war that's happening in Ukraine. It was announced today. Jill Biden going to be making her way to some of the neighboring countries to Ukraine to meet with Ukrainian mothers and children over Mother's Day weekend. We'll give you more of those updates right here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to be listening in here as we do have some of our EU Energy Council members speaking after a big meeting on Russian gas and oil imports. Let's go ahead, listen into that live. Let's listen in. I'm playing it back here, just a few minutes behind, right here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay. Madam.
Yes, madam.
Thank you very much for the briefing. Rosie Burchard for Feature Story News. For Commissioner Simpson, a lot of people at home are very concerned about their gas bills. They're concerned about inflation and prices going up. What is your message to those people at home? And for the Minister, can I just clarify there was no agreement today then on the regulation for gas storage? And if so, what's standing in the way of that agreement so far? Thank you.
Well, Commission has addressed these concerns with our toolbox. So member states do have clear guidance what they can do to address the retail price spikes, and all the member states have informed us that they have taken measures regarding the existing framework. Of course, the war in Ukraine will have its impact, and that means that we have to be ready to update our guidance for the extreme situation. And we just received, for example, the Acer analysis that guides us how to avoid unwanted volatility in our electricity market, and based on that, we will also propose further steps. Well, most likely you can expect them already in the end of May. So there will be several proposals regarding the REPowerEU plan, but we will also do our analysis and take good use of ACER analysis. Thank you.
Et pour ajouter un point sur
Let me just add a
ce
point
sujet,
on this subject.
il y a vraiment deux aspects. D'abord, il y a
There are two
les mesures
aspects.
d'urgence.
First of all, emergency measures to be adopted, and as Commissioner Simpson was saying, member states have taken measures so as to soften the impact of rising prices for our fellow citizens and for industry. Then there are longer-term measures, and the longer-term measures will be discussed on different occasions. The REPowerEU plan is very important, and the Fit for 55 package as well, which we're working on. That's a very important package too, because these issues will be at the heart of our debate. We want this ecological energy transition that we are setting in place. We want it to be a fair transition for everyone. That's an important point. Now, regards the gas storage regulation, it wasn't on the agenda for our discussions today. Today we're having an exchange of views following the measures taken by Russia last week. We're actually quite satisfied. Discussions on the gas storage regulation are progressing well, and I think we will be able to get an agreement soon, which is good news.
Merci beaucoup. Nous allons...
Thank you very much. We will now take a question online. Virginie Marin from Le Monde. Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? I wanted to know whether you are aware of any European companies that have opened accounts as Russian wanted it in euros and indeed in rubles. The Commission last week said this was quite illegal because it violates sanctions. Now, as I understand, you still haven't agreed on a method for payment of gas contracts which would allow contracts to be on and paid for without violating sanctions. What does that mean? Is it an agreement? Is it too complicated? How are things on that? And then on the platform for common gas purchasing you mentioned several times, are you making progress on that? I believe some countries were not at all in favour of that. Have you an idea of how many countries want to get involved in such a purchasing platform?
Well, the purchasing platform is voluntary platform, so member states do not have to participate there, but this is a good way to pool our demand and negotiate with international partners so that our governments are not ending up competing with each other, but on the contrary, we will have a purchasing power towards reliable partners, and there have been initial meetings, and the technical work is ongoing right now. On the information, do we know any companies who have indicated that they would like to pay in rubles? On the contrary, we don't have this information, and that majority of the companies will meet the deadline of payment in the end of May. During the council meeting, I also saw a news about one quote of Italian Minister Roberto Cingolani, but as I understand, this is misleading. We had a very good conversation with Minister Cingolani, who was not today here, but we had a conversation last Friday. I explained him the Commission's position that that companies who respect the signed contracts do have all the right to refuse the unilateral proposal from Russian side to open the contracts. The contracts are signed in the way that payments have to take place in either in euros or US dollars. 97% of the relevant contracts explicitly stipulate payments in euros or dollars. So if you respect the contracts, you can continue this contractual obligation in the way that there is no breach of sanctions. And Minister Cingolani was also present already in the very first days after the Putin's decree, when we had Robert Habeck invited the G7 energy ministers meeting. It was 29th of March, but we already then clearly expressed that we will not start payments in rubles that this decree proposed. Thank you.
On va prendre encore une question.
We'll take another question.
Pardon.
Je suis désolée, vous n'avez pas répondu à ma question en fait.
You didn't answer my other question.
Suivi, vas-y Virginie.
Oui, question de suivi.
Yeah, follow-up question. Last week, there were a number of companies the unit saying that they were thinking about opening an account because they thought that it was in keeping with the Commission recommendation. I know since then you've become more precise and gone back on that regarding recommendations. Now, after this meeting with Ministers of Energy, did you agree or not regards a method of payment? I understood that it was a unilateral breach of contract, but at the same time, we should be able to get a gas supply. So what are you thinking about in terms of payment which can meet the Putin decree whilst at the same time doesn't violate sanctions? So I'd like to know whether any companies that have opened accounts with Gazprom Bank as far as you're aware.
As far as I am aware, there are no companies who have announced that they will do such a thing. I have seen Bloomberg News about unidentified companies, and if you do have information, then please, share it with your readers.
Merci. Allez-y.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Yuri Shiko, Deutsche Welle. I have two questions. First question, should Putin decide within May to stop the gas flows for whole European Union? Okay, now after the heating period has ended, it will not be a problem, but will the EU be able to withstand the next heating periods, the next winter, completely without Russian gas? And do you expect you will be able to prepare for that? And the second question, Commissioner, you've already mentioned solidarity with Ukraine. And of course now the Ukraine in the current situation needs also less gas, but can you say that you will be able to provide Ukraine enough gas in this situation, will be able to sell enough gas to Ukraine? Thank you very much.
Right now, Ukraine produces more gas than they consume. But in long run, we have indicated that there are alternative reverse flows via Slovakia and Hungary that could deliver them the necessary help. But they are gas producers themselves, and the gas transit via Ukraine is still continuing towards Europe. Not in maximum levels, but still it is continuing. Of course, we have to keep in mind that war is unpredictable, and every day might change the situation on ground. Then what does it mean for Europe if there will be full disruption of Russian gas? Well, you all saw our Repower EU communication, where we announced that we can manage with very ambitious plan to replace 2/3 of Russian gas with alternative supplies. Not all of it comes from international partners, not all of it will be replaced by natural gas, but we have to scale up the renewable production, we have to double the biogas production, we have to introduce very ambitious energy-saving methods. And on top of that, if there will be full disruption, then this is the reason why we are right now advising member states to start filling their underground gas storage, because gas storage gives this flexibility, and they are doing so. So all member states who do have underground gas storage have started the filling operations.
Oui. Oui, évidemment. Les
Yes, the EU member states are not all facing the same level of dependence.
I want to say thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Our Energy Council speaking about how they're going to continue to deal with Russia as they have this war continuing into day number 28. Going to take us out live to the big board, giving you more top stories across the country coming up at the top of the hour, just seconds away. Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to start right here on the big board after a wild week last week. We had just so many big news headlines surrounding our stock exchange, especially with Elon Musk buying Twitter. Today, at the start of that bell, you can see things were up in the green, but we have had an up and down swing throughout the morning, now getting into those afternoon hours, and we'll have to see how the start of this week goes here for our stock exchange. Do want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, where we keep track of all the top stories happening to us across the country. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we are going to get into some of the big headlines happening right here today. Earlier, we did have the White House announcing Joe Biden going to be making a trip over to some of the bordering countries of Ukraine. She's going to be spending Mother's Day with Ukrainian mothers and their children. We do have a White House briefing that's going to be coming up a little bit later here this morning. For all of our viewers watching here with us on the East Coast, it's going to be happening at 2:30. For all of you on the West Coast, 11:30 a.m. So that is going to be coming up here very shortly. We're also going to be expecting to hear a bit more, not only on the inflation, Joe Biden's trip, but we also had Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who visited Kyiv. It was a surprise visit. She did meet with President Zelensky. And now today, already Monday, she held talks in Poland with their president as well, as she continues to vow U.S. support. So that White House press conference, again, going to be coming up a little bit later here this morning. But until that time, we've had quite an interesting story come to us over the weekend after an inmate and a corrections officer went missing. At first, law enforcement saying they believe that that law enforcement officer could have been in trouble. Now they are starting to switch their story around, saying that she assisted in this inmate's escape. The pair have been missing since Friday morning. There's a $10,000 reward that's being offered to all of those who can help provide some information leading to where the two are. We did have an update a little bit earlier here today. Want to pop up first, though, that picture of who they are looking for at this time. So here on your screen, you're seeing here the picture of the pair. So right now we know it is Vicky White. She's the corrections officer, and she does not share any of relation to the person who is missing, the inmate. That's Casey Cole White. So the pair have the same last name. They're not related, but of course they believe they do have a personal relationship since they have gone missing together. And as I mentioned, they went missing on Friday. Let's go ahead. Let's jump into that update where we did have those officials speaking to just some of the newest details right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Working diligently, basically around the clock, to try to locate Casey White and Vicky White. We also have the assistance of the FBI, ATF, and Secret Service. On the state level, we have the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency assisting us. So we've got plenty of resources. These federal agencies and state agencies have resources that we don't have. They've made all those resources available to us, and we're utilizing everything we have and have access to in this search. I do have a little new information to pass to you. I know that we've been talking over the last few days about us canvassing video surveillance in the area where the patrol car was found last Friday afternoon. We did have one success in that. We see the patrol car parked at the intersection of Huntsville Road and Cox Creek Parkway, which is about 2 blocks from the location it was found. That video was time-stamped at 9:49 a.m. Director White and Casey White left the detention center at 9:41 a.m. So that's 8 minutes time span. What that tells us is that the patrol car left the detention center and went straight to the parking lot. There was not enough time for them to even attempt to try to come to the courthouse and then get out there and be at that red light 8 minutes later. So the direction of travel was from the courthouse, from the detention center directly out Huntsville Road to Cox Creek and then to the Florence Square shopping parking lot. The other thing that I want to make you aware of today is that we have had a warrant issued for Director Vicky White. The charges are permitting or facilitating an escape in the first degree. That's Alabama Code 13A 2034. So there is an active warrant out for Ms. White, obviously for Casey White. So we're in hopes that we'll get some much needed breaks here in the next few hours, few days that will help us locate them and get them back here to Lauderdale County and get Casey White, especially behind bars. Casey White, as you've heard me say over and over, is an extremely dangerous person, and we need to get him located and get him off the street. So again, thank you for all your help in that. At this time, I want to issue to the U.S. Marshal for the Northern District of Alabama, Marty Keeley. Marty's, as I said, his fugitive task force has been a tremendous asset to us, not only in this case, but in cases over the years, and we appreciate all their assistance and help. So, Marty, Mr. Marshal.
Thank you, Sheriff. I just want to add that the Gulf Coast Regional Fugitive Task Force, U.S. Marshal Service Gulf Coast Task Force, is assisting the sheriff and his deputies in this investigation. They've been a partner of the Marshal Service for many years now. I would like to emphasize that this case is now a major case for the United States Marshal Service, which helped to facilitate the reward for information, up to $10,000 for information leading to the location of either one of these particular suspects or subjects. I would like to ask the public to keep in mind that Casey White is a large individual. He is 6 feet 9 inches tall. You know, there is the possibility that he's changed his identity as far as his looks, but he will stand out at 6 feet 9 inches. So I want to emphasize that to the public. Again, that information or any information about this case can be reported to 911, and that is the way you should report it. You shouldn't try to approach either one of these individuals. We consider both of them dangerous, and in all probability, both individuals are armed. Thank you, Sheriff.
All right, at this time, I'll be glad to take a few questions. And my media policy for the years that I was chief of police in Florence and as sheriff has been, it's on the table, the good, the bad, and the ugly. If there's an investigative or legal reason I can't answer your question, I'll let you know.
Sheriff Elwin Lopez, ABC News.
Yes.
What was the interaction between the two in that surveillance video that you saw?
Actually, the surveillance video was not clear. It was from a distance and really couldn't make out any individuals per se, but we definitely know it was a patrol car.
Was he seated in the back of the patrol car or in the front?
From the video camera footage, well, we can't tell, but I'm sure he was probably in the back. He was in the back when he left the jail. You know, to stop on the side of the road, all those roads are heavily traveled. Someone would have seen something and suspected something, I think. So we're assuming he remained in the back seat until they arrived at the parking lot.
Was he handcuffed when he went into the patrol car?
He was handcuffed and shackled.
Sheriff, any tips from the public so far? Anything that's helped you in terms of this investigation?
We have gotten some tips, and of course we're following every lead we get. You know, we've had some tips. I think I've let y'all know we've gotten some a couple of tips on a possible vehicle. We're still pursuing that, trying to get a positive confirmation on a possible vehicle they switched into. But yes, we've gotten some information that's been helpful.
Have you been able to get in contact with his family so far?
We have.
Sheriff, Matt from Channel 31 here. You know, a lot of people here, of course, are following this, but there's folks across the country that are also following this. With the lead time that they had to get out ahead of this thing, those hours are important. What have you done to work with folks along the borders and airlines to make sure that maybe they didn't slip through those cracks?
Yeah. We have not, to my knowledge, unless the task force has, and I'm not aware, been in touch with the Canada or Mexican border or their countries. He did not have any identification with him. That's not to say he couldn't obtain some kind of identification or false identification, but he would certainly need identification to cross those borders. But to my knowledge, we have not reached out to those countries.
Sheriff, the surveillance video, new video at the intersection, will that be released?
Actually, if we viewed it, we don't have a copy of it right now.
Any timetable for that?
Yeah, the company or the business that has the video, they have to bring their techs in to download it and all that, so we haven't had time to get a copy of it.
Sure.
But we have seen it.
Sorry. In light of this event, are you taking any evaluations of the protocol for escorting inmates?
Well, protocols were in place. We have a policy. It required two deputies transport. This was, again, lends us to believe how it was orchestrated, because we had two vans of inmates leave just minutes before Director White had Casey White brought up front. Both those vans had two deputies on them. One had 5 inmates, the other had 7 inmates. Minutes after the second van left, Director White instructed another corrections deputy to bring Casey White up, prepare him for transport. That's when they put the handcuffs and the shackles on him, as is customary and protocol. She informed the booking officer that she was the only available person that was certified to carry arms to transport, so she was going to bring him to the courthouse, drop him off to the other deputies, and then go to a medical appointment. So, that's why I'm sure that the booking officer didn't question it. She, after all, is her boss, and she coordinates all the transport. So, that's sort of how that transpired. Yes, ma'am.
So is your investigation going with, now that there's a warrant, are you going with now more that she could possibly be involved, that he didn't coerce her, threaten her against her will? Is that still a possibility?
That he threatened her? Mm-hmm. We know she participated. Right. Now, whether she did that willingly or if she was coerced, threatened somehow to participate in this escape,
not ruled out.
Not really sure, but we know for sure she did participate, and
There's video still released for his most recent appearance. Is that what we can expect them to look like now, with the crew cut, not the longer cut?
Yeah, that photo was taken in the halls of the detention center Tuesday before they left on Friday.
Are they related in any way?
They're not related.
Is there any evidence that they had spoken before Friday?
We're looking into that.
Any knowledge?
We're reviewing video footage, phone calls, every avenue we have to see if there was any kind of relationship.
Ms. White.
Let me get this, General.
Obviously, you guys, special deputies, work pretty closely with each other. To have this happen with one of your own, how upset are you? Do you feel betrayed at all with the way this has played out so far?
Well, absolutely. If she did this willingly, those of us who work with Vicki White and have worked with her for years, this is not the Vicki White we know by any stretch of the imagination. She has been an exemplary employee. I was told by the director of the jail that Friday night it was like you was at a funeral wake. The employees are just devastated that she was involved in this, and they're concerned for her, concerned for her safety, as are we. And, we just hope that this has a good ending.
This put in for her retirement of better than 15 years, right?
Yes. She'd been talking about retiring for 3 or 4 months, and, and had done some things. She did sell her home about a month ago and talked about going to the beach. That's just, everybody thought she was going to retire.
Right.
Nobody saw this coming.
Date in place for her to retire yet?
I'm sorry?
Did you yet have an effective date of retirement?
She was to retire that day. That was to be her last day at work.
So that's questionable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now, over here.
So
yes, ma'am.
We know that he tried to escape a few times. Why wouldn't he move to escape?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
We know he has a history of attempting to escape. Why wouldn't he move to escape for this?
He was brought here from the Department of Corrections on February the 25th. He has pending charges here for capital murder. There were some court proceedings scheduled between February the 25th and the end of May. He was brought here for those court appearances. When those appearances were concluded, he was then returned to the Department of Corrections.
talk about the retirement. I understand that that money had not been released. The retirement hadn't been released, but there's reason to believe that there was a significant amount of cash on hand.
No.
Have you been able to figure that out?
I think from the sale of her house, she possibly had access to some cash. The retirement papers were never sent into the state retirement system. She had to have a conference with the personnel director before that could happen. She never came in. They were turned in Thursday. She never came in, of course, before Friday, so those papers were never forwarded to the retirement system.
As part of the investigation, are you looking into the fact that maybe they did have a romantic?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's always a possibility.
Marshall, can you say just how many people that you guys are bringing to bear also to this search and what you guys are doing right now?
Yes, I said we've partnered with the Sheriff's Office for many years, and this is now a major case for the United States Marshal Service, which triggers additional resources. I won't go into the exact number that we have on site in other locations also. But as the Sheriff said, we are receiving tips. We're following up on each and every one of those tips. So we're fully committed to this investigation.
As a member of law enforcement, is it harder to maybe find them because she may know the tricks of the trade?
Well, obviously, she's been in corrections for 17 years, so she has knowledge that the general, general citizen would not have. I think that certainly played in her favor as far as getting him out of jail like she did. So.
Sheriff, was her medical condition a concern to you as she expressed that on Friday?
We don't think it was real. We think that was an excuse. It's not unusual if we have an inmate that's not feeling, or employee's not feeling well, take off or whatever. And she just reported that morning that she wasn't feeling well, so she's going to drop him off and go to one of the emergency care centers and get checked out.
Sheriff, maybe to the Marshal Service as well, can you quantify the number of tips you've received, whether any of those have been, substantiated, where they're coming from? Are these from across the country, various states?
I just know we've gotten several tips. I don't keep a tally on the numbers, the investigative crew, and we have several on-site investigators, federal, state, local, that are following up on those tips. But to tell you how many, I don't know.
Sheriff, talking to some of the employees, has anyone said that they had any belief that she had a relationship of any kind with Casey White?
No, not that we've been able to confirm at this point. We're still looking into that, reviewing phone calls, reviewing video from the jail to see if she spent any kind of extraordinary amount of time at his particular cell. She was in her job, she was throughout the detention center, on a regular basis, several times a day, walking the halls. So she had several opportunities each day to be in contact with any given inmate.
Given the lead time, do you have any sense where they are at this point?
We don't. If we knew where they were at, we would be there, not here. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean that sounded so short, I guess. But
have you had the opportunity to talk to Connie Ridgway's family?
I have talked with her son and given them my phone number and told them any questions they had to not hesitate to reach out to me. We're committed to getting Casey White back in custody and back behind bars where he belongs. And her family, her two sons, have been through a lot of trauma the last 6-7 years. And we thought we had closure for them to a point, and now that's totally upside down. So I can't imagine what they're going through, knowing that the man that killed their mother is out loose on the streets again.
So once again, listening in with some of our officials out of Alabama, they are still searching for these two after they had disappeared again on Friday morning. They had left the detention center for the courthouse for a reported mental health evaluation for the inmate. Officer Vicki White saying after she transported Casey, she was going to be seeking medical attention after saying she was feeling unwell. That vehicle was found hours later. It was empty in a shopping center's parking lot. Of course, right now they are looking for any information that could lead to the whereabouts, but they also want to remind everyone, Casey Cole White, not only a very dangerous person, he was being held for capital murder charges, but also a very large male at that. So let's go ahead and show you that picture in full. That's the pair they're looking for if you're watching here with us on Live Now from Fox in that area. Of course, again, law enforcement going to advise you if you do happen to see something, they want you to say something, but also don't try to take matters into your own hands. Well, speaking of police, we do have an update coming to us from Chicago after a very violent weekend. The police chief here giving us an update after they had 9 people killed just over these last few days. We'll bring this press conference to you right here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break.
Good morning. If we're ready, we'll go ahead and get started. Or good afternoon. Before we begin the crime update and investigative update, I want to just highlight the cold case series that Chicago Police Department is starting today. And new episodes of the cold case series will be downloaded each week on CPD's, the Chicago Police Department's website, and on our YouTube channel weekly. And we're highlighting, as you know, older cases that have dead ends and no leads with the hope of generating new tips and leads. And we really don't care how long it takes. Our victims deserve justice and their families deserve closure. So if anyone has any information regarding any of the murders that we're going to release on the cold case series, you can call in anonymously and provide a tip at 833-408-0069. And you can receive a reward for tips that lead to either charges or convictions on these cold cases for up to $15,000. That tip line again is 833-408-0069 for a reward for tips that lead to charges and or convictions. A reward up to $15,000. So I'll go right into the crime update. As you know, during April, the city experienced a decline in homicides. There were 49 murders citywide for the month of April. That's a 9% decline from the previous April 2021. It's a 9% decline from April 2021. It's also lower than 2020's April. 2020's April had 58 homicides, and also lower than 2019, April 2019, which had 62 homicides. So it's pre-pandemic April, it was 62 homicides. So the 49 homicides with a 9% decline compared to April 2021 is also lower than 2020's April that had 58 and 2019's April that had 62 homicides. One homicide obviously is one too many, but we had declines compared to previous April for the last 3 years. In addition, our Bureau of Detectives is ahead of last year's pace with 111 murder cases cleared so far this year. As you know, being ahead of last year's pace is also ahead of the pace of clearances for homicides for the past 19 years. Year to date, compared to 2021, shootings are down 14%. So 14% fewer shootings, and year to date, not month to date, like we just talked about April, it's year to date, murders are down 8%. The Chicago Police Department and the men and women of our department remain vigilant in our crime fighting. Since the beginning of the year, officers have taken 3,493 illegal guns off the streets of Chicago, collecting more than 800 guns in just the month of April. Of that 3,463, 223 ghost guns were recovered. So of that 3,463, 223 were ghost guns that were recovered. To put that in context, the ghost gun recovery number, Chicago Police Department seized all of 2021, 458. So we're just in the first part of May, and we're already seeing a continued increase in ghost guns seized from the streets of Chicago. In addition to that spike in ghost guns seized, there has also been an 87% increase in assault-style firearms seized. That's assault weapons seized. And that's double the number of those types of guns that were recovered last year at this time. So increase in ghost guns recovered from our officers and an increase in assault weapons recovered by our officers. We also counted more than 570 gun arrests in the month of April. As you know, and I've repeated many times, every illegal gun recovered is a potential life saved. And every day officers dedicate themselves to ensuring their visibility, their engagement, their collaboration, and the challenge of taking guns off the street and what we are seeing in this country, a gun crisis, gun violence crisis that we haven't seen since the 90s for the city of Chicago, but for many cities, gun violence that we haven't seen on record for many cities. And finally, obviously, we have challenges that we're facing in our city that I want to highlight, and then we'll bring up Chief Dinahan for the investigative update. So there's three really challenges I want to highlight. There are many, but there's three I want to highlight. One being our visibility in our neighborhoods, and in particular in our downtown, which is a neighborhood. So we have deployment strategies to deploy resources around all of our neighborhoods. We've highlighted the 55 beats that drive 50% of the violence in our city, and we have a very aggressive deployment strategy there. And our downtown neighborhood doesn't really show up in that type of analysis. They don't have the volume of violence that maybe some other neighborhoods have, but they do have obviously significant challenges that we're putting together immediate plans that will start this week to add even more resources to our downtown neighborhood. We're also adding resources to our 9th district, our 8th district, our 3rd district, 4th and 5th district. So we're seeing across the board the neighborhoods that don't fall into the 55 beats, slight displacement of violence that would not normally happen other places, starting to see spikes as well. So let me just talk a little bit about the 55 beats that we have focused violence because they drive 50% of the violence in the city, according to our analysis. The declines there have been pretty significant. In the 55 beats, 29% reduction in homicides in those 55 beats and a 41% reduction in shootings in those 55 beats. But obviously, we're starting to see shootings and homicides in areas that we don't normally see in the city, to include our downtown and other neighborhoods, particularly the Ninth District. Hadn't seen the level of violence that it's seen this year in previous years. And so we're having to expand our resource deployment to other areas to include downtown. So that's the first challenge. Second challenge is our visibility and our enforcement action on the CTA. So as you all know and have reported that the CTA is seeing spikes in violence, but I just want to add to that reality is there's a 46% decline in crime on the CTA compared to 2019. So prior to the pandemic, we saw significant declines on the CTA. 2018's CTA crime was down 30%. So pre-pandemic, there was a drop in crime. During the pandemic, we've seen, obviously, ridership go down, but an increase in crime, as we see this year. And so we are adding an additional contingent of resources to the CTA. As you know, we had an announcement of increased resources on the CTA, and one of the things that I'm committed to is that we'll continue to add resources until we see this kind of safety that the City of Chicago deserves. So we're adding an additional contingent of resources to the CTA. In addition to that increase, we're also creating a collaborative team with CTA security officers. As you know, there are unarmed security officers that the CTA hires, and they've also increased that number. But we need to work more in collaboration with those CTA security officers so that we're working together more so than we have been in the past. So challenge number two. The third challenge before I bring up Chief Dinahan for the investigative update is carjackings. And this has been reported on extensively, so I'm not telling you anything you hadn't reported on, but our carjackings continue to be a problem in our city. It continues to be a problem where our young people, our teenagers and preteens, are the significant majority of the offenders that we arrest. We have had repeated arrests for juvenile offenders who are repeat offenders, who have 5, 6, 7, 8 previous charges for carjackings. And again, the frustration with our officers obviously making these arrests and then having to make them again and again and again with the same juvenile offender, it's been quite a challenge. One of the things that we committed to is continuing, regardless of your age, to hold you accountable by making that arrest. We've made over 400 arrests for carjacking offenders. And carjacking, again, I just want to, it's the charge of vehicular hijacking, it's the charge of motor vehicle theft, and it's the charge of criminal trespass to vehicle. The whole crew, everyone in the car that participated in the carjacking, we charged with 3 different types of charges. But again, that number hadn't had the impact that we want in reducing carjackings. And so one of the things that we've committed to is not only continuing to make these arrests, particularly of young people, repeatedly, but to also figure out a way to change their behavior. And I've given example after example after example. I'll highlight one I've given before, but I'll highlight a second one. So there was an 11-year-old that was a prolific carjacker. And we had arrested this 11-year-old, and when we went to the home of the 11-year-old, had a bag of 20 car fobs in his room, where he had 20 cars he had stolen. And this 11-year-old had not been in school for 2 years. So this 11-year-old had been in school since he was 9 years old. So Chicago Public Schools, CPS, got involved, put the 11-year-old in a program called Choose to Change. The 11-year-old had a mentor assigned to him every day in this program. As part of this program, this mentor would go to the home the morning of school, make sure he was dressed, ready to go, had breakfast, make sure they attended school. This 11-year-old hadn't missed a day of school. 11-year-old recently made the honor roll. But the most important thing for CPD, hadn't committed any other carjackings. We had another teenager similar to this 11-year-old that was participating in carjacking, and this young person accepted social services. We were able to get a job for this teenager. This teenager has not missed a day of work and has not committed any other carjackings. So the capacity to change the behavior of our young people does include the arrest, the charge, but it also includes providing services to change their behavior. So make sure you write it that way. It's not just skipping to not holding them accountable. It is the arrest, the charge, and social services for these young people to have a chance at changing their behavior. And before I come back up for questions, Chief Dinahan is going to highlight some of the investigations of some of our shootings and homicides and other crimes that our Bureau of Detectives are investigating, then I'll come back for questions. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. I know there were a couple incidents that there were questions on, so I'm going to go over those as the superintendent mentioned, and then you guys can ask some questions. So on the 30th of April at 358 North State, at just after 1 in the morning, there was a homicide that took place outside of a bowling alley. This incident was a domestic-related incident where the offender in this incident was with a woman, and the offender's ex-girlfriend or another woman that he basically was a girlfriend.
As we continue listening in with our Chicago officials, do want to say thank you to all of our viewers watching with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break, right back here listening in with our Chicago officials right after you return. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
Discharged his weapon, causing the death of one of the females and then shooting another female and then fled the scene. So the detectives are working with all the people involved, and they are seeking to apprehend this offender. There was another incident on the 1st of May, just after 1 in the morning at 145 East 23rd Street. This was an attempt carjacking, robbery-related offense. We had a victim who was 35 years old park his vehicle, at which point, right when he got out of his car, another sedan kind of pulled in front of his car, blocked him in. A male exited and actually jumped into the victim's vehicle. The victim started to walk back towards his vehicle. When he heard gunfire, he was shot in the foot. He drew his weapon. He was a valid CCL holder, exchanged gunfire with the individual in his car. At that point, the individual's car crawled out the passenger side, jumped back into the car that he came up in, and made good his escape. So the detectives are working with this victim. It all happened extremely quickly. The offender was masked, dressed in black. More than likely, the victim can't make an identification, but the victim did believe that he did shoot the offender. So the detectives are looking into other hospitals. And once again, this is kind of an active, ongoing investigation. On the 1st of May, at approximately 5 in the morning at 201 East Walton Street, there was a murder inside of a hotel floor. It was on the 2nd floor, and the detectives have reviewed video. It appears there were some females who rented a room in the area, and then they, at some point, went down to a door that is not supposed to be open, an emergency door. They opened that door. They let several males inside that door, at which point the confrontation occurred on the 2nd floor. There was an exchange of gunfire, and the victim, who was 18 years of age, was found deceased on that 2nd floor. There was a handgun next to that victim. The offenders made good their escape. They fled the hotel room. The detectives are seeking to track a vehicle that they entered, and once again, active and ongoing investigation on this one. And then on the 1st of May at about 5:21 p.m. at 172 North Wabash, we had an incident where 2 unintended targets were struck with gunfire. We had 3 male blacks inside of a taco place where an additional 3 male blacks entered. There appears to be a robbery that occurred, and then the victims of the robbery chased the offenders of the robbery outside of this taco restaurant, at which point we had the people who were robbed took out a firearm and started discharging at the individuals who took something from them. And then we had 2 victims that, like I said, were unintended targets in this. We had a male 27 years of age who had a gunshot wound to his hand, which required some stitches. Then we had another male, 55 years of age, who had a gunshot wound to his right ear that then entered and exited the back of his neck. Both of the unintended targets are in good condition, and the detectives once again are looking at video, trying to follow where both groups went, and we'll see if we could push out a video if we get good enough images from everything that we're tracking. Those were most of the incidents. Boss, we want to take some questions.
Well, before we go to questions, I want to cover one other topic: recruiting for the Chicago Police Department's new officers. To date, this year, we have 3,800 applications to be a Chicago police officer. We recently had a new academy class start with 67 new recruits. That's the high mark so far this year. Really, in the past several months, that's one of the highest numbers of a new recruit class starting. So we're starting to have some encouraging outcomes as it relates to filling our vacancies with our recruiting team doing a really good job going out and soliciting both at military bases, our city colleges and universities, and job fairs. That's really showing some early results this year. We got a lot of work to do and fill out vacancies, but we have currently 340 new recruits in the academy right now, and we had a recent class. We've been having a class start every month so far this year. So there's January, February, March, April class. The April class had 67 new recruits in it, which was a high, one of the highest numbers we've had in recent months. With that, I'll take any questions. Yes. Spilling over into other districts. I don't want to separate downtown apart from other neighborhoods. It's a neighborhood just like any other neighborhood in the city we've seen some displacement issues. Well, we don't normally have the types of crime that are happening in various neighborhoods across the city. We are having to now deploy even more officers in our deployment strategy and our rotations. And just to talk a little bit more about our deployment strategy, it's looking at not just a patrol bureau to deploy resources. It is looking at all of our police bureaus and deploying officers that maybe not traditionally work in the field, in a neighborhood, those that may work behind a desk, spending some time in patrol as part of our deployment strategy. So all of our bureaus are committing resources to be able to address some of the issues that I raised as challenges, both CTA, other neighborhoods that are seeing violence that normally don't, as well as the downtown.
And how soon could that start?
This week.
On this weekend?
Before this weekend. I'm hoping to start some of that deployment tomorrow and continue that through the rest of the month and really through Labor Day, if not beyond. Yes?
I understand that you are familiar with the drag racing incidents that
I am.
occurred on Sunday morning. Your general reaction to that on Lower Radford Drive, and also is there any, update? Is there an investigation period?
As you know, no one called to report. We do have pod video of that happening, so we are looking into who we can hold accountable there. But I think that speaks more to we need to add more resources to our downtown, particularly during those overnight hours. And that's exactly what we're doing. But again, I don't want the headline to be downtown gets something that the neighborhoods don't get. So the message is we're looking at all of the issues and challenges that we face throughout the city and treating every neighborhood the same with additional resources when needed.
But is there any greater concern about these stories, these crimes occurring downtown? I mean, you hear from all of them all the time. They all say this is the economic engine. You have a big show that was supposed to go on last night that was canceled because of the shooting. It has to raise concerns about the perception out there about the safety of downtown.
Perceptions are really important, but if you ask the West Side or South Side Alderman, they would say the same thing about their constituents. And so we're not going to be a part of treating one neighborhood differently than another based on whatever reasons that you're given. All of these neighborhoods are important to us as the police department. We are adding resources not only to the downtown, but we are adding to the downtown, but the CTA needs more resources. So does areas on the south side and areas on the west side. So we are treating all of our neighborhoods, and you talk to the north side aldermen, they say the same. We need more resources as well. So one neighborhood is not more important than another. One shooting anywhere in the city is one too many, regardless of where it is or who it happens to. One shooting anywhere is one too many. Yes.
The displacement issues you're talking about, are you saying that's happening and it's new now? I thought last year we started to see neighborhoods that were not traditionally impacted, seeing increases in gun violence. So how new is that?
So again, we're seeing declines in the 55 beats. I just want to make sure you write the context of my comments. So my comments are about the declines in the 55 beats that we were focused on. In the 55 beats we're focused on, they account for 50% of the violence looking back in history. So historical analysis shows 50% of the violence happens in these 55 beats. This year we're seeing a 29% decline in homicides in those 55 beats and a 41% decline in shootings in those 55 beats. Whereas we're starting to see increases in areas, in areas where they normally don't see increases in shootings and homicides. So that is a new dynamic where we see decreases in areas that normally have both the volume and the increase in violence, and increases where we normally don't have the kinds of increases. So if you look at last year, increases everywhere. Year before, increases everywhere. I mean, we had very minimal decreases if you look neighborhood by neighborhood by neighborhood where we saw decreases, whereas this year, the first 4 months at least, we're having significant decreases in some areas, the 55 beats, whereas we're seeing increases in areas we normally don't have increases in violence. So it's not a new or old conversation. It's the decrease in some places and the increase in others.
And are you going to release the 55?
We have extensively, but we can get with you afterwards and get them to you. Yeah, we've done interview after interview, but I love penetrating the news cycle. So if you write it, we'll give it to you. The back right here. It's a long-standing police philosophy, so.
Why specifically is there what appears to be an emboldenment to commit crimes in the downtown area that usually would not have been committed? I mean, this past weekend we've had, as you just went through, the shooting in River North, the shooting inside the hotel in
Do you want to say thanks again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Few minutes left in this press conference. You can see also waiting in that upper right-hand box, President Biden going to be presenting the Rank Awards. That's honoring federal career civil service. We will be bringing that to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you, again, are going to be first seeing a 2-minute break.
A man had a conflict with 2 women he was dating, and it turned into a shooting, right? Make sure you write it that way. The context of bolden, brazenness, whatever. The Taco Bell. This was a shooting that started with a conflict and unintended victims. One shot in the hand, other shot in another part of their body. So that's 2 where it doesn't necessarily characterize in the way you just asked that question. So again, that's not necessarily the displacement issue. I don't think that's accurate either. I don't think that's accurate either. I think what would be accurate, and I think this is where you're going, almost everywhere in this country, personal conflicts are being resolved with guns. That's accurate, regardless of where it is. I just don't want you to characterize it as a victim downtown is more important than a victim on the west side or south side, because that's how it comes across. That's not accurate. And that's not how we view downtown or any other neighborhood. The west side violence is as important to us as the south side violence, as the downtown violence. It's all important to us. And I just don't want to go down a slippery slope of saying because it happens here versus there, it's something different. People are resolving personal conflicts more with guns in this country than they have in the past. That is accurate. Where it happens is important to us because one crime is unacceptable to us. We view crimes everywhere as important to us, not just because it happens downtown. One last question. I think you had your hand up. I'll get you as well. We can get that to you offline. Yes. More police presence, and also more private security presence, and finally more collaboration between police and the security officers. We've been working separately too much. We need to work in unison much more. Immediately this week as well. Yes, ma'am. Last question, by the way.
Work with Chicago police and these unarmed officers. We've been tracking the unarmed officers pretty closely. We haven't, or the unarmed security guards. We haven't really seen any kind of impact. Can you talk about addressing that with more work with CPD, and as well, last week we learned a number of CTA investigations that were violent investigations were suspended. Is there a reason for that? And moving forward, could images be released by police that would maybe assist in tips from the public?
Yeah, so you asked a lot in one question, so I appreciate that. I know, I appreciate that. So let me just try to start with the investigation of those crimes are not suspended for any various reasons. You just have to give us an example of which one. We'll follow up with you offline. We need more collaboration with security, yes. The private security officers and CPD work separately and apart. They need to work together. The CTA video cameras are run by CTA. They are not CPD cameras. And yes, we ought to be releasing those images that might help us solve those crimes. But again, the CTA crime is unacceptable. We need to create more visibility and with a greater sense of perceptions of safety and real safety. We need to take action on these offenders that some are quality of life challenges, but some are crimes that they commit that we need to take immediate action on and hold them accountable. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
All right, the police chief there trying to hold Chicago accountable after yet another violent weekend. You can see here we do have the podium getting set up for President Biden. Let's go ahead. We'll sneak in this last 2-minute break of this hour. When we come back, hopefully the president will be out here handing out the rank awards. It's all happening on Live Now from Fox.
Presidential rank awards are a perfect way to celebrate outstanding federal leadership. I want to thank President Biden for making the federal workforce a top priority from day one of his administration. It is why I chose to serve under President Biden, because of this commitment. In Executive Order 14003, which the president signed during his very first week in office, he stated quite succinctly, career civil servants are the backbone of the federal workforce, providing the expertise and experience necessary for the critical functioning of the federal government. It is the policy of the United States to protect, empower, and rebuild the career workforce. Simply put, the beating heart of the federal government is made up of the public servants who work here, and this administration knows it. Federal service is an honor and an opportunity to do meaningful work. But it comes with challenges and sacrifices, especially over these last few years. particularly for members of our senior executive service and other senior leaders, almost 8,000 strong, whose significant experience and skill sets mean they have numerous options for where to build their careers. Many of the PRA winners joining us today have jobs of staggering complexity and demand. They are the senior managers, policymakers, and technical experts whose accomplishments embody agency mission, service, and stewardship. They inspire their colleagues to join them in striving for excellence, and in that sense, they are a force multiplier for the tireless public service that every American is proud of. That's why it's so important to celebrate these top performers and their families who make it all possible, and empower the federal workforce overall. The Presidential Rank Awards, bestowed by our president, recognize exceptional performance by career senior executives in the federal government and are the premier awards program for federal employees. Every award recipient rose to the top through hard work and dedication. They were nominated by their cabinet secretary or head of their agency. And while President Biden bestows this honor, and OPM proudly facilitates the rigorous review and selection process, this is an award from the American people. The recipients are a credit to our country and choose to use their knowledge, ability, and skills on behalf of the American people. I know this is deeply personal for President Biden. We've all heard him say that a job is more than a paycheck. It's about dignity. And the 230 PRA recipients we're celebrating today would add something to that. They've showed that for them, it's also about service. At OPM, we like to say we work as hard for federal employees as they work for the American people. And I will just say that the leaders joining us today set that bar very high. For me, it's a true privilege to be among giants right now and to work to meet the high bar you set for all of us, and to uplift and empower the federal workforce every single day. And with that, it's my honor to turn it over to one of our distinguished Presidential Rank Award winners, Diana Espinoza, Deputy Administrator of the Health Resources and Services Administration, along with the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you, Director Ahuja, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diana Espinoza, and I'm just so honored to be here today and to have received the Presidential Rank Award. I serve as the Deputy Administrator of the Health Resources and Services Administration, an agency of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And so since this is government, I must also use acronyms, and so our agency is known as HRSA. And my agency's primary mission is to provide equitable access to health care for all Americans, with particular focus on those who face barriers getting the high quality health care that they need and deserve. During the pandemic, the programs and partnerships that HRSA has with states, local governments, community-based organizations were instrumental in ensuring that vulnerable communities got the care that they needed. I led efforts to stand up 2 critical COVID relief programs in record time. The first one was an uninsured program that paid claims reimbursement for providers who delivered testing, treatment, and care to and vaccinations to uninsured individuals. This program helped people, everyone, have access to COVID care regardless of their ability to pay. I also led our work to stand up the Provider Relief Fund, which quickly provided funding to healthcare providers across the nation so that they could keep their doors open and continue to provide the care that the American people need. When I look back on the incredible work that I've been part of for the past couple of years, I have to say, you know, I'm amazed, I'm proud, I'm still a little exhausted. And I just never imagined, someone like me who is a first-generation American, the first generation of my family to go to college, would be sharing the stage with the President of the United States. And so I say we all get called to service in different ways. And I know that, in my years of public service, especially over the last couple years, one thing that I certainly know is that public servants really know how to step up and provide the services and programs the American people need, especially when they need them the most. And so thanks for having me today. And now please join me in welcoming President Joe Biden.
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well, thank you all. Karen, thank you for the great job you're doing leading the Office of Personnel Management. And thank you, Diana. Diana, thank you most of all for the difference you've made. It's really made a difference in people's lives. You saved people's lives in the process. Helping speed resources to hospitals and healthcare workers in the front lines when they needed the help the most. Because you and your team delivered, there are families who gather around a dinner table tonight and it's completely filled. There's no empty chairs. 1 million people have died. 1 million people have died, but think of all the lives you helped save. They may not know your name, but you have their gratitude, and that's what public service is all about. It's that what the President's Rank Award is all about. They're about the families in every corner of this country whose lives, all of you who are behind me on the screen, all of you have touched. Every single one of you. Those families may never know your names, but you have their gratitude. It was my honor to reestablish these awards last year after the previous administration made a decision to cancel them. Because these awards are about more than individual recognition. They're a reminder to all of us, to everyone, of the extraordinary capacity, creativity, diversity, and dedication of our federal workforce. And a reminder of why you all the work you do matters so much. A couple of weeks before I was sworn in January 2021, I sent a message to all career civil servants. And I meant it at the time, and I still mean it. I told them that we're a team, one America, and I meant it. Over the last 15 months, you've helped us deliver so much to the American people, helping stand up a wartime efforts to get the country vaccinated, getting checks into people's pockets of families who needed help, literally just to keep food on the table, keep a roof over their heads, helping communities rebuild in the wake of storms and wildfires, and caring for our veterans, cleaning up the polluted lands and waters, implementing the bipartisan infrastructure law to deliver good-paying job opportunities and game-changing investments to communities all across America, and so much more. Most of all, you restored the faith of millions of Americans in their government, that their government sees them and hears them, that we listen to them, respect them, and reflect them. You're helping restore their faith that democracy can deliver in America. And by restoring their faith and coming through for them today, you're helping strengthen our country for tomorrow in a literal sense. Look, you and your colleagues couldn't have done, if you had opportunities looking back on it, probably you could have done anything, almost anything with your careers. You're so talented. But you chose public service. And the families in every corner of this country are better off today because you made that choice. Not only are you helping to confront the great challenges of our time, you're showing America, the world, that we can do what we can do when we come together and lead with honor and integrity, as you all have had being recognized today, with a federal government that looks like America and gets things done for all Americans. So I want to say simply thank you, thank you, thank you. Not only to you, but to your families as well, for the sacrifices you've all made to serve our nation and to deliver for all the folks around the kitchen tables tonight and today and this morning and tomorrow and the next day who might never know your names. It makes a difference. I hope that these awards remind each of you of why you're here and why it matters. So let's keep it up. Let's keep delivering for the American people, because I tell you what, we work for them, and we have to do our job, and you're doing it incredibly well. Thank you for all your exemplary work, and congratulations to all of you. And may God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you all so very, very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, when are you meeting with Austin Tyson's parents?
Today.
Mr. President, have you made a decision on student loan debt?
Not yet.
Do you plan to commemorate 1 million deaths from COVID, sir?
All right, so you can hear there a couple of reporters trying to shout out some questions to President Biden as he walked away. I don't know if you heard it, but they did ask about student loan debt, saying that he has not yet come to a decision on forgiving some of those student loans, as that's been a big push from his fellow Democrats. Earlier today, we did hear from the White House an announcement that First Lady Jill Biden going to be making her way across the sea. She's going to be visiting some of those neighbors to Ukraine. They're going to be spending Mother's Day weekend with Ukrainian mothers and their children who have had to flee the country because of the war that has continued on now into day number 68. So we still have a lot of updates that are going to be coming here to you on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for 2 minutes, but when we come back, Jill Biden, before she goes overseas, well, she was out in New York. The Met Gala going to be happening tonight. They held a briefing, an event earlier here today. We'll be giving you more details on that, listening into those speakers, including the First Lady, right here for you on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A major event happening tonight. Met Gala 2022 going to be happening. This is going to be fashion's biggest night. We do have First Lady Jill Biden, who is among these speakers talking about the big event. Let's go ahead and listen into it right here on Live Now from Fox.
On behalf of this entire institution, our Board of Trustees, our Director, Max Holine, and all of our staff, it is my honor to welcome to the Met the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden. Since its founding, the value of teaching and learning has been at the center of the Met's mission. So it is a special pleasure to be in the presence of one of our greatest champions of high-quality education that is accessible to all. We are exceptionally grateful to the First Lady for joining us today for the unveiling of In America, an mythology of fashion. This magnificent exhibition explores American fashion during the 19th and 20th centuries through approximately 100 garments presented within a rich atmospheric setting of the Met's American Wing period rooms.
All right, so once again, we're listening in here. Did want to just at least try to get to the portion where we did have the First Lady speaking. That music that you're hearing playing in the background is on the same audio that they are speaking about this huge event. And remember, we've had to deal with COVID-19. Right now, New York City has even increased their risk level when it comes to catching the coronavirus. We know that we have dealt with a number of different variants, but let's go ahead. We're going to go back into that event. We do have Joe Biden stepping up to the microphone. Let's listen and see if they did fix some of that music, bring it down a little bit, especially as we're waiting to hear a bit more on what's going to be happening in this year's biggest night for fashion.
And no matter the words we choose or the speeches we give, the world sees the totality of who we are. The way we carry ourselves, how we put our shoulders back when times are tough, or offer a friendly smile even when we don't agree, how we choose to show up for our communities, the small acts of kindness that are remembered long after they are offered. And that includes what we wear, beautiful or dissonant, finely crafted or thrown together. Our style helps us express things that can't be put into words. We reveal and conceal who we are with symbols and shapes, colors and cuts, and who creates them. The history of American design is rich and deep. It is a story of innovation and ingenuity, of rebellion and renewal. It has often been written by those in the shadows, not recognized for their influence and art. But here at the Met, their stories are told. Their voices are raised and their work can shine. And that's why I'm so excited to accept Anna's invitation to join you to celebrate this incredible exhibit and the education that is such a critical part of your mission. As an English teacher, I've always believed in the power of language. And since I've become First Lady, I've been reminded that it's only one way that we communicate. A few months ago, as the President was preparing for the State of the Union address, my mind was a world away. Like so many Americans, I was transfixed by the news of Ukraine, the bombings, the parents weeping over children's broken bodies in the streets. As the State of the Union approached, I knew that the only thing that would be reported about me was what I was wearing. So I ordered sunflower appliques, the flower of Ukraine, and a symbol of hope and solidarity. And I had one sewn on the cuff of my dress. It was small, but it shined against the deep cobalt blue of my sleeve. And that night, sitting next to the Ukrainian ambassador, I knew that I was sending a message without saying a word, that Ukraine was in our hearts and that we stood with them. Earlier today, I announced that at the end of this week, I'll be headed to Romania and Slovakia to visit our troops and spend Mother's Day with Ukrainian families who've been displaced by Putin's war. As a mother myself, I can only imagine the grief the families are feeling. I know that we might not share a language, but I hope that I can convey in ways so much greater than words that their resilience inspires me, that they are not forgotten, and that all Americans stand with them still. As we celebrate the designers and the fashion that has shaped the very identity of America, I hope it will inspire all of us to keep learning. I hope it will help us to see the beauty and art that surrounds us every day. And most importantly, I hope it will remind us just to be bold and brave. Thank you for all that you do, and I hope you enjoy the exhibit. Thank you very much.
This is definitely an event that many people look forward to. There's been a lot of statement pieces that we have seen on the red carpet, and it's going to be yet another exciting night. All right, guys, do want to keep it in New York City first with just a quick look at the big board as we are seeing. I was hoping we'd come back into the green after we had up and down dips and some raises in the market here, looking like still trending on the downwards and in our red, but of course, day's not done here yet. As we keep things in New York, we do have Mayor Eric Adams. He is speaking live in New York City. Let's go ahead and listen in as he is talking about some new traffic safety related announcements.
Telling people to slow down, pay attention, because speeding ruins lives and speeding ends lives. This campaign will reach all 5 boroughs through ads and on TV and radio, billboard, buses, gas stations, through our community and ethnic media, something we are extremely believe is important, focusing on our ethnic media. Wherever you live, whatever your language may be, we're going to get the message out there that we are going to we're not going to tolerate lawlessness of any level, and that's include vehicle crashes. We will make sure that everyone is obeying the laws to prevent the trauma that comes with the loss or injury of a loved one. This is the largest investment in public awareness of traffic violence since the start of Vision Zero. And this campaign will also direct $1.5 million to community and ethnic media for the first time since Vision Zero program began. So this is about more than just education to the public. It's a marker that we're laying down to let people know that New York City is going to protect the streets and have a zero tolerance for violence for children, for seniors, for families torn apart with vehicle violence. I want to thank this partnership coming together and just getting it done in a real way. We are aware of the increase in vehicle crashes, and we're going to take decisive action to prevent it from reoccurring. Thank you again, Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Adams. And as you will see on the Vision Zero, now you see a subtitle as Building a Safer City. That's the rebranding that we also have on Vision Zero, and this go along with your leadership to be sure that we improve safety across all areas. We need to step up our efforts to address the public health crisis being caused by speeding and reckless driving. And the Mayor Eric Adams administration is doing what you heard. $4 million campaign we are announcing today, which follow the historic investment already stated by the mayor of close to $1 billion to redesign our streets to make them safer for pedestrians and cyclists. I know we have directed the media to also see for themselves some of the work that our Vision Zero investment are paying for. Our crews were out today transforming and crossing a Linden Boulevard not far from here. We know that is the work on the ground that delivers the real safety improvements for New Yorkers. In the next 5 years, thanks to the Mayor Eric Adams, the city will have over that $900 million in funding to address street safety and build out infrastructure as we work to address the City Council New York City street plan. The historic announcement follows our announcement this year that is committed to hardening 20 miles of protected bike lanes by the end of 2023, and DOT announcing with Mayor Eric Adams that is planned to redesign over 1,000 intersections. We are not stopping there either. The next step is for us to be able to use even more tools in our toolbox. This week, the city will step up its efforts in Albany, introduced so eloquently when we were last in Brooklyn to discuss Vision Zero, to obtain home rule, allowing us to expand our automatic enforcement, introducing speed cameras. I will be there tomorrow, visiting many state legislators, hoping that we will get their support, and hopefully with a friend at the state leadership and assembly, we will get the home rule. Now a little more about this campaign. Its presence will be widespread and felt citywide on massive billboards such as this, on bus shelters, on Link NYC kiosks, and at gas station pumps. It will also run on radio and mainstream media, and on digital formats in multiple languages, and it will run in 7 languages for the newspaper and online digital banner ads. We are also making an unprecedented investment in community and ethnic media with this campaign. Every single one of the city registered community and ethnic media outlets will carry this ad, first time in the history of New York City. As the author of this law, at that time, together with Brooklyn Board President, now Mayor Eric Adams, we passed a bill that created first in the city the Office of Ethnic and Community Media. Hoy nosotros estamos aquí porque es un día muy importante que bajo el liderazgo del alcalde Eric Adams estamos anunciando una campaña de $4 millones para educar a los choferes de que deben de reducir la velocidad cuando ellos manejan en la calle y de esa forma nosotros proteger a los peatones. Let me now introduce the chairman of the Transportation Committee, Chairman Brooks Power.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. And good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I am Councilwoman Sylvina Brooks Powers, representing the 31st District in the City Council and chair to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. It is great to be here in East New York with the Department of Transportation Commissioner Rodriguez, with our Mayor Eric Adams, NYPD Transportation Chief Royster, Felicia Park Rogers from the Tri-State Transportation Campaign, and all of our transportation allies and advocates that are here. I'm proud to stand with everyone here in support of our new Vision Zero campaign. Every death on our city streets is a preventable tragedy. Traffic deaths are a public safety crisis that we should commit to taking as seriously as other forms of violence. New York is at a pivotal moment. On one hand, traffic deaths are on the rise, and at the same time, we have a crucial opportunity to leverage record amounts of federal funding and direct that funding to the communities who need it most. As chair, I will continue to conduct oversight to ensure these dollars are spent equitably. Communities that have experienced decades of infrastructure disinvestment have the most to gain from the new investments in expanded public space, faster buses, and safer streets. To truly address our traffic death crisis, we must make permanent investments and build infrastructure that encourages safe travel and minimizes the risk of death and severe injury. That's why it is imperative that the city implements promised Vision Zero improvements, like redesigned intersections and protected bike lanes as quickly as possible. That is also why I am proud to join my colleagues. I know I'm joined here with Council Member Sandy Nurse as well, but I'm proud to join
our New York City leaders here talking about ways that they're trying to make the whole entire city safer for everyone, not only who visits, but who lives there as well, whether you're biking or walking. We're going to continue to listen into this press conference live right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Do want to make note, though, we do have coming up on our schedule in about 7 more minutes, a White House press briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki. So that will be something we'll be also going to a little bit later here on our stream. I want to remind our viewers as well, if you're watching here with us, you're wondering about the Johnny Depp trial, it is on a second stream available when they're not in those breaks. So thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us, some of you going out to a 2-minute break.
$1.5 billion in 10 years on this administration here, a commitment of close to $1 billion in 5 years. So we are really putting more money than what the council passed the bill on the street master plan. But let me call Sandy Nurse also to say you're a great leader in transportation.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank Mayor Adams and the Commissioner for launching this here in our community, and for the commitment and the resources that you have put towards this really important issue. As the Mayor said, this community has faced a number of fatalities and very debilitating injuries in the last few years. I'm actually joined here by senior leadership of our Community Board 5, who's worked tirelessly to raise this issue and to advocate for resources to address the intersections that are dangerous and to invest in pedestrian safety. Just this year, we lost a young lady to a bike accident. She was dragged by a bus and off a bike. A few years ago, just a couple years ago, we lost a couple of young children, and I know the mayor was at that rally not too far from here. So we have a serious issue, and we need the infrastructure investments to prevent these deaths, and this campaign is going to go a long way towards that. So thank you again for doing this. Thank you for doing this here and launching this here, and I look very much forward to supporting our chair of the Transportation Committee and this administration to continue to move forward on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go to questions. We'll take some on-topic questions. If folks have on-topic questions, we'll start there.
Mayor, there's a recent study out of the University of Toronto that looked at traffic signs on roads about traffic fatalities on roads in Texas, and it found that they actually increase crashes by distracting drivers. What evidence do you have that these billboards will actually be effective at reducing crashes or injuries?
Well, number one, we would love to look at that study because the goal is not to contribute to a crisis. And if there's a way we have to pivot and shift, just to use gas stations, just to use social media, just to use an educational program, which we are going to do inside our schools and our classrooms, we are going to look at the study, and we're not going to do anything that's going to aggravate increase the number of crashes. This is the first time I'm learning about the study, and I'm sure the commission is going to look at it as well. But there's other methods to communicate outside the signs, the billboards, that we're going to not leave any stone unturned to address this issue and educate the public.
Do you have other on-topics? On-topics? Yeah, Brenda.
You said you're going to Albany tomorrow to work on the passage for home rule, so is that for speed, replacing the speed cameras, red light cameras? Do those bills have partners in the Assembly, or because right now one house and the Senate? How likely do you think that will pass by the end of session?
We do. I can pass it to the mayor, but I can say we have friends. We have a state senator and assembly member working on behalf of this bill. We hold our friends, such as Senator Leader Steve Cousin and also Speaker Carl Hastings will be working with us to get this bill introduced and passed by, I don't know if the mayor wants to.
Yeah, I communicated this yesterday with Assemblyman Hastings, and I communicated this morning with Speaker Andrew Stewart Cousin, and gave them our list of priorities, and this is one at the top of the agenda. And you know, our team is going to be up in Albany, you know, up to the end of the session and push this forward. Senator Bernardus is very well respected in Albany, and he's leading this initiative. And so we're going to continue to just pound the pavement and get this done before the end of the session. No, I did not engage in a conversation with the governor this weekend, but I did speak with her previously that this is a very important bill that we would like to see get forward.
Other on topics? Yeah. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned alongside this initiative, your initiative stepping up enforcement of traffic laws. Can you speak a little bit to what that's going to look like? Is there any specific resources being allocated for it?
Yeah, we had something called traffic stat. And when I met with my commanders this weekend, I'm going to zero in on making sure that we're doing traffic stat. It identifies those intersections that are extremely dangerous, and it also look at the local enforcement that's happening on the precinct level. You know, we sent a mixed message, and I said this over and over again in the city. We sent a mixed message to police officers about enforcing those laws in the city over the last 8 years. That message is changing. I'm sending a clear message that this city is not going to be a city of disorder. Vehicle crashes is a city of disorder. And now we're going to zero in on those specific locations that people are speeding, driving fast, reckless driving. We're going to zero in on them and have the right enforcement to take place. And the best way to do it is through our traffic stat. I say, if you don't expect what you expect, it's all suspect.
You got other on topics? Yeah.
I'm so lucky that I was able to baseline a $5 million for the Vision Zero Warning campaign. So this is part of the baseline of $5 million, but the mayor also added an additional $1 million so that we can get not only into the community and the media, but we got $1 million additional so that we also can get into the mainstream media too.
Jock from OMB will give you the exact breakdown of what dollars amount that includes the $900 million. Our personnel will make that connection.
You got other on-topic tips?
When it comes to reckless driving on city streets, what's the source of the issue? Is it speeding? Is it people, on their cell phones while they're driving? What is it?
If the Chief Roy said if you don't have the exact numbers, we can bring them up. You have the exact numbers on what the number of vehicle accidents are connected to?
No, I don't.
Okay, so
So most of those crashes that happen in our city involve drivers that they have suspended license, drunk, or speeding. Those are the three categories of those drivers who get involved. More than 70% of those drivers, again, that unfortunately are contributing to those crashes.
So is there an issue that there's not a portion of penalty that, like, if you are people not afraid to drive with suspended license, they're not concerned about driving drunk, they don't feel punishment? Is that part of the issue?
Yeah, that's such an important question. When I was in the state senate, what we have traditionally failed to do, hit and runs. Hit and runs with property damage only, not serious physical injuries to people. We're not properly investigating those hit and runs. Normally, what we have found, people who participate in hit and runs, they have suspended license, they're DWI. Those are the issues we're facing. We need to take hit and runs more seriously and ensure that they're investigated properly, because those are the habitual abuses of the criteria that the commissioner just laid out.
You got any last on topics? Do you have an on topic? Okay, any last on topics? Okay, we've got to keep moving, so we're gonna let folks step to the side,
Okay.
and we'll take some off topics. Folks, could you just like hang out over here really quickly? All right, we're gonna do some off topics.
Hold on. Do a few, because I got to get to the Met Ball, and I got stuff to do.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, on COVID, and I know your health commissioner is here too, he can weigh in as well.
Yes, come on, Commissioner, you can get some of this.
If I could get the health commissioner to explain the significance of rising up to medium, whether or not you think the commissioner is higher risk level than that, and then also if I can get from the mayor what your advice is to New Yorkers hearing that the city is now going in the wrong direction. Thanks for the question, Andrew. We moved into medium this morning on the basis of our case transmission rate. We also look at our hospitalization rate and our bed occupancy rate, the percentage of beds taken up by people with COVID infection. On hospitalizations, we see a slight increase. On bed occupancy, we're relatively stable. Both of those would have to jump up to a significantly higher level for us to move into a higher risk category. What we're saying with this move from low risk to medium risk is, with the rising risk, we need to take rising precautions. New Yorkers, mask up when you're indoors. Regardless of whether you know the vaccination status of the people around you, mask up. It's the safe thing to do. We're asking you to get vaccinated and boosted if you're eligible and haven't been. We're asking you to test yourselves frequently, and if you test positive, call your physician or call 212-COVID-19 to get treated right away, which prevents severe illness and keeps that hospitalization rate low.
A clear one. Vaccines and boosters work. I just had a tickle in my throat. I was able to exercise in the morning, no loss of breath and no conditions other than that. And I think that we need to acknowledge what happened using my case as a case study. Had a tickle in my throat, immediately went to get tested, found out it was COVID. I went home and stayed home. That is where the winning ticket is for our city. Millions of tests that are out there. People are testing themselves. They're identifying they have COVID. They're staying home. Our precaution and our leading the country on testing and giving the right message has been a real winning ticket. So I say to New Yorkers, let's take necessary precautionary steps. Wear your mask, get vaccinated, get boosted, and we can weather this storm. We're looking at the complete scenarios every morning. The medical team is updating us. We're looking at the number of hospitalizations, the number of deaths, the antiviral medicines that are out there. We are equipped better than we were before, and as long as New Yorkers continue to do the right thing, we can weather this storm together.
All right, guys, so you heard there, we do have the mayor still answering some questions after they're announcing some new ways they're trying to build a safer city in New York City, especially with the amount of people who travel on foot or even on bicycles. We do have a couple other events taking place live at this time. I know you saw it flash for a moment. We do have a press briefing happening at our State Department. They're going to be giving us a briefing. Also waiting on Press Secretary Jen Psaki. She's going to be giving us a White House press briefing here shortly. And finally, taking you out to Michigan, we have our Secretary of Energy visiting in Michigan, making a few different stops across the state. So we'll be bringing you all of these different pieces right here on Live Now from Fox after we return from our 2-minute break.
referenda to try to add a veneer of democratic or electoral legitimacy. And this is straight out of the Kremlin's playbook. They organize these sham referenda, as you all know, in Crimea, in Luhansk, in Donetsk, and in other places. And what the Kremlin playbook calls for is delegitimizing, as I said, the democratically elected leaders and imposing fake people's councils, essentially made up of the Kremlin's puppets and proxies. Again, this is something that we've seen in the past, and we're looking very closely to see whether the Kremlin might try to orchestrate something like this in the near future. So just as Russia engineered these quasi-statelets, the Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic, now we believe that the Kremlin may be trying to organize a Kherson People's Republic in the Kherson Oblast of southern Ukraine. And here's something that I also would like to highlight. According to the most recent reports, we believe that Russia will try to annex the Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic, in quotes, so-called, to Russia. The reports state that Russia has plans to engineer referenda on joining Russia sometime in mid-May, and that Moscow is considering a similar plan for Kherson. Now, the international community, including the OSCE, where I work as ambassador, has been very clear that such referenda, such sham referenda, fabricated votes, will not be considered legitimate, nor will any attempts to annex additional Ukrainian territory. But we have to act. We have to act with a sense of urgency. And if you'll allow me, I will say a few things that we're doing at the OSCE in this regard. We are exposing Russia's actions. We're doing it here in Washington from the podium every day. My colleagues are. We're doing it at the OSCE. We're doing it in other multilateral fora. We are standing with Ukraine. We are isolating Russia diplomatically, which is the case at the OSCE. We are working to provide overtime and leaving no stone unturned to try to get humanitarian assistance to the populations in need across Ukraine. And we're working, in fact, at the OSCE on the ground to provide some of that humanitarian relief, as well as calling for a humanitarian pause and an end to this monstrous war of choice that Russia has waged on Ukraine. So that's what I've got, and I'm happy to take a few questions.
Great. Start with a few questions. Yes, sir. Speaking of Kherson, you mentioned Russia's political intentions. We have also seen pictures of how Russian troops are declaring victory and then installing a status of Lenin. Why are they doing this?
Well, look, I'm not going to speak to the political mythology that Russian forces are trying to impose on democratic Ukraine, but I think it speaks volumes that we have seen this sort of effort underway and jibe certainly with the propaganda that we have heard from Moscow.
Yes, sir.
Can you detail how specific are those reports and what is the source? Is this intelligence? And do you have any response plan to react to that? Any more sanctions?
So we think the reports are highly credible for reasons I'm sure you all can appreciate. I won't get into specific sources and methods, but we have every reason to believe that these reports are highly credible. And I can't, by the way, I'll just follow up on that. I cannot speak to whether Russia will be able to execute on its planning, but this is the planning that we are seeing.
Simon.
There's been some reports that Russia, or President Putin might formally declare war with Ukraine. I wonder if you had any sense whether that's possible and what that might mean for some of these plans. You know, would that give them any extra ability to conduct the kind of things you're talking about?
Look, I know there's speculation that a formal declaration of war would allow Russia to engage in mass mobilization, but I can't speak to their intentions.
Sorry for being late and forgetting my phone and having to leave. But on the reports that you're talking about Donetsk and Luhansk and annexation, what can the OSCE actually do about this? We've already seen Abkhazia, South Ossetia. We've already seen Crimea.
Well, I think as the secretary,
you can come out and say, oh, well, we oppose this all you want to, but the reality on the ground is that both those two places are part of Georgia, that you would argue, are essentially not part of Georgia, and even though they're not recognized by anyone other than Nicaragua and Belarus, maybe, what actually can you do?
Well, part of what we're trying to do is to expose Russia's intentions. And as the Secretary said some time ago, unfortunately, we have been more right than wrong in exposing what we believe may be coming next. And so that is part of what we are trying to do here. But of course, this all falls into the larger strategy of dealing with Russia's revanchism and imposing costs and degrading their war machine.
Okay, but then, look at Crimea. I mean, this is stuff that you don't have to warn about. It's stuff that's already actually happened. And, and you and others can say, we don't recognize Crimea as part of Russia, and yet it is, de facto, right?
We do not recognize Russia's attempted annexation, and I would just remind you of the Welles Declaration, which held for many, many decades as a cornerstone of U.S. foreign policy.
I get that, but I'm just wondering, the OSCE seems to be completely toothless here. It can't really do anything.
Well, the OSCE, that's a separate question. The OSCE is a consensual organization, but it has engaged, first of all, it has a field presence in Ukraine. Project Coordinator's Office does exist inside Ukraine and assists with the disbursement of humanitarian relief. We have invoked something called the Moscow Mechanism, which is an accountability tool for documenting human rights abuses, war crimes, and possible crimes against humanity. And we speak out and we isolate Russia and Belarus diplomatically, as I said at the outset. So we're going to continue to do that. Look, the OSCE is not the perfect forum. It doesn't allow us to accomplish every goal, but we use it to the extent that we can.
Vivian. Two questions, Ambassador Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal. On the question of war crimes, I'm wondering what the OSCE's role has been. In particular, we're talking about the southeastern part of the country where we're hearing reports about mobile crematorium and other ways that Russia is trying to basically hide some of its tracks, allegedly hide some of its tracks in terms of what's been going on there. And so what effort are you making to collect with our allies and partners any kind of evidence and investigate and possibly prosecute down the line in conjunction with the UN and the International Criminal Court, and whether or not that's being complicated by efforts to cover it up?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the OSCE in early March invoked something that I just referred to called the Moscow Mechanism, the U.S. together with 44 other participating states. And as a result of that, we were able to deploy a fact-finding team that collected evidence on violations of human rights, on war crimes, and on possible crimes against humanity. That team then released a report a couple of weeks ago, which in fact stated unequivocally that war crimes have been committed in Ukraine. Now, I'm not an international lawyer, but my understanding is that those crimes then get prosecuted at the individual level. And so it is now incumbent on that fact-finding team and other similar accountability mechanisms to collect the evidence, preserve the evidence, and then eventually build cases so that everybody at all levels of the chain of command is held accountable.
The other question I wanted to ask you is there's been a discussion about replacing Ukraine's weapons with sort of NATO-grade weapons, and I'm wondering if OSCE is also kind of working in conjunction with NATO to be able to kind of phase out some of the more Soviet-era weapons and security systems that Ukraine has to give them sort of a overall post-Soviet arsenal that they can fight this war?
Yeah, this is not something that the OSCE is involved in. The OSCE does have a political military dimension, but it's primarily focused on military transparency and confidence in security building.
Saeed and Michelle.
Thank you, Ned. Thank you, Ambassador. Very quick question. We've heard the Secretary of Defense, and I believe the Secretary of State, talk about a weakening Russia. We heard the strategic defeat for Russia. What does that mean? What will that look like? Is that going
So
to
I believe the Secretary of
like a
Defense
divided Russia?
referred
And then I have
to strategic failure as the goal, and of degrading Russia's war machine so that it cannot prosecute this monstrous of a campaign against its neighbors in the future. And that does remain very much a part of one of our goals.
But okay, I just want to follow up. Do you expect the Russian president on May 9, a week from today, to make some sort of an announcement that goals have been achieved and victory, but then, you know, much like, let's say, President George W. Bush did back in 2003?
I can't anticipate what President Putin is going to do on May 9th. I know that so far the military campaign has been an abject failure, and the monstrosity and the barbarity of Russia's assault is plain for all to see.
Michelle? Yeah. Just the OSCE, you were saying that they still have monitors in Ukraine. Are they able to document some of these things you're talking about, the abductions, taking people out of Ukraine and forcing them into Russia? Do you have any sense of the scale of that? And then secondly, have you seen any indications that the Russians are stirring up trouble in any of these other frozen conflicts where the OSCE does have monitors, whether Transnistria or Nagorno-Karabakh or any of these other frozen conflicts?
So on your first question, the OSCE did have a several hundred-person strong special monitoring mission in Ukraine that was deployed primarily around the line of contact. And that monitoring mission did exist until a few weeks ago when it was evacuated, at first temporarily, but then Russia vetoed the mandate, essentially, of the SMM, or the monitoring mission. And so that mission is now in a wind-down process. As far as some of the other protracted conflicts on Russia's periphery, of course, we watch very carefully. There were some unexplained explosions in Transnistria just last week, and we continue to look very carefully. And it is, in fact, part of the OSCE mandate to monitor the security situation in and around Transnistria in Moldova. And, of course, we watch Nagorno-Karabakh, Abkhazia, and South Ossetia as well.
A few more questions. Yes.
Situation in terms of rights violations in the occupied territories of Georgia, and the role of OSCE has always been so important for us. Against in this background, Georgia has repeatedly heard calls about the opening of second front, as in that now might be the time for Georgia to retake the occupied territories by military force. How acceptable do you think are such statements and calls?
We think that the Georgian government has behaved very responsibly when it comes to its own territories of Abkhazia and Skin Valley region. And we have, of course, been steadfast supporters of Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. At this moment, there is an EU monitoring mission on the ground in Georgia, as you're well aware. And the OSCE also participates in something called incident response and prevention mechanisms on the administrative boundary lines of both Abkhazia and Skin Valley region. And so we continue to monitor the situation.
Jane.
Thank you. Ambassador, when will the United States Embassy resume the work in Kyiv? Is it soon as possible?
Well, the Secretary has said that we intend to go back into Ukraine. I think there's already temporary visits occurring right now, but on a more permanent basis in the near future. I can't speak to the timing.
Jane.
Thank you, Ambassador. To follow up on Michelle's question, you've spoken of filtration camps in the past. Do you have an estimate of how many Ukrainians have been forcibly moved through these camps? And is there anything the OSCE is doing to try to track, once they're taken out of Ukraine, what happens to these people?
Yes, so we have exposed this brutal practice, or at least the reports of it. We have information from the Mariupol mayor's office that there are something like 4 of these filtration camps in and around Mariupol. I would expect there might be more in the south and east of Ukraine. Of course, this would be in violation of international humanitarian law and a war crime if people were forcibly being displaced from Ukraine to Russia. So the OSCE's human rights monitoring mechanism will continue to look at this. Of course, there's an issue of access, right? I mean, that's an active war zone right now, and so access is limited. But we're going to continue to look at this, absolutely.
Yes.
All right, we are listening in right now again with the State Department giving us a briefing as, again, right now, first of 100 of roughly 1,000 civilians Mostly women and children are being evacuated from that besieged plant in Mariupol. I do want to let our viewers just get a little glimpse at all of those different press conferences we have going on at the same time. So you can see Jen Psaki. She began her White House press briefing. We've been listening in with the State Department. We're going to continue to listen in. But also, our Pentagon press briefing going to be coming up at the top of the hour with John Kirby. So a lot more to come, more updates coming to us on Ukraine as the war continues on, plus other hot topics across our country. It's all happening right here on Live Now from Fox. When you come back from this 2-minute break, we'll continue listening in here with our Ambassador Michael Carpenter at the State Department.
As a completely uncivilized endeavor. And so, yes, it needs to be tracked very closely, and documentation needs to be done to ensure that there is accountability for such actions in the future. I can't speak to numbers, I can't speak to specifics because the information is at this point quite limited. And then remind me the second part of your question? On genocide, yes. So I think I'll let my previous comments on this stand. I have nothing to add to that.
Take a final question? Yes.
Is there any indication PRC is helping the Russia on the ground in Ukraine?
No, I don't think we have any indications at the current time that the PRC is endeavoring to help Russia with its military campaign in Ukraine, but obviously we'll watch.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so I don't have anything else at the top. Happy to take your questions.
Great. Thanks, Ned. Welcome back from the weekend. Hope you had a good one.
As well.
Two things really briefly on Ukraine, and I've got two other subjects, but I'll let everyone else finish before. But just don't forget that I've got these two other non-Ukraine.
We will come back to you
at the end. First of all, on the question that was just asked about the embassy and diplomats going back into Ukraine, are they going in every day? Have they been going in every day? To Lviv, sorry, since Tuesday. And is there a timeline that you can offer about the reopening of the embassy?
For just about a week now, our diplomats have been making day trips into Lviv from Poland, where they are currently based. It is not every day, but it has been consistent. As some of you may have seen, they were in Lviv today. Our charge even did some public appearances, did some media appearances as well. But they have been able to take advantage of these sporadic trips into Lviv to meet with their counterparts from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to meet with civil society, to meet with other important stakeholders, and they will continue to do that. Now, of course, we want to ladder up to having a regular presence in Kyiv. Every single day, we're monitoring the security situation on the ground to determine when we'll be able to do that. The only answer I can give you right now is the question of when is as soon as possible. I think it is fair to say, as you heard from our charge today, that will be within the coming weeks, but it will depend on a regular assessment of the security situation and our ability to operate safely and responsibly from Kyiv.
Right, and as you know, there's been quite a lot of interest in the idea of Marine guards. Would they go to? Would there be? Whether they are the fully dressed and uniformed Marine Guard detachment that is at most, but not all embassies. When that happens, the as soon as possible happens. They would obviously be going in with security. So how does that fit with the idea that there aren't going to be any U.S. troops, soldiers on the ground in Ukraine?
What I can tell you is that our diplomats will return to Kyiv just as soon as it is safe and responsible and appropriate for them to do so. There are obviously details that go into that question of safety and responsibility in terms of any return to Kyiv. As you know, we don't comment on our security practices. That will be the case here, but our diplomats will be back on the ground in Kyiv just as it is safe for them to do so.
The second one, and I'm just wondering if you're not directly involved in this, but I'm sure you have seen the comments that Foreign Minister Lavrov made in an interview with Italian media about anti-Semitism. I'm wondering if you have any comments on that.
We, of course, have seen those despicable comments. We also saw a number of responses from other world leaders. The one that stuck out to me, stuck out to many of us here, was the response from Israeli Foreign Minister Lapid. He is, of course, someone who speaks with a great deal of authority on these matters. It would be impossible to improve upon the response that he offered. As he said, the foreign minister's remarks are both an unforgivable and outrageous statement, as well as a terrible historical error. He went on to note that Jews did not murder themselves in the Holocaust. The lowest level of racism against Jews is to accuse Jews themselves of anti-Semitism. This statement from Foreign Minister Lavrov, it was the lowest form of racism. It was the lowest form of propaganda. It was the lowest form of insidious lies. And I think with it and other, not only statements, but conduct from the Kremlin, its top officials, its personnel, including its personnel in Ukraine, the Kremlin is consistently proving that there is no floor when it comes to just how low they can stoop. And this, I think, is just the latest example of that. Yes, Saeed.
Follow up on the answer I got regarding the strategic defeat. Now, unless I misunderstood what the ambassador said, but it dealt with degrading, I guess, Russia's capability of making arms and so on like this, depleting their weapons. Is that something akin to that? But, you know, Russia makes its own weapons. I mean, they seem to have like an endless source of weapons and so on if they choose to.
So coming back to your question and to the answer that the ambassador gave, he accurately noted, and I think I've said this before, but I have been surprised, the level of surprise that we've heard in response to Secretary Austin's comment. But as the ambassador noted, what Secretary Austin was referring to was a strategic failure on the part of the Kremlin and the Russians here. And we are 2 months in to the Kremlin's war effort in Ukraine. I think it is clear to everyone, or it should be clear to everyone who is looking at this impartially, the elements of the strategic failure that has already come to pass. Moscow had several objectives in mind when it went into Ukraine on February 24th. It sought to subjugate Ukraine, to enhance Russian power, to divide the West. On each of those fronts, you have seen Moscow fail in its objectives. The Ukrainian people have demonstrated that Moscow will not be able to take Ukraine by force, that Ukraine's sovereignty, its independence, will outlast this military objective. You have seen that rather than enhance Russian power, Russia's power in the region and beyond is significantly diluted. And it is diluted because of something you referred to, Saeed. Those are the export controls, but also the economic sanctions that we have placed on Moscow. It's diluted because of the diplomatic isolation, the pariah status that President Putin's war campaign in Ukraine has bestowed upon him. To your specific question, yes, Moscow does have a defense industry. It is a defense industry that is not wholly self-reliant. It is reliant on key inputs and products from the international community, including from the West. That is precisely what our export controls are designed to choke off. Because of that, Moscow's high-tech, its defense sectors, its aerospace sector, its energy exploration sector, a number of strategic sectors that Moscow would need for its regional and ambitions beyond the region have been and are being starved. And as I said before, Russia is now a pariah. It is a pariah in terms of the response we've seen from the international community. You look at any number of votes at the UN, for example, where 141 countries, the vast majority of the world's countries have come together to condemn President Putin's behavior, to what we are seeing from countries around the world, many of whom have relationships with Russia. And just today, made mention of the response that we've heard from Foreign Minister Lapid regarding what Foreign Minister Lavrov had to say. So this is a strategic failure for Moscow. The ingredients of that are already evident. Every day we're seeing more evidence of it. And the strategy we have will be to continue to empower our Ukrainian partners, to empower them with security assistance, to support their economic needs, to support the humanitarian needs of the Ukrainian people, just as we continue to apply significant and really unprecedented amounts of pressure on Russia in terms of our sanctions, in terms of our export controls, in terms of the diplomatic isolation that we in turn are applying with, again, dozens of countries around the world. Jenny.
Thank you, Nate. I have two questions on North Korea, Russia, and China. Regarding Russia, North Korea support Russia's war in Ukraine. If North Korea and China engage in military cooperation with Russia, the war is sure to escalate. What kind of efforts is the United States pursuing to prevent China and North Korea from cooperating with Russia? And I follow up.
Sure. Well, that is obviously a hypothetical at this point. You just asked, one of your colleagues just asked Ambassador Carpenter about any support that we are seeing the PRC provide to Russia's war effort. As we said a number of weeks ago, we had indications that Russia was seeking that support. In response, we made very clear that we would watch closely any reaction from the PRC. If, in fact, the PRC aided Russia's war effort in any way with weapons, helping it to offset in a systemic way the losses it is enduring from the response of the international community, that there would be strong consequences from not only the United States, but from our allies and partners around the world. As the ambassador just made clear again, we have, in fact, been watching closely. We have not detected any shift, but any shift would incur those consequences.
The second question, recently Russian President Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un declared the use of nuclear weapons. How do you analyze the impact of this on the Korean Peninsula? And does the United States recognize North Korea as a nuclear power state?
Well, of course, we're concerned about the rhetoric that has emerged from some corners of the Russian Federation. The loose talk of the use of any weapon of mass destruction, it is the height of irresponsibility. Russia, as a nuclear power, has a solemn obligation to act responsibly. Russia, as recently, I should say, as this year, again reaffirmed a maxim that's been around since the days of the Cold War by underscoring what we heard from the UN Security Council, that a nuclear war must never be fought and cannot be won. That's something that Russia has affirmed consistently over the course of decades. It was affirmed after President Biden's summit meeting with President Putin in June of last year. The UN Security Council put it out again this year. Now, we have seen contradictory statements. We have heard other Russian officials downplay any potential use of weapons of mass destruction regardless. It is, as I said before, the height of irresponsibility for anyone to engage in such loose talk, but especially coming from a nuclear power like Russia. It is dangerous not only in the context of Ukraine, but it is also dangerous for the diluting effects that such talk could have on the global non-proliferation norm. It is our goal, along with other responsible nuclear powers and a broader set of stakeholders, to see to it that the non-proliferation norm, including those norms that are enshrined in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, are instead protected, that they are fortified, and that's why we're speaking out very clearly in response to these reckless comments from the Russians. Yes, Francesco.
Following up on Simon's questions on May 9, do you have anything to add on your assessment on whether Russia may or may not declare formally war and what that would mean for Ukraine and for its partners? And more broadly, what are your expectations or concerns on what may be said or happen on that day?
Again, we are not going to preview what the Russians may seek to do on the so-called Victory Day on May 9th.
You previewed what they're going to do everywhere else. Since December, you've been.
Well, I appreciate you acknowledging that now.
Well, but, no, I'm not saying that your previews were always correct, but I'm saying, but you've made you haven't been shy.
If we have something specific to share, we will. What I can say is that I think everyone, including I assume many of you in this room, have good reason to believe that the Russians will do everything they can to use the date in terms of their propaganda effort. We've seen the Russians really double down on their propaganda efforts, probably, almost certainly, as a means to distract from their tactical and strategic failures on the battlefield in Ukraine, the strategic failure that we've seen this military campaign result in terms of Russia's economy, its standing in the international community, its position on the world stage. And so I think it is safe to assume that that will continue. I've seen the speculation that Russia may formally declare war. I suppose I would add that that would be a great irony if Moscow used the occasion of Victory Day to declare war, which in itself would allow them to surge conscripts in a way they're not able to do now, in a way that would be tantamount to revealing to the world that their war effort is failing, that they are floundering in their military campaign and military objectives. But I am quite confident they'll be hearing more from Moscow in the lead up to May 9th. I'm quite confident you'll be hearing more from the United States, from our partners, including our NATO partners, in the lead up to May 9th as well. Yes, Vivian.
Ned, 2 questions, please. Despite the limited visibility that we have in Mariupol, especially at the steel plant, do you have any indication that Russia will allow more civilians to be evacuated? And also, is the U.S. working behind the scenes at all to facilitate some of those negotiations, along with, I know the UN is taking the lead? That's my first question. I have another one on Moldova.
Well, we do welcome the reports that have emerged in recent hours that some civilians have been able to evacuate Mariupol, and we encourage continued efforts to allow civilians to depart Mariupol and other cities under siege. We are in communication with the international humanitarian organizations involved in this effort. We will remain in close coordination and communication with them. We will do that because we know that humanitarian corridors are absolutely critical to evacuating citizens and providing urgently needed humanitarian aid. That includes food, it includes medicine, it includes water, and other needed supplies needed by those who are besieged, who are at this very moment seeking to escape harm's way. People need to be let out. Humanitarian supplies need to be let in. We want to make sure that the limited humanitarian access we've seen in recent hours is not fleeting. Doing so would demonstrate that there may be a genuine humanitarian intent behind this evacuation, and not just another craven attempt on the part of the Kremlin to change the narrative to achieve a PR victory. We want this humanitarian access to be sustained until everyone who is trapped in Mariupol, everyone who is trapped in other cities that are under siege because of this Russian assault, is able to flee to safety.
The second one on Moldova, really quickly. You did address it about 10 days ago. The situation there hasn't quite.
Thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Ned Price here at the podium. He's giving us an update on all of the hot topics surrounding the war happening in Ukraine, especially when we do have some of those evacuations underway in Mariupol. A lot of reports still trying to be filed in, getting everything confirmed. So I want to also give our viewers another look that we do actually have at this time. 3 different of those press conferences going at the same time. So there you're seeing State Department, Pentagon, White House press briefing. But that's the benefit about watching here with us on Live Now from Fox is we can always take you through each and every single one of these in full as we are going to be rolling on everything. What we'll do on the other side of this 2-minute break is not only will we be getting back into these press briefings, but we do actually have some dramatic video of a crash that happened with a pedal pub out of Atlanta area. You can see there we do have one person who is being identified as the driver charged with a DUI. We'll be bringing you more details on this story when we come back here after this 2-minute break. It's all happening on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Some dramatic video showing the moments of a pedal pub crash in Atlanta, Georgia. You can see how the cart overturns, crashing into a median near several trees. Now, we did have passengers immediately work to get off of that cart, running to the sidewalk. Bystanders also coming in to help assist. Now, these types of electric bike vehicles are common in most major American cities where patrons pedal while driving controls of the driver is controlling the cart. So here, a short time after this crash, several people were able to get right off of that cart. Victims were assessed on the median as well as they all worked together to try to lift that cart off. Now, police do say that it had tipped over while making a turn near Midtown Atlanta. That's about 10 minutes north of downtown. The driver of the pedal pub, 31-year-old James Johnson, booked and charged with DUI following the crash. An officer on the scene described the extent of injuries on his body camera video. Let's go ahead, listen into those moments that were pretty tense down on the ground.
3502 radio. We're in several ambulances. I got about 15 passengers, several bleeding. I got one possibly serious bleeding from the head.
All right, so once again, you heard the officer describing just an extent to some of those injuries. Police did say all 15 passengers were hurt, but thankfully no one suffered any life-threatening injuries. 7 people, however, were hospitalized. The driver of the pedal pub booked into Atlanta City Detention Center. The owner of the tour company was cited for not having a valid sightseeing permit. Stories like this always happening on Live Now from Fox. That's why you make sure to subscribe to us, leave us up on whatever device you watch and stream us from. And of course, if there's more developments to the story, we'll try to stay on top of it here for you on Live Now from Fox. Did want to let our viewers know also, while we've had this viral video going on and we just were into that commercial break, we were having all three of our press conferences going at the same time with spokesperson Ned Price. You have Press Secretary John Kirby and Press Secretary Jen Psaki. State Department, Pentagon, White House, they're all happening. Of course, we've been rolling on all of them. While we were listening in with the State Department, I do want to now turn our attention to the Pentagon press briefing. John Kirby going to be answering a lot more questions as we continue to hear more of those developments leading up to day now 68 of the Ukraine war. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
They're all very tall. So look, as you can see, standing with me are amazing Pentagon tour guides from ceremonial units that are representing 5 branches of the military, including the Coast Guard. Now, since being closed to the general public since March of 2020, I'm pleased to announce that on the 10th of May, the Pentagon will reopen tours on a limited basis. This thing died on me. It's going great today. They've been preparing, as I think you know, and you may have seen them all over throughout the hallway, preparing for quite some time here to showcase the more than 30 exhibits that provide the history and the accomplishments of the U.S. Armed Forces and the Department of Defense. So tours are going to be conducted on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. And anybody looking to do it, we ask you to schedule your tour through defense.gov. There's a request a tour link. You just go right there. These are our finest young men and women. I know you guys are all familiar with them, but they truly are. They represent the very best of each service. It takes a lot to become a member of the ceremonial guard and then to go from that to becoming a Pentagon tour guide. I know how excited they are about getting back to work and getting back at it, and I know how proud they're all going to continue to make us, so I really appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now go, you're too tall. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, sir.
All right, with that, we'll take questions. Lita, I think you're first.
Thank you. John, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the apparent movement of Russian troops out of Mariupol. Do you assess at this point that there's no Ukrainian forces there left, or there's still a fragment? And does Russia appear to have significant control over the city such that they feel they can remove their troops and still maintain control over it? Or is this an opportunity for Ukraine to try to stage some sort of counterattack?
Well, there's an awful lot there, and with the caveat that we don't have perfect visibility on all Russian units and what they're doing and where they're going. I would just make a couple of big points. One, we do assess that the Russians continue to pound Mariupol from the air. So Mariupol, the fighting in Mariupol is not done. Certainly not from what we can see, because they continue to bombard it. We have seen some indications that they are moving some of their ground forces away from Mariupol. The general consensus here is that that's an effort to begin to move north into the Donbass. I can't tell you what that means. What the Russians believe that means for their occupation of Mariupol or where they think they are, but we have seen some movement of Russian forces away from Mariupol and more towards the north. But that, we believe, is of a piece of their efforts to try to encircle Ukrainian armed forces that are in the Donbass. Did that get at everything?
Yes, it will. Do you have any assessment as to how much of a force Ukraine still has there, and any assessment of the ongoing effort to get civilians out?
I don't have a good hard number of how many Ukrainian forces are still in Mariupol. I would certainly refer to the Ukrainian armed forces to speak to that. We know that there has been some evacuations of some civilians. We obviously urge the Russians to continue to work with the Red Cross and the Ukrainian government to allow those who want to leave, and to do it safely without harassment. But I couldn't tell you exactly what the scope of the Ukrainian resistance is still in Mariupol. Again, they're still bombing the city, so I think that certainly is at least one indicator that they believe that the battle for Mariupol has not been won and is not over. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of things.
Who are you?
Sorry, second.
Who are you?
Pete Martin. You ask this every time. Peter Martin from Bloomberg. Tony's colleague.
Well, see, you're not here.
First off, I wondered if you have any updates on potential security guarantees to Sweden and Finland, or any update on negotiations with those two countries as they look potentially toward NATO membership?
Well, I'd say a couple of things. I mean, as we've said before, we support NATO's open door policy. That's one. Two, but whatever discussions about NATO membership are going to occur, they're going to occur between those two governments and the alliance. And certainly that's for those parties to discuss and what that looks like. We would never get ahead of that here in the United States, certainly not at the Defense Department. As for security guarantees, I mean, again, that's well ahead of where discussions even are right now. We work routinely with both nations. We have excellent defense partnerships with both Sweden and Finland, and we're confident that should things move along in that direction, that those strong military-to-military relationships would probably permit a broader, deeper discussion about their defense needs.
I just wondered separately, do you have any signs of any Chinese assistance to Russia and Ukraine? Is that still the same status as before?
See no indications. Yeah. Jen?
John, Taiwan's defense ministry said on Monday it's considering alternative weapons options after the U.S. informed it that the delivery of an artillery system, one of these self-propelled howitzers, would be delayed because of a crowded production line. Is Taiwan not getting its weapon systems because the howitzers are going to Ukraine, or is there a problem with supply chain issues related to Ukraine?
Yeah, there's in terms of the howitzers going to Ukraine, I mean, that is moving and moving quite well. As a matter of fact, a significant majority of the 90 that we have already committed are actually in Ukraine, and so that continues to flow quite nicely. As for the Taiwan situation, I would refer you to the State Department. That's really more their bailiwick than it is the U.S. Department of Defense. Remember, what we're doing for Ukraine, Jen, is largely, almost wholly, presidential drawdown authority, so it's authorization from the president to pull from our own stocks. That is a different method of providing military articles than what is being provided through to Taiwan, and that's all being done through the State Department.
Just, there's been a report that Vladimir Putin has cancer, is going to undergo surgery, and may hand over control of the government to a former FSB general. Do you have any intelligence suggesting that that's accurate?
I have seen nothing that could help us corroborate that. No, afraid not. Yeah.
Can you tell us anything about Russian General Gerasimov's visit to Ukraine? What was he doing there, and did he come in harm's way? Was he injured in an attack?
I can't confirm General Gerasimov's travel. I think I'd refer you to the Russian Ministry of Defense to speak to where he goes and when he goes and why he goes. We're not able to speak to that with any specificity, and I have no updates on his physical medical condition to give you. I think I'll let the Russian Ministry of Defense speak for their generals and where they are. I don't have anything that I can corroborate or confirm with respect to General Gerasimov and his whether he went to Ukraine or not. Can't confirm that. Gordon?
Do you have any updates to the claims the Ukrainians have made on the drones taking out the ships? And are those claims you could you have any updates on the veracity
Can't
of this?
confirm those reports. I mean, I've seen the same video that you guys have seen, I think, online, and we're not in a position to confirm that.
And in anticipation of the president's trip tomorrow, do you have any updates on the number of contracts the Pentagon has issued to industry to help replenish some of the stuff that's been provided to the Ukrainians? And is the Pentagon still kind of happy with the way industry has responded to this?
No new contracts to speak to, but as you know, there's a threshold for what level of contracts we actually publicly announce, but no contracts to announce or speak to today. The only thing I would add is under the USAI, the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, we have talked to industry about the Puma UASs, but I don't have any additional ones to speak to. Yeah. Court.
Senator Blumenthal said in front of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that the U.S. has sent about 1/3 of its Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine, 1/3 of the supply, and replenishing those stocks would require 32 months. Can you confirm if that's correct? And are there any other of those kinds of resupply of some of these other things like the M777s that you can talk to how long it takes and where the U.S. stockpile is?
You're going to have to let me take some of that, Court. I'm not an expert on how long it takes to make a howitzer. I would just say a couple of things. Number one, we're not going to talk about what our own inventory is of anything, and I think you can understand why we wouldn't do that. We don't think it's particularly helpful to lay out what our inventory level is for any one particular system or set of munitions. Number two, with every drawdown package, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, as well as the department, makes an assessment as to the impact on our readiness. And it's not about just how many of these do you have on the shelf. It's what your readiness is for the capability. So it's not about counting, say, javelins and being able to say, well, if you reach a certain level, then all your readiness is gone. Javelin is an anti-armor capability. So we judge it all as a conglomerate of what's our ability to meet this particular mission set, realizing that a javelin isn't the only capability you have against armor. So with every drawdown package, we make an assessment about the impact on our readiness. And what I can tell you is that thus far we have not seen any negative impact on our ability to defend this nation across a range of military capabilities. But that is not something we take lightly. That's not just a glib, cliche way of trying to get out of your question. It is a legitimate thing that we look at with each and every drawdown package.
Is there anything that's written in legislation or anything that says, every specific capability like anti-armor or anti-air has to maintain this percentage of its stockpile? The U.S. can't go past that. The Pentagon can't make a decision to go past that.
I'm not aware of any legislation that requires a percentage of a certain. No, I'm not aware of any. Now, again, it's because look, technology keeps changing and the capabilities get better and more refined with each passing year. So it's not. There would be a limited utility in assigning a certain percentage that has to be on hand at any given time. But that could change depending on the munition we're talking about. I mean, not every piece of armament is of the same operational strategic value as another. So again, it's a holistic view here about readiness. And all I can assure you is, and certainly we can assure the American people, that we are more than capable of continuing to defend the homeland. And we look at this with every single package. And we're doing the best we can to make sure that Ukraine has the capabilities it needs in the moment right now with the fighting in the Donbass in the south to better defend their sovereignty. And as you saw, the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary met with the defense contracting CEOs just a couple of weeks ago to talk about production lines. When we were in Ramstein, the Secretary dedicated a whole session of that afternoon to talking about the defense industrial base, not just of the United States, but all those nations there, because so many other nations are contributing systems and weapons to Ukraine. And of course, we'll continue to do that going forward. So let me take a couple from the phones here. Idris.
Hey, John. now that we're more than 2 months into the war, could you talk about when the last time the secretary tried to reach out to his Russian counterpart, and I assume he hasn't been successful. What happens when he reaches out? Is it the protocol office reaches out to the Russian side, they don't respond, or they pick up the phone and then they say no, thank you? You just sort of talk us through that.
Normally, you reach out through the policy channels, and you also use the defense attaché. The defense attaché at the embassy, no matter what the country is in question, that senior military officer is a representation of the Secretary of Defense inside all of our embassies, and so they are usually after working it through policy in terms of the efficacy of doing a call. Usually, we rely heavily on the defense attaché. I don't have a date to give you, Idris, when the last attempt was. It's been quite some time, certainly many weeks since we've attempted another communication with Minister Shoigu, and there has not been much interest shown by the Russians in having that conversation. Mike Bress, Washington Examiner.
Thanks for taking my question. With Russia's victory day from today, does the Pentagon believe Russia will make a stronger push to get a definitive victory between now and then?
I can't speak for the Russian plans here, Mike. I think that is a question better put to the Ministry of Defense. And I think when you're asking them, I'd also urge you to find out when it is Mr. Putin's going to do the right thing and end the war, because he can end the war right now if he so chooses. But as for what their plans are regarding Victory Day, I think I'd let you speak to them. What I can tell you is that the Ukrainians continue to fight back, to resist, to do so ably and nimbly, quite effectively. We haven't seen the Russians make a whole lot of progress in the Donbass area, or quite frankly in the south, and that's a result of the skill and the bravery, and quite frankly the kinds of capabilities that the United States and so many other countries are providing the Ukrainians in their self-defense. But as for what their plans are for later this month, I think that's something that they should speak to. What we would urge them to plan to do is to meet with Mr. Zelensky to pull their troops out of Ukraine and to end the war, and they can do that today. Yeah, Joe.
On the Defense Secretary's meeting with his Japanese counterpart this week, what are the deliverables going to be from that meeting, and how much will parallels between Ukraine and Taiwan play into that conversation?
I'm not going to get ahead of the deliverables for the meeting. I mean, we'll have a good readout of it, and you guys will have access to the opening comments for that. We're looking forward to this. This is one of the most important alliances we have around the world is with Japan, and very, very excited to have Minister Kishi come see us in person. He attended virtually, but he attended the the Defense Consultative Group meeting in Ramstein on Ukraine. So I fully expect that issues regarding Ukraine and how Japan and how the United States are going to continue to support Ukraine will be on the agenda. I also fully expect that tensions with China will be on the agenda, as you might expect. But the degree to which there's an interplay between the two, I think we'll just let these two ministers talk before we get out ahead of that. I would just offer, if I might, and you heard the Secretary has said this publicly, that we got to be careful drawing too many comparisons between Taiwan and Ukraine. Completely two different scenarios. Nothing's changed about our continued adherence to the one China policy. Nothing has changed about our continued dedication to continue to support Taiwan's self-defense needs through the Taiwan Relations Act. It's a different situation, and I think we all need to be careful before drawing too many parallels. Jen, I already got you. Go ahead.
Just a question regarding Iran. In the last few weeks, Iran has said that they don't have any plans to abandon
their plot to assassinate in retaliation for the Qasem Soleimani strike. Mossad also saying, and that's according to the Prime Minister's office in Israel, that a plot to assassinate a U.S. general in Germany was foiled. And also in the last week, China and Iran furthered their military cooperation. So how does this Iranian provocative activity change our force protection posture when it comes to overseas deployments?
We always look at our force protection overseas, particularly in the Middle East, and we change it routinely based on whatever the existing security threat is. I would just tell you a couple of things without getting into the specific anecdotes you cited there, and I'm not going to talk about intelligence, but nobody here at the department is oblivious to the fact that Iran continues to be a malign actor in the region. They continue to support terrorist groups. They continue to develop a ballistic missile program. They obviously, even as they sit in negotiations, continue to develop certain nuclear capabilities, and they are harassing shipping and clearly pose a threat in the maritime domain. You pick it. There's an awful lot there that Iran is doing in a malign way in the Middle East region. And that is why, even as this department continues to believe that an Iran without no problem in the Middle East is easier to solve with Iran having a nuclear weapon. So we continue to support the work of our diplomats as they try to get a new agreement here on their nuclear development. But even with all that support, we still have a fundamental obligation to protect our security interests in the Middle East, and those are our allies and partners there, and that's why we still have a robust presence on the ground and at sea in the Middle East, and we're constantly reviewing that as well, whether we have that right based on the threat. Look, force protection and the security of our footprint remains a paramount concern for the Secretary, and of course he has a lot of experience in that part of the world, so he watches this very, very closely. But we don't talk about, nor should we talk about on any given day, how it changes, because quite frankly, because of Iran's multiple destabilizing activities, that too, the threat too, changes every day.
John, just to follow up, the Mossad said that it foiled an attack by Iran on a U.S. general in Germany. Who was the U.S. general, and when did this take place?
I'm not going to talk about that. Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. I want to ask you about North Korea. In March, the Indo-PACOM enhanced the readiness level among the missile defense forces in the region and increased the intelligence collection activity near North Korea. Could you give us an update on that? Does the enhanced readiness status remain the same?
I would just, without getting into specific intelligence issues, Rio, we obviously, you saw us talk about increased ISR capabilities that we were going to be applying in the wake of these now multiple recent tests by the North Koreans, and we're still doing that. And we're constantly looking for ways to get smarter and to get better information, as well as to make sure we're sharing that with the South Koreans. Okay, yeah, in the back there.
Oh, thanks, John. I'd like to return to Ukraine for a moment. A couple of days ago, I covered the moment when Congress just approved the Lend-Lease Act for Ukraine, and they're told about the political importance of this. But I'd like to ask you about the military perspective. Do you have any plan or any strategy? Which equipment, which arms might be provided to Ukraine using the Lend-Lease? What will be the difference between, foreign military sales or foreign military aid? And does it mean that, for example, like it was during the Second World War, that arms will go separately and something like lorries, like Humvees, will go through Lend-Lease? Yeah,
so it's pending legislation. The president hasn't signed it yet, so I'm not going to get ahead of the president here. If and when he signs that, then it becomes law, and then we'll execute it, and then I'm sure we'll be able to talk about it in more detail. What I can talk about is what we're doing right now. And what we're doing right now is continuing to send over the weapons and material of the last two presidential drawdown authorities, what we're calling 7 and 8, which was very, very focused on artillery particularly, and some radar capabilities, as well as some unmanned capabilities. The kinds of things that we know that they need because they've told us they need in the Donbass and in the south. And so that's what we're focused on right now, and I just don't want to get ahead of legislation that hasn't been signed into law by the president. Yeah, Oren.
I just kind of wanted to follow up on Bloomberg's question, just broadening it out beyond China.
Is there a guy from Bloomberg here?
Have you seen other countries provide arms or equipment to Russia? If so, which ones, or do you assess that Russia is still just going and burning through its own inventory?
Yeah, Oren, I've seen no indication that they have gotten external assistance from a third nation. And to remind, I know we talked about this an awful lot, unfortunately, over the last couple of months, but they had assembled an awful lot of their own organic combat power outside Ukraine before the 24th of February. More than 120 battalion tactical groups, a large portion of their Air Force, and other capabilities that they had available to them. And as they concentrate now in a smaller geographic area, they still have a lot of that combat power left. I'm not at all suggesting that they haven't suffered casualties. They have. They haven't suffered losses. They certainly have, but they still have a not insignificant amount of their combat power still available to them. So they still have quite a bit to draw on. I just haven't seen any indication that they're trying to draw on external sources from other governments or other countries. Let's see, Laura Seligman.
Hey, John, thanks for doing this. I wanted to ask you, from a U.S. and NATO perspective, does DoD see this situation in Ukraine as a long-term fight?
We certainly think that it could be, Laura. I mean, nobody knows how long this is going to go. And again, I'll say it again. I'll keep saying it every day. It could end today. It could end right now. This is a war of choice that Mr. Putin decided to wage on his own while he still had diplomatic options on the table. So it could end now. There's no reason for it to go a single other day. That said, because the Donbass is a region that the Russians and the Ukrainians have experienced fighting one another in, because the Russians are going to be concentrating now a lot of almost all of their remaining combat power in the Donbass in the south, and because the Ukrainians have clearly shown no interest in capitulating and not fighting for every inch of their territory, there is a distinct possibility that this could go on for quite some time. But it wouldn't be the smart thing to do for us to try to circle a date on the calendar and say, well, we think it's going to take that long. We just don't know. And again, it's our hope and that it doesn't go on at all. That it could stop now. But again, Mr. Putin has shown no proclivity to want to do that. Matt Saylor from ABC.
Can you hear me? Just to follow up, what would that require in terms of U.S. and NATO troop presence in Europe? Does this mean additional deployments? Does this mean we keep the posture we have now for the foreseeable future? What does this mean?
Remember that our additional troop presence is in Europe because of the need to make sure that we can defend NATO territory, and to make it very clear to Mr. Putin that the United States takes our Article 5 commitments to NATO seriously. That is why we've added capability to Europe, not specifically tied to events on the ground in Ukraine. It's really tied more towards this changing security environment, the changed security environment in Europe because of Mr. Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And so we've added about 20,000 or so troops on temporary orders to the eastern flank of NATO. I have no announcements or changes to that posture to make today or to speak to today. We'll evaluate this from week to week, as we have been doing, to see whether we have it about right. And when there's significant additions or changes to it, we'll certainly talk about that. But I wouldn't want you to come away thinking that our posture in Europe, in terms of bolstering NATO's eastern flank, is tied directly, the decisions about that are tied directly to what the tactical situation is in the Donbass or in the south. That is not the purpose for them to be there. Let's see, any more? Yep.
Is there an updated number or an estimated number on the amount of civilians that are still left in Mariupol?
I don't. I think I got that question right at the beginning, and I just don't have an accurate number. You'd be getting a much better sense of that by talking to the Ukrainian government. They would have a cleaner sense. We're just not on the ground there. Okay. Looks like that's about it for today. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, another Pentagon press briefing going to be happening tomorrow, of course. So we'll be on top of that here for you on Live Now from Fox, just as we have been with the State Department briefing and, yes, even the White House press briefing. We'll take you into that coming up next. But first, a look at where our stocks are ending up here as we are getting closer to the closing bell. We have had quite an adventure on the big board here today, but we're coming back in the green. We'll be giving you a look at the very end of the bell here as it rings. Also listening in with Press Secretary Jen Psaki, all coming up on the other side of this break.
To making more in America or lowering prices. It's also a vital component of our national security. So passing the Bipartisan Innovation Act means America will stay on the cutting edge of new technology. It means stronger, more resilient supply chains. It means out-competing the rest of the world for decades to come. So that's a little preview. Go ahead.
Greg, so analysts say that Russia's war in Ukraine has depleted about a third of the Javelin stockpiles of the U.S., and I think about a quarter of the Stinger missile stockpiles have also been depleted. I'm wondering if this keeps up, if the U.S. is concerned, if the White House is concerned, that stockpiles for weapons that may be needed in other parts of the world are going to be depleted?
Well, first I would say that the Defense Department assesses, of course, ensuring that we have what we need to defend ourselves, and we've been able to transfer equipment from U.S. stocks, including javelins, to Ukraine without affecting military readiness. We, of course, are looking to replenish U.S. inventories and backfill depleted stocks for ourselves and also our allies and partners, which is why we've requested the resources to do so from Congress through the supplemental bill. But as I noted at the top, really what the trip tomorrow is an opportunity to do is to remind people in the country of why we're fighting, why we're supporting the Ukrainians in this war, the type of equipment and the type of assistance we are providing from the United States, made here in the United States, and why it is urgent to get this funding across the finish line. And also the Bipartisan Innovation Act, which I think most people didn't realize had such a key component for our defense industry here in the United States.
I've got one more switching topics. Can you confirm that the President had lunch with President Clinton and give us some details on why? I'm wondering if, did he maybe seek advice on midterms from President Clinton?
I'm sure they will have a wide-ranging discussion, but he spoke with him a couple of weeks ago. He's had a number of conversations with him over the course of time since his time in office, and they talked about having lunch just a few weeks ago, so this is an opportunity to do exactly that, and I'm sure they will have a broad conversation. I'll also note, which I don't remember if it was reported publicly, but if it wasn't, he had lunch last week with former President Obama as well.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. On the midterms, speaking of the midterms, so this report in the New York Times, it says that the president's pollster had sounded the alarm about inflation and immigration becoming political liabilities, coupled with this new polling that is out today that shows that voters trust Republicans more, believe that they are better suited to handle both of these issues. So can you speak to how the administration is digesting this data, including these remarks from the pollster? And is there a sense right now that there needs to be some kind of course correction on these two issues, given that polling and the midterms being just 6 months out?
Well, let me first say that that report was about a range of polling that goes back to last year, including before a number of events happened, whether it was the invasion of Russia into Ukraine or even the uptick of COVID that we saw late in the summer and into the fall, really primarily in the fall. And what I would note as you're looking at that is that, one, there's a consistency with a lot of public polling, a lot of what we've talked about here in this room, but also our actions and the efforts that the president has undertaken from the beginning of this administration, unrelated to politics, really focused on policymaking, are have been focused from the first day on exactly those issues, whether it was lowering costs for the American people, making sure we took steps to address a long broken immigration system, or of course addressing the pandemic and the continuing fight against the pandemic. So in terms of the course correction question, I would say that as you look to, well, I'm going to be careful about not getting too much into politics from here, but what I think you can all expect to hear more from the president in the coming months and more from other Democrats as well is the contrast of what his agenda represents, what he is fighting for, who he is fighting for, what he is going to do to lower costs to address inflation, what he would propose to address a broken immigration system, and the contrast with the other side, which in our view does not have a lot in the cupboard. So that is more about the time of year that we are approaching, less a course correction from ongoing policy work that has been done from the beginning.
But given the situation at the border right now, and this pollster's warning that immigration seems to be a growing vulnerability for the president, does the White House believe that to be the case, that immigration could become a very serious liability for this White House come November?
Well, I believe that a lot of the reporting in that story dated back to memos from last year as well. And I would note from many of you who were in this briefing room, we talked a lot, I'm looking at you, Peter, a lot about immigration in this room back to last year, in part because the system is so broken. It is long overdue to be fixed. That's why the president proposed a bill on his first day in office. Removing ourselves from the politics on that, we've long known that that was a substantive policy issue that more work needed to be done on. Not only did he put forward a bill on his first day in office, he has been a supporter and advocate for many attempts by Democrats in the Senate to include it in reconciliation bills, and we're going to continue to work with anyone who is willing and able and open to the engagement on getting immigration reform done.
Really quick housekeeping. You had said that the president would likely be wearing a mask on Saturday while he wasn't speaking.
Yeah.
We didn't see him wearing one. What changed? Was there guidance from the president? president's position?
I would say we made decisions based on consultations with the president's physician, which I know I noted as well. He was wearing a mask for portions of the behind-the-scenes visit to the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday evening, and a determination was made that he did not need to do that while he was on stage. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Finnish local media are reporting that the country is planning to apply for NATO membership next week. Is that something you're aware of?
Well, we've seen some reporting, and I'm not going to speak for them, of course. We, of course, support the policy of NATO for those who are interested in joining to aspire and meet the qualifications to join, and certainly support any decisions by Finnish leaders and others to apply.
And just more broadly, what is the president's personal view about just the question of NATO enlargement, about whether that's something that would be an effective step to address the security challenges that are posed by Russia, or something that would be a provocation?
Well, the president supports the open door policy of NATO and supports those who have aspirations to join to apply for membership, and the role of NATO in making those determinations. But I would say, broadly speaking, what we all look at, the president, other European leaders, is the fact that President Putin's clear objective at the beginning, prior to his invasion, at the beginning of this war, was to further divide NATO, to further divide the West. That is the exact opposite of what we're seeing here with these reports, and also just the broad unity across Europe and the United States, the West.
Amazon told its employees today that they would be providing a new workplace benefit to allow workers to travel to other states if they need to for abortion procedures. I'm curious what the White House thinks of that, whether that's something that is appropriate as there are more restrictions on abortion rights, and whether that's something that unions should seek in collective bargaining negotiations.
Sure. Well, I don't have any comment on a decision by a private sector company. We know our view on the archaic abortion laws that we've seen put into place across the country in some states, far too many states. I'm happy to check if there's more we have to say on it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Congressman Adam Schiff, who's part of the delegation that traveled to Kyiv over the weekend with House Speaker Pelosi, says that they heard new requests from Ukraine in terms of needs that they had not heard before, and also said they made recommendations to President Biden afterward. So can you talk about what those needs are that Ukraine has, and what recommendations the lawmakers made to President Biden?
Well, the president spoke with Speaker Pelosi, but also the entire delegation. I believe we put a pool note out about this yesterday after their visit to Ukraine, before they went to Poland. I believe that was where it took place, and in their travel. He is looking forward to getting a more extensive briefing from them when they return. Now, the House is out this week, so it may be virtually this week, or it could be when they return next week. So I don't have any more details to speak to what the Ukrainians requested or asked for in their conversations.
And nothing on the recommendations from lawmakers either?
Again, I don't have anything more to read out from here. I would say that, as you know, we have this supplemental funding request that the president is going to be making a strong case for tomorrow when he travels to Alabama, and we are really going to continue to consult with and rely on the advice of the Department of Defense on what weapon systems and equipment the Ukrainians need to continue to succeed in the war.
And given these two high-profile visits that we've had, Defense Secretary Austin, Secretary of State Blinken, now House Speaker Pelosi, should we expect that it's only a matter of time before President Biden goes?
Well, there's no plans in the works at this time, and obviously we'll continue to assess. And as you know, our objective is to reopen the embassy, to have our diplomats back there, not just traveling back and forth, but present in the country. And I know the president would love to visit Ukraine, but no plans in the works at this point in time.
And one more question. In about a week from today, Russia is expected to have its so-called Victory Day. What is the White House expecting President Putin to do on that day or in the next 7 days leading up to that?
Well, we know that President Putin has emphasized the significance of this day for him and for the Russian military, but I don't have anything to preview or predict at this point in time from here about what they may or may not do. And I expect we'll have more to convey about what we will do in advance of Monday.
Oh, wait, just to clarify the last point, you expect you'll announce more things that the United States will do ahead of May 9th?
We will certainly mark our support for for the Ukrainians and the Europeans in some capacity, but I don't have anything more specific at this point in time. Yeah, go ahead.
Sounds interesting. On Alabama. No, that was good. Yeah. Alabama. President's the subject of plenty of Republican attack ads down there, so I'm curious, is anyone meeting him of the elected official variety when he's in Alabama tomorrow?
I expect we'll have more for you tomorrow on that once it's finalized. Typically, we don't finalize until the night before.
Did you say 200 semiconductors per Javelin?
I believe that was in my notes, yes. I will double check that that's accurate, but that is my understanding.
So, I mean, given the semiconductor shortage, are there even enough to make them? That's what they need.
There continue to be, but that is why we need the Bipartisan Innovation Act signed, and why we need to ensure that we are not reliant on the whims of others in order to continue manufacturing here in the United States.
And of course, the president confirmed a little while ago he's meeting with the parents of Austin Tice. He said Saturday night he wanted to meet with them.
Yeah.
Is there anything more about how that came together as quickly as it did? I mean, obviously they were here in town, but anything else we can learn about getting this meeting together so quickly?
Well, I would say after the president made those comments, obviously we went into action to work to set up the meeting on Sunday and see if Deborah and Mark Tice, Austin's parents, would be available. I would note that since the December meeting with our National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, our Principal Deputy National Security Advisor, John Feiner, and other NSC officials have met with the Tice family in person on 3 occasions, including a meeting just last week. And so we have been very closely engaged with the family, and obviously meeting with the president is an additional and more significant step in that regard, but we have been in close touch with them as well.
And what is the current U.S. government understanding of Tice's whereabouts and status?
I don't have any updates to provide to you from here, but what the president will certainly convey, and I'm sure we will have a written readout after the meeting, is that we will continue to do everything we can to bring him, and as we do with any American, home. And I would note that, of course, we have a special presidential envoy for hostage affairs, as you know, and you have become familiar with because of our ability to bring Trevor Reed home. Obviously, certainly a different circumstance, but we have an entire apparatus and effort through the interagency to work and doing everything we can to engage with leaders, with countries, even some we certainly do not have diplomatic relations with, to bring Americans home.
Can you speak to the president's expectations for the First Lady's visit to Romania and Slovakia this week, and what he would hope she could do on his behalf?
Sure. Well, the president is grateful and looking forward to Dr. Biden, the First Lady, visiting Europe later this week. As was noted in the announcement that was put out, I believe, yesterday, the focus of this trip is to emphasize the U.S. support for the work they're doing on behalf of refugees, on behalf of supporting the Ukrainian people. And she is going, and I think the significance of this should not be lost, over Mother's Day to really show this support. And so the president is grateful for her willingness to do this and for the important role she'll play in representing the United States during her visit to Europe and through these meetings.
And as work continues on the Ukraine aid and the COVID funding that's needed, is there any additional insight on the view of the White House about whether those should proceed only if they're fused together, or could they be passed separately? I know you're deferring to Schumer and his plans, but is there any update on how you see that playing out?
Well, Kelly, you know, the president put them forward together because that would certainly be his preference. And while he is obviously traveling to Alabama tomorrow to emphasize and really make a strong call for the urgency of moving the money for the Ukrainians forward, it should not be lost on anyone that there is a dire need for money to continue to fund our needs on COVID. And I would note that there were reports, of course, over the weekend from many of your outlets as well, including this morning, about a range of new subvariants and that have prompted some surges in different parts of the United States. This is a reminder. That is a reminder of how vital it is that we are prepared, that we are able to purchase in the future, if science and the magic of science makes it possible, modified or variant specific vaccines or treatments to protect the American people as we continue battling COVID. And without additional funding, we're not going to be able to do that, and we will be behind, last in line line behind the world, which is exactly the opposite of the place we've generally been.
And one last question. The vice president tested negative. Yes. I understand she will be returning to work. Yeah. Obviously, the president has some travel. But even with her negative test and a plan to wear masking, are they going to resume their in-person contact, or is the president's physician going to suggest a little more time for the two of them to be apart until she clears any further?
Sure. Let me check on what they might have scheduled. She will be wearing a mask through the 10 days, which is what our protocols are here. And we, as noted, tried to socially distance in meetings with the president, even as the vice president. But I will check and see if there's any meetings that she would be participating in. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Jen. So the DHS secretary is now talking about people on the terrorist watch list crossing the border into the U.S., and he says, we know where those 42 are. Why isn't he saying, we know where those 42 are? They're in jail.
Well, Peter, I would really point you to the Department of Homeland Security to get more follow-up details on his comments. I know he's spoken extensively at a range of hearings and obviously on a range of Sunday shows yesterday, including on Fox, I believe.
So then what is the president's priority? Would it be stopping potential terrorist attacks or letting these migrants come in?
Well, again, I think as we noted just a couple of weeks ago when there was reporting about the number of individuals who are on the watch list being stopped at the border, that was the Border Patrol doing their jobs. That was the system working. And certainly part of the role of the Department of Homeland Security is to keep our country safe, keep the American people safe, and I think that's an indication of Secretary Mayorkas's work to do exactly that.
But so if it takes 19 people to carry out the September 11th attacks, what do you guys think 42 people on a terrorist watch list might be capable of?
Again, Peter, the number one job of the President of the United States, the Vice President, certainly the Secretary of Homeland Security, is to keep the American people safe. And I think a lot of this reporting you're referencing is an indication that they're doing their jobs and doing exactly that.
And then on another topic, does the President know that DHS is putting together this disinformation governance board?
Well, Peter, I think I would note, and I'm not sure if this has been in your reporting yet, but this is a continuation of work that was done under the prior administration, under the Trump administration, to take steps to address disinformation, address the use of disinformation in helping smugglers prompt the movement of more migrants across to the border. I would note that the first example given in the announcement about this was DHS's work to understand how, quote, misinformation spread by human smugglers that prey on vulnerable populations attempting to migrate to the United States. So for anyone who's out there who may be concerned about the increase in migrants to the border, this is the kind of apparatus that's working to address disinformation. And again, continuing the work of the Department of Homeland Security in 2020, something we're currently applauding.
But just in terms of what the president wants out of this, does he want the people on this board to start censoring information that is not helpful to him?
Well, let me be clear on exactly what this board does, or what the work they are doing does. And in their announcement, which is publicly available on the Department of Homeland Security website for anyone to read, it says, quote, the primary mission is to establish best practices to ensure that efforts to understand and respond to disinformation are done in ways that protect privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties, and the right to free speech.
But, okay, there's this woman, Nina Jankowicz, who is going to be in charge of the board. She has said that she thinks the Hunter Biden laptop is Russian disinformation. So should we look forward in the future to her censoring internet traffic about the Hunter Biden laptop?
I think I noted exactly what the objective of the board is, including continuing the work of the prior administration. And the woman you noted has extensive experience and has done extensive work addressing disinformation. She has testified before Congress, testified in Europe. She has worked closely with the Ukrainians and has unique expertise, especially at this moment we're facing. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Following up on the question about the stockpile and weapons, some experts tell us that the Pentagon has only just begun issuing the new contracts to replace some of the weaponry sent overseas. Wondering if the president is comfortable with the pace of contracting and defense industry production.
Certainly. Look, I think I would point you to the Department of Defense for any update on on the status of contracts and they have quite a bit of experience in contracting and how they are navigating that. They do assess, of course, as they are making decisions about what type of equipment and materials we can provide, ensuring that it continues to allow us to defend and protect our homeland. And they are confident in that, and the president is confident in that. I would note that the Defense Department is also working closely with industry to evaluate the health of weapons systems production lines at the prime and sub-tier supplier levels and examine bottlenecks in every component to ensure if anything can be addressed, we can work to address that in the manufacturing process. And we're considering a range of options if they are needed to increase production capacity and improve production timelines of both javelins as well as Stingers. But that's an ongoing process, so I just don't have anything to preview at this point in time.
On inflation, has the White House analyzed at all how much student loan forgiveness would impact inflation?
I know there's been outside analysis of that, but I don't have any internal analysis at this point to preview for you.
Thanks, Jen. You just said a moment ago that the president would like to see the COVID aid and the Ukrainian move together. I think last Thursday he said he didn't really have any kind of preference on how Congress moved it. So did his thinking change on this, and if so, why?
That was what he put forward in his letter, but what I'm not going to do, and he's not going to do, is get into a hypothetical of what he would or wouldn't sign.
Well, okay, but he's not urging specifically that Congress tie them together in a single package.
He said that was his preference in the letter he sent up to Congress. But again, there's a process that needs to be underway. But the point is they're both urgent for different needs, and we're going to continue to press Congress to move them forward.
And when Congress, I guess when the full Congress comes back, are you guys planning to send up officials, as you've done in the past, to urge them to pass this COVID relief? Is there any kind of like full court press you all are planning on that?
Absolutely. I don't have anything at this point to preview. I'm sure as we get later in the week, when we'll have more updates on the schedule for next week, we'll have more to convey. But certainly, we haven't waited for Congress to be back. Our team has been in touch with members, with their offices, with teams, making clear what the urgency is at this moment.
Thanks, Jen. Is the president, or how is the president following the evacuation of civilians from Mariupol? And can you share whether the United States played any role, whether helping organize, strategize, give advice on the current humanitarian corridor?
I don't have any update on the latter part of your question from here. The president, of course, met with his national security team this morning to get an update on a range of issues, as he does on a very regular basis. And this, I'm certain, was on the topic of discussion. Obviously, there are also a range of news reports that have been developing throughout the day, as you know, about the challenge and the delay in moving more civilians and others out of the plant. So as much as, of course, it's positive that 100 civilians were able to depart, there's clearly more work that needs to be done. We continue to call for it, to press for it, but beyond that, I don't have any behind-the-scenes details to outline for you.
On Title 42, I know you were asked about this on Friday, but did President Biden ask Mexican President López Obrador to increase troops on the Mexican border? Is the United States asking Mexico to increase troops on either their southern border or northern border? And what is the overall message to the region, not only Mexico, but the Northern Triangle, to address the lifting of Title 42 and the expectation of increased migration?
Well, as part of the conversation, which again was very constructive, it was neither threatening nor pressing in that manner. It was a conversation that was put together in part because of the timeline of the lifting of Title 42, and discuss ongoing cooperation and work on the security front, on the economic front, as we prepare for the lifting. But I just don't have more details beyond what was said.
So no details on whether troops, there was a request for troops?
There will be ongoing conversations that will happen as we coordinate in the lead up to the lifting. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A question on executive actions. The president, as we've talked about, is mulling taking executive action on several high-profile issues like police reform, student loans, and several groups of lawmakers have said that they want their own. They've made their own executive action request. So, is it a conscious strategy of the Biden White House to rely more on executive action authority going forward in the coming months?
I wouldn't say that. I would say we're going to do both. Look, there are steps that we certainly would like to see Congress move forward on, or we would have liked to have seen them move forward on in some cases, police reform as an example. And when the bipartisan process paused, we stepped up the process of considering and reviewing executive action on that front. And that is true in a range of areas. But the preference is, of course, legislative action because it's more permanent, it's more lasting. But we will continue, and the president will consider using his executive authority, capacity and capabilities throughout his presidency. But I wouldn't say it's choosing between. We are still continuing to press for the passage of the Bipartisan Innovation Act, for work that we feel could be done on a bipartisan basis, whether that it is on helping veterans or on mental health issues or opioids. But he will also, of course, continue to consider his options he can take with his own authorities.
Can you talk more about the temper of the conversations with lawmakers? Is there pushback saying, you should do, your job and pass laws, or how do those conversations go?
I just don't have more to read out for you. I'm sure the lawmakers can speak to you about it themselves. Go ahead.
Thank you. On following up on the student loan comments, the student loan relief comments from last week, President was clear that he was not supportive of $50,000 for relief. He's expressed concern in the past about providing relief to, mentioned, graduates of Yale, Harvard, and Yale, and Penn. Does he still hold a concern that pursuing student loan relief could provide a giveaway to certain college graduates? And as a result of that, is there consideration of having income caps with any sort of student loan relief?
There is, and he's talked about that back to when he ran for president. I would say when he talks about the type of schools, there are a number of schools, some you mentioned, that have larger endowments than other schools, public universities and others. And so what he's referencing is making sure it's targeted to those graduates who have the greatest need.
And would that, in the effort to have that target, would the student loan relief apply to students of both public and private institutions?
Again, it wasn't meant to discriminate. It's more meant to make a point about where the needs are greatest. And that's why he has talked about in the past having an income cap as well. But we're not at the point where we have a final proposal or a final executive action or anything along those lines. And when we do, we will of course, detail it to all of you.
And following up as well on the Disinformation Governance Board, reading the announcement as well, two examples were pretty prominent. That was, you mentioned, combating disinformation from cartels, and then also disinformation from extremist groups.
Yes.
Just in terms of clarifying here, can you help me kind of assess how this would look for like the common the person that's at their computer right now that sees disinformation online, or for cartels it's usually buying a segment on the radio and saying now's the time to come. How exactly would this board combat that? Would it just be fact checks, publishing guidance, or what would Americans actually see when it comes to the work of this board?
Well, it's continuing work that was done by CISA back to 2020. So what this would do is continue that work, and it would help coordinate internal activities from the department related to disinformation that poses a threat to the homeland. So you gave some examples there of terrorist threats, of course, but also, which is different, the smugglers' work that they do pushing disinformation. The mandate is not to adjudicate what is true or false online or otherwise. It will operate in a nonpartisan and apolitical manner. It's basically meant to coordinate a lot of the ongoing work that is happening, and what their focus is on disinformation that threatens the homeland, as I noted, which things like things that would incite violent extremism, human traffickers and other transnational criminal organizations, any efforts that malign foreign influence, anything that would endanger individuals during emergencies. So a lot of this work is really about work that people may not see every day, that's ongoing by the Department of Homeland Security.
Would there be something public-facing they would see, or would all of this happen kind of behind closed doors amongst
they certainly will consider putting out public products that represents the department's view on disinformation-related manners, but that's their overarching objective, and I don't have a determination of what that format would look like at this point.
One more on that, just what will DHS be relying on when determining what is information from extremist groups? Will they be relying on the FBI's sort of, lists of groups that could pose extremist violence, or is there some other kind of platform that, just that DHS is relying on to identify.
Sure, I understand your question. I'm not sure there's much detail I can get into from here. This is, again, ongoing work that has been happening by CISA back to 2020, and I would point you to the Department of Homeland Security if they have more details on any sources they're looking at.
This is being run through CISA then?
It was run through CISA for back to 2020. It's continuing that work and is part of the Department of Homeland Security's work.
Yeah, one more on student loan, student debt forgiveness. Republicans have already been setting out to criticize any action that the president takes as a move that is elitist, that helps the wealthy. If there are income caps that you just discussed there, would it be done in a way that prevents this program from being a program for college-going wealthy, and one that would be equitable in terms of helping kids maybe who need it more, or students who need it more?
Well, that's the goal, right, is to make sure it's targeted at people who need help the most.
Okay, and then the Washington Post reported that the White House is in talks of having employees of Starbucks and Amazon who help the respective union drives there perhaps visit the White House. Can you confirm that? Is that does the president want to host those union workers?
Well, we are in regular touch with union workers and union leaders. In large part because the president has long been an advocate of collective bargaining rights and of the right of anyone to choose to join a union, but I don't have anything to preview in terms of a meeting at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Following up on the question of Speaker Pelosi going to Kyiv, at that time it was just Democrats who went with her, no Republicans. Is the president disappointed at all that this might have been a missed opportunity for a show of bipartisan support, not only to Americans, but to Ukrainians and the Ukrainian president?
Well, I believe her office spoke to this already, and they conveyed that they did offer to include Republicans on their trip, and as would be standard for security reasons, they didn't get into details about the fact that they would be going to Ukraine. They conveyed it as a trip to Poland, and any Republican they reach out to declined to join the trip.
And one of our ABC Washington Post polls found that 8 in 10 Americans are expressing worries about a wider war and the possible use of nuclear weapons by Russia. And given that Russia has made it clear that they believe NATO has engaged in a proxy war, what's the White House's message to worried Americans right now?
Well, I think it's an important step to take and a responsibility of everyone to make clear this is not a proxy war. I know that is the Russian talking point on this, but it is not a proxy war. This is a war between Russia and Ukraine. NATO is not involved. The United States is not fighting this war, so I think it's important and vital for all of us to not repeat the Kremlin talking points on this front. I would say that the Russians themselves have over time, including as recently as last year, made clear that a nuclear war could not be won. We agree with that, and that is important for every country to restate and every elected official to restate around the country here as well. So I would note the president's view and his position continues to be that we are not putting U.S. troops on the ground to fight this war, and that's something we will continue to reiterate for Americans.
Thank you so much. You just said on May 9th.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We were taking a listen there to the White House briefing. They're talking a little bit about everything. Border security, inflation, student loans there. That is really the talk of D.C. and around the country there of canceling student loans. We'll see where that all winds up right there. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. Always great to be here with you. Well, we got some really dramatic video that we want to show you. Actress Angelina Jolie over the weekend visited Ukrainians, but then was forced to go to a bomb shelter as air raid sirens were being blasted out there in Ukraine, in Lviv. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Please, no more.
Okay.
Are you afraid? No, I'm okay.
Some really dramatic video there. You even had some Ukrainians trying to take selfies with her as she was being guided to be taken to a bomb shelter here. This video taken by a local Ukrainian media shows that the actor and special envoy for the UN refugee agencies speak to displaced Ukrainians at the Lviv railway station over the weekend, while also playing with young kids and taking pictures. Jolie was rushed outside to a car so that she could get to a bomb shelter as air raid sirens began to blare. Earlier on Saturday, Jolie was filmed entering a cafe in the city and signing autographs for fans. Lviv has become a major evacuation hub for hundreds of thousands of people fleeing conflict in other parts of the country there. So really dramatic video there of the actress being taken away to a car so she could get to that bomb shelter there. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we're always in the mix there, as you see there, also playing with Ukrainian kids there and trying to keep them and their keep their morale up as well. All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. Whoa, we got a lot of other stories to get to here today. And we back right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you in the mix today. Our next story, we're taking you out to Polk County, Florida here. Going to hear from the sheriff where a drunk man is accused of starting a deadly fight and had to do with shooting inside of a bar. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Just bear with me a little bit. We'll tell you about a crazy event. And it all happened at the Shady Cove Bar and Grill on Highway 544, which is east of Haines City in the unincorporated area. It's about 5:12 in the afternoon. And Joshua Badillo, who's 31 years of age, comes into the bar. And inside the bar is a motorcycle gang group of a few people and some ladies, and they're minding their own business, having a few beers. They've apparently been at some kind of memorial ride earlier in the day. Joshua's been drinking. He comes up to them and begins to have a conversation. And from the conversation, an argument erupts. And so they quiet the argument down themselves. Joshua Badillo buys a round of beer for them. The argument's over with, and everybody goes along their way. A little while later, this group of folks, well, friends in the motorcycle gang, they go outside to the tiki bar. And so they're sitting around at a table. Joshua Badillo comes back, comes up in the middle of the group, sits down in a chair, starts to talk, reaches across the table, and we can see in the video where he grabs a guy's hand to shake his hand, and he holds his hand for an extended period of time while he's shaking it. He turns it loose, and he's just kind of all up in their business. Well, you can see one of the guys goes to what is an off-duty bar employee and says, "Can you get this guy out of here? We want him away from us." So they go talk to him. One of the folks with the gang is a pretty good sized guy, and then you have the employee of the bar, and they get him finally moving. He's had quite a bit to drink, as you can tell by his body language. They come out of the tiki bar, which is kind of behind the bar, and they walk back through the bar into the parking lot out front. Next door is a convenience store. And you can tell through other video that they're having conversations and pointing at each other. And the particularly big guy, who turns out to be our victim number one, is kind of in his face, and they're telling him he needs to leave. He goes back toward his truck slowly and begrudgingly, with some people who he knows from the bar encouraging him to leave and to get in his truck. So they're kind of pushing him and encouraging him to go across the parking lot. When all of a sudden he turns and starts running past two people that are trying to get him into his vehicle. So he runs past those two, and he runs past three more, and he shoots our victim one, which is a big man. Shoots him through the hand and also through the groin with one shot. At this moment in time, a guy burst out of the bar with his firearm in order to protect his buddy and starts shooting at our suspect. The suspect goes around behind his vehicle, which is parked further out in the parking lot. And the guy with the firearm goes out and around the truck along with another person. So now you've got our suspect who did the shooting, Badillo, with his gun. You've got the guy who came out of the bar, who is now going to be victim two. And he goes to the other side of the truck outside of the camera view, and immediately there's gunfight in the parking lot. You can tell by the body language of other people that are in camera view that they're scattering. Victim two is shot in the chest. He falls down. He gets back up and he staggers back toward the bar, where he once again falls. Our suspect, Joshua Badillo, now he gets in his vehicle and he says, "Feet, it's time to go." And off he takes off at a high rate of speed. He goes toward his home, which is probably 5 minutes away. Interestingly enough, he has a vehicle crash, so he's involved in a hit and run on the way to his home. Deputies are arriving, EMS is arriving, we gather information, it's no secret about who Joshua is, and we go to the house. We circle the house. It's in a very nice community. I'm guessing the house is probably $1 million, $2 million home, upscale neighborhood. He goes into the house. We walk around the vehicle and we see blood. Turns out Joshua Badillo is shot as well, and he's in the house. So after about 45 minutes in the house, apparently he decides, hey, I'm really bleeding. This could be serious. He comes out to the deputies. We take him into custody and we remove him to the hospital. where we determined that he shot under the armpit and it comes out his back shoulder. So we have this shootout at Shady Cove where the suspect shoots 2 people, kills one of them, and he, in fact, is shot in part of the shootout. And it all started over an argument, a simple argument, and ended up with a dead man, a shot man, and a shot suspect. Joshua Badillo is charged with attempted first-degree murder and felony first-degree murder on the individual that died. There may be other charges filed later as we plow through the details. Some of our witnesses fled from the bar. We'd still like to talk to them just so we can finish the investigation and tie it all up nicely and neatly. But we're relatively confident that we've got the primary players in the event, and certainly we have a lot of details. It's been a long time since I've arrived at a bar to find knives, stilettos, guns, and blood all on the bar floor, and the concrete pavement out in front of the bar. It was quite an event, and we've got a dead person. So the investigation is still underway. Our homicide team, which is simply the very best, is at this time mopping up the details and will be for a few weeks. Do you have any details, any questions of me?
Assuming all the stilettos and other things were on the people who were partying who were not involved in this?
Well, we suspect that some of the people who went to the hospital were there because we ended up with, I think, 3 knives, maybe 4 knives on the ground. A gun on the ground. That was the one that our victim ultimately used. The victim had a .38 caliber. The suspect had a .40 caliber semi-automatic. But they were slinging lead in Haines City on Sunday afternoon.
Did he have the weapon on him when he was inside, or did he retrieve it from the truck?
This was over an extended period of time because he started the initial argument, and then he bought them all rounds of beer, and it calmed down. And there's at least some testimony that he might have gone back to the truck and gotten the gun at that time. We're not absolutely sure. But these folks were minding their own business from everything that we've picked up so far. And they simply went back to the tiki bar, which you have to go through the bar, out the back door in order to get to the tiki bar area, minding their own business. And he stumbles up there drunk again, and he's hanging over the table and trying to shake hands, and still they don't start a fight with him. They go and get help and say, hey, can you get this guy out of here? And of course they start to get him out, and one of the folks who is victim number 1, he now is following them out trying to help get the guy out. And you can tell he's telling him what he's going to do for him if he doesn't leave. So when this guy decides to start shooting, I mean, he's all the way, they've got him all the way out the front door, across the parking lot, almost to his vehicle, when he decides, it ain't going to be like that at all, and he runs past 5 people to shoot victim 1. Back up near the front of the store. And then he goes back, and as he's going back toward his vehicle, that's when victim 2 ultimately runs out and is shooting at him with his .38. And then victim 2 is reloading in the parking lot and goes to the other side of the truck where they have shootout at the Sandy Cove Bar and Grill parking lot. And that's where victim 2 was shot and ultimately was transported to the hospital, but died less than an hour later. And our victim, he leaves, he's involved in a hit and run. We catch him he lives there, but as I understand it, his parents' house in a very nice neighborhood. But this guy here, if he'd have just minded his business and left these folks alone, none of this would have happened. It's on him.
What's the status of the person he hit? The person he hit, is he in a car wreck?
We're following up with that. That person's okay.
How many bullets were exchanged, and did any go inside the building, either at the convenience store or
Yeah,
at the dive bar?
we're still counting because there were shots toward the bar, and then there were shots across the parking lot and across Highway 544. And then there was a shootout parallel to Highway 544. And then apparently the suspect, after he shot the victim in the chest, for good measure, ripped another one at him, which went across Highway 544. We can see where it skipped through the dirt. So we had a surreal life shootout for a few minutes. And we've got a dead person as a result of it. And this guy should spend the rest of his life in prison for his efforts. And it all would have been so easy if he'd have just minded his own business. But that's not always what drunks do.
How about history? Is he got a history with you? Or is he done you?
He doesn't have a significant history. He's got some minor stuff, I believe, but not a significant history.
Was the victim that died part of the motorcycle group?
Yes, yes. And once again, they weren't being rowdy. They weren't out of control. They were minding their own business. And we got Joshua Badillo, who, he drank him some liquid courage and decided he'd march around like a banty rooster, and now we've clipped his wings and he's going to jail.
The man who died was the one that shot in the chest?
Yes. And he was one of the group.
So you have a motorcycle gang. Could he be a motorcycle guy and be in a rifle gang, and maybe that's what...
No, so far we don't see any gang affiliation with him. He did apparently recognize one of these other guys as being part of a former gang, and they've now gone to a new gang, but these guys weren't creating any trouble.
Are you saying that he was part of the gang at one point?
No, the other guy. He recognized one of the others as being a former gang member. At this point, we've not been able to document that he's part of any gang or ever has been.
What gang are we talking about?
Well, we don't like to give out their names because we don't like to market for them.
Do we have the age of the victim who died?
The victim, I think, was 54 or 56. 54. We'll get the details for you, but and it's sad. It should have never happened. But stupid is as stupid does.
Sounds like he's lucky to be alive himself because he easily bled out.
Well, he is. He's lucky. If the other guy had been a better shot, he would have been dead too. But the other guy was not a good shot, and ultimately he came out to protect his buddy, and he ended up dying. Victim two did.
Just a really crazy story right there in Polk County, Florida. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage from across the country coming up in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are now taking you out to the Supreme Court honoree event here as the Supreme Court of the United States honors the memory of the late Justice John Paul Stevens with a meeting of the Supreme Court's bar, followed by a special sitting of the court as well.
For the role of judges. Justice Stevens wanted the public to have confidence in the even-handedness of the courts. He cared about transparency. He cared, and he made sure we cared, about process. And beyond perception, he cared about getting it right. To that end, he was unwaveringly open-minded. He wanted to consider a range of views, including, for some reason, ours. In soliciting those views, Justice Stevens put people at ease, which was great if you happened to be completely in awe of the large marble building you worked in and intimidated by most of the people in it. When Justice Stevens asked us questions about the cases we were preparing, he would often preface it by saying, "If you know." It was fine if we didn't, though of course we would quickly figure it out. For someone who cracked enemy military codes and won Bronze Stars and sat on the Supreme Court of the United States, he was a remarkably down-to-earth, easy to talk to, straightforward. When I interviewed with him for the clerkship, he confused me greatly by informing me near the end of the interview that however things turned out, I like you. Unfamiliar with his forthrightness, I was absolutely certain that meant I wasn't getting the job. So, I remember Justice Stevens going to amazing lengths to reserve judgment on the issues in a case until he had read everything and heard oral argument. On one occasion, he reprimanded one of us, okay, it was me, when we mentioned that of the group of law clerks who got together to discuss a case that was coming up for argument, all of them had the same view of the threshold issue in the case. It turns out Justice Stevens definitely did not want to know that. He didn't want to be swayed. Writing his own first drafts and staying out of the cert pool were also ways of preserving the independence that he viewed as so imperative. Perhaps the clearest manifestation of his independence was his penchant for writing separately. And we all have our favorite Stevens concurrences and dissents, but one of mine, perhaps in part because of my prior life as a public defender before I became a judge, is his concurrence in Kyles versus Whitley. There, the court held 5-4 that a man's conviction and death sentence should be vacated where the cumulative effect of the government's violations of Brady versus Maryland might well have been outcome determinative. Justice Scalia wrote a searing dissent arguing that the case was too fact-bound to have even warranted the court's review in the first place. Justice Stevens joined the majority, but he wrote separately to respond to Justice Scalia, as he loves to do. What stands out about his concurrence to me was his insistence that there are times when even Supreme Court justices have to delve into those dusty record boxes and decide something inherently factual, like whether the suppression of evidence made a difference at a trial. Justice Stevens took that deep dive in Kyle and based on his, quote, independent review of the case, a case where Brady violations were repeated and flagrant, where the jury in the first trial had deadlocked, he had significant doubts about Curtis Lee Kyles' guilt. He didn't think he was doing anything extraordinary. He simply thought it was his job. He wrote that our duty to administer justice occasionally requires busy judges to engage in a detailed review of the particular facts of a case, even though our labors may not provide posterity with a newly minted rule of law. Particularly given the popularity of capital punishment, he concluded, I cannot agree that our position in the judicial hierarchy makes such review inappropriate. Sometimes the performance of an unpleasant duty conveys a message more significant than even the most penetrating legal analysis. The flip side of Justice Stevens' broad view of the Supreme Court's own role in correcting errors that are within the court's purview is his insistence that the court not overextend its reach to issues not within its purview. For example, and I didn't get the memo that we weren't supposed to mention this case, but in his dissent in Bush versus Gore, in defending the Florida Supreme Court's own interpretation of the state legislature's intent in its election laws, Justice Stevens rejected what he saw as the petitioner's, quote, unstated lack of confidence in the impartiality and capacity of the state judges who would make the critical decisions if the vote count were to proceed. Such confidence in those courts and the people who ran them was, he wrote, the true backbone of the rule of law. And he, of course, ended on a weighty note. He said, although we may never know with complete certainty the identity of the winner of this year's presidential election, the identity of the loser is perfectly clear. It is the nation's confidence in the judge as an impartial guardian of the rule of law. And again, what was also perfectly clear to Justice Stevens was that, in that case, the Florida Supreme Court simply did what courts do. I'd like to end with a quote from another native son of Illinois, the poet Carl Sandburg. Exactly 100 years ago this month, in his poem, Washington Monument at Night, Sandburg wrote this line: "The Republic is a dream. Nothing happens unless first a dream." The reason Justice Stevens had respect for the rule of law and for the role of the judge is not that he believed our legal institutions were perfect or even highly functional. It's that he knew that these institutions, like the Republic itself, were capable of being great and were worth fighting for to make them great. And I couldn't agree more with Damien. If we want to honor Justice Stevens' legacy, we will continue that work ourselves.
Thank you, Corey. Our next speaker is Skip Paul, who is Senior Advisor at Centerview Partners and who clerked for Justice Stevens in the 1975 term. The justices first.
Good afternoon. I feel it's important to correct the record. Chief Judge Barron mentioned something about Justice Stevens' golf abilities. I've played a lot of golf in my life, but the last game I played with Justice Stevens, in fact, the last year of his life, was by far the best game, the best performance by a golfer at the age of 99 I've ever seen. Now, to turn the clock back a bit, late morning on the Friday after Thanksgiving in 1975, the Chicago Federal Courthouse was closed. Judge Stevens, my co-clerk, and I were catching up on some backlog when the phone rang, interrupting our work. It was President Ford calling to inform Judge Stevens that he was announcing the nomination to the Supreme Court later that afternoon. The judge stepped into our office, the clerk's office, told us the exciting news, and said it was to be strictly confidential until late that afternoon. However, he was going to spend some time taking a walk around Chicago, starting down by the Art Institute. Judge Stevens' mind must have been full of Chicago memories as he headed out of the federal building, walking down to the lakefront. In reflection back on the Chicago skyline, he'd remember his years of Chicago education from his grade school and undergraduate home at the University of Chicago through Northwestern Law School. Also in that downtown skyline, he would see the location of the investigation of the Illinois Supreme Court led by him as a private citizen. This investigation resulted in the removal of 2 justices from that court. It's a bold result that revealed Stevens' deep belief that the justice system depends on lawyers serving the public interest in an independent and nonpartisan way. The investigation in public service propelled the lawyer